Morning, chatty friends.
Hi, everyone. Oh, my mic's not on. Hi, everyone.
Did David get the belt? We had some
I have no
controversy
idea.
yesterday. Filthy McNasty's up in here. What's up, Brian Cavett? Michigan. Russ Dog. Miss Mac. Lotus Prime.
Morning, everybody. Happy Friday.
Warren. We up in here.
Warren,
What's
we
up,
are up in
David?
here.
What's up,
Hell
Russ
yeah.
Dog?
Friday. Gotta get
Dude,
down on Friday.
That song was in my head this morning. It's funny.
I don't know that song.
Probably for the better.
Man.
See, that's my generation.
Same.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the weekend.
Partying. She actually, have you seen like her other stuff after that? Like years after?
Yeah, isn't she
It's not.
getting back into music stuff?
And it was like,
Is she
respected.
like an IG model now?
It was respected too when she went back into it.
Let's say Rebecca Black. Shout out.
Shout out Rebecca
What's up, Michigan?
Black.
What's up, Jared?
Gotta get my bowl, gotta get cereal.
Dude, who among us? Hey, what up? Hey. Doo-doo. What's up, Russ Dog? What's up, Brian? Yeah, it took one game. Hey, you know what? I didn't back off my take, so I'm proud of that.
My uncle at the start of the game was like, man, I'm thinking about putting 300 on the Pacers. I'm like, dude, just don't do that. And he wasn't super stoked with me when they won. So.
What up?
Jared Brown. That's right. Well, Kyle didn't tell you to, so.
It's like, wow, Jared's being kind of a dick today. What's that guy's deal?
Boy, he looks parched.
He looks dehydrated. Did your uncle bet $300 on the Pacers?
No.
All right, then he doesn't get credit. That's a thumbs down for me.
It's my fault.
That's a thumbs down for me.
He was going to do it.
Well, then he needs to just do it.
He shouldn't have listened to me.
That's exactly right.
I think he wanted to do the whole series. I think that's what he wanted to do.
On the night of my birthday party, my uncle had bet the over on the overall score, and it ended up coming up like a point short.
Oh, good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. James Ham's there. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. We have a ton of stuff to get to today. Holy hell, dude.
Wow.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
Oh, yeah.
Delivered.
Yeah.
That was a rip-roaring good time. Because it wasn't... The Pacers did... So, not only did they not get swept, which, imagine making that prediction. Not only did they not get swept, here's the funnier part. I literally yesterday was like, the reason I think they're going to get swept is because they've been living on the edge and making all these ridiculous comebacks. They're not going to be able to do that against Oklahoma City. And then they just did it!
I sat there.
Sure, man. The Pacers are just inevitable now, I guess.
I don't know if they're inevitable, but I certainly feel like as much as OKC feels like Thanos, there is always the possibility of, the Avengers. Like, that's what it feels like. There's always a possibility that somehow someone can do something unexpected.
The unbelievable part about last night was the Pacers. I have not had this much fun watching a team that was not my favorite team in a long time. Like, I have a blast watching the Pacers play basketball.
Yeah, but the crazy thing about that game is everything we thought about OKC was correct.
Yes.
They dominated from start to finish.
Yep.
Except for the final, 0.3.
Mm-hmm.
Everything they did in that game made you think, oh, this series is over quick. And on the flip side, every time I looked up, they just weren't going away. The Pacers, they would go down 13, they would cut it back to 9. They'd go down 12, it'd get to 10, they'd go back to 13, it'd go to 14. Like, it just felt like they were yo-yoing, but they wouldn't go away. And the whole time I'm thinking, okay, that game, okay, so the biggest lead in the game was 15 by the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
That did not feel like that was the case. It felt like their biggest lead was like 22.
Mm-hmm.
Just the entire game, you thought, oh, man, they are exactly what we thought. They're taking away Haliburton. They're making things difficult for everyone. They are forcing so many turnovers.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter.
But you can't turn it off because it's the Pacers. It never felt over.
Yeah.
Because it was the Pacers. And you're right. So it was this stretch that got it to 15. So Jalen Williams makes a jumper that makes it 13. TJ McConnell turnover. But then Aaron Wiggins turnover. And then Siakam misses a bunny. Benedict Mathurin gets the rebound. He misses a bunny, gets his own rebound, misses another bunny, ball out of bounds. Next possession, TJ McConnell turns it over. Jalen Williams goes down, dunk, 15-point game, 9:42 left. And you're going, okay, here's where the Thunder pour it on.
Yep.
Here's where 15 gets stretched to 20, gets stretched to 25, and oh my God, we've got a blowout. And then they did that hockey substitution where they just pulled all 5 guys. Rick Carlisle pulled all 5 guys, put his starters back in.
Yeah.
Nembhard gets an and one, like you said, right back to 13. Right back to 12, like that, off the and one.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just like, oh man, well, they're just not going away. Then they get a stop. Oh, then they get a 3. Okay, now they gave up a 2. Oh, but then they answer with a 3. Now it's 11, 8:47 to go. And they just hung around. So I saw somebody put it online. They overstay their welcome. And I think that's a perfect way to put it. And the amazing thing about that game last night is down the stretch. Okay, so when Oklahoma City lost game 1 against Denver, you looked at all these things that Oklahoma City did wrong. Oh man, they were fouling up 3, but they were fouling too quickly, and in the backcourt, and Jokic was on the bench, and they still fouled. Like, oh my God, they got to clean that up. You look at the Pacers game 1 comeback against the Knicks, and you go, okay, well, if Nesmith goes 5 for 6 down the stretch instead of 6 for 6, they still lose. Like that, nothing happened last night that I'm like, okay, well, if you're Oklahoma City, you feel pretty good about where you're at. Despite the box score, they just got outplayed over the final 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It got to winning time, and the Pacers did winning time better than the Thunder did.
It's funny because, they're Indiana. Pacers, I'm assuming the nexus of the name Pacers is based after the pace car.
Yes, correct.
Right? Mm-hmm. And that's what it felt like. They just kept pace the entire time.
Yep.
And they were down, but they just kept going. They were just kind of like, hey, we're still here. We're not going anywhere. And I think there was so many points in that game where OKC just thought, oh man, we're just so better. We're better than them. Mm-hmm. We got them. Mm-hmm. And then they just keep fighting. I was sitting at Old Town Pizza in Auburn. Shout out Old Town Pizza. Great pizza. And I was watching the game with my family, and there was 2 or 3 guys at the bar. We were all watching on the big screens, and they just kept going and going. They kept drawing it back in, and then they get that final rebound. And I'm literally standing up out of my stool. We're sitting at a tall top table, and I'm like, get the ball to tie. Get the ball to tie.
Yeah.
And then they get the ball to tie. They go around. He makes a move, pulls up from 17, 18.
Did anyone in America think he was going to miss that shot?
No. Well, sir, as soon as it hit, my family and the 3 guys at the bar, everyone's yelling.
Yeah.
What in the world?
Yeah, no, it was crazy. I was just waiting for him to get the ball because the story had already been written at that point. So it was awesome.
Yeah. They held Oklahoma City to 1 made field goal over the final 4 minutes of the game.
Wow.
Pretty incredible. The moment where the only time I thought, dang, they let it slip was when 2:52 to go. SGA draws a foul on Haliburton, makes both free throws that put him up 9 with 2:52 left. And that was when I thought, oh man, Oklahoma City might shut the faucet off here. But then bang, Aaron Nesmith 3. Oh, Jalen Williams misses in response. And then Andrew Nembhard, one-on-one with SGA. Little crossover, step back 3, bucket. Like, what is this team, dude? It's Aaron Nesmith. It's Andrew Nembhard. You got Pascal Siakam, who's capable of going for 40. Tyrese Haliburton's going to hit a game winner if you give him a chance. There's just, we've spent so much time talking about all this depth that Oklahoma City can throw at you and the way they can come at you in waves on defense. And Indiana just very quietly does the same thing offensively. Tyrese Haliburton is the focal point of it. But you saw last night that the Pacers were perfectly fine with Lou Dort shooting threes.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's gotten better at shooting threes, but they're going, you know what? We'll live with this.
You shot 5 of 9.
Yeah. And they were just, okay. Like if he's hits 5 of 9 all series, then great.
Mm-hmm.
But you saw like, that's where they wanted to funnel shots. With Indiana, I don't know who you funnel shots to. And that makes playing defense so much more difficult. And then when you've got a guy like Andrew Nembhard who's going to create his own shot and hit a huge 3 against SGA, who's a really good defender.
Yeah.
This might be a series not over. Very much not an over series. But the way it's not as dramatic as the Pacers game 1 win over the Knicks in the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
But this has the air of, that might leave Oklahoma City woozy enough that they never fully get back into the series. It wouldn't shock me if that wound up being the case where, man, Oklahoma City wins game 2, but then Indiana gets game 3 and Oklahoma City gets game 4, but then the Pacers get game 5 in OKC and now they're coming home up 3-2. Like that wouldn't shock me at all, where the Thunder just never quite get all the way into the series because they took this haymaker on the chin in game 1.
Yeah, I have more faith in them. I think that they're a team that just learned a very, very valuable lesson.
Sure.
They're
Definitely.
young,
mm-hmm.
and they're going to be prone to mistakes. And they just learned that if you let off the gas just that little tiny bit, you're done.
Yep.
That team will beat you.
Yep.
And that's something that from here on out, I expect them to turn up the intensity on Haliburton even more.
Mm.
And the question is, can the other players around him step up and be really good? I think it's interesting you brought up how they were allowing the funnel to Dort.
Mm-hmm.
So Dort has 15, which, again, he goes 5 of 9 from 3, 5 of 10 from the field.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Williams was not effective. 6 of 19 goes for 17 points. So they put a lot of pressure on Williams, and he did a lot of ISO stuff that didn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was SGA. I feel like they're going to let SGA score between 30 and 45 points every single game.
Fine with it. Yep.
And then I didn't understand. Chet Holmgren just wasn't part of the game plan. Like he finishes with 6 points and 6 rebounds, but he plays 24 minutes, 23 minutes and 31 seconds. Like, what is happening? He's not in foul trouble. Like maybe he's just ineffective. But I just think that in order for that team to be at its best, they do need that established big 3 that they've kind of marched through the playoffs with.
Yeah.
And that big 3 doesn't include Lou Dort. Lou Dort can hit big shots. He can do what Nesmith has done or, what some of the other players have done for OKC. But you have got to figure out a way to get Chet Holmgren involved. And the fact that he was just completely stymied in this game was crazy.
Yeah, and I think that speaks a little bit to what we were just talking about. I have another insane thing from the fourth quarter I want to get to, so don't let me forget that. But I think that speaks a little bit to what we're talking about with the depth with Oklahoma City. And something that Mark Dagnall's very good at, and one of the reasons I think this series is very, very far from over, is that they have the luxury of being able to just go, hey, we're not going to play Chet in a regular rotation here. We're going to start Case and Wallace. AJ Mitchell played 4 minutes in the first half last night.
Mm-hmm.
And you might think, 4 minutes in the first half, it's not a big deal. He had played 6 first half minutes in their 16 previous playoff games.
Wow.
And they just, in game 1 of the finals, go, we're going to try this. They're going to try everything. And they're going to push buttons, and they're going to see how the Pacers react. It felt early on like a feel-out game from the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think what you said happened. They got up big and went, okay, like we figured it out. And then the Pacers just kept swinging, and Oklahoma City didn't have any answers. So I'm really interested to see how that continues. But I do think that I don't think we're going to see Chet played off the floor the entire series.
Yeah, I hope not, because I think he's been exceptional. And I don't hate the matchup with him against Pascal Siakam at all.
Do
you?
Yeah.
And I think he
Siakam's just so good at using his body, and
Yeah.
Chet just is not there strength-wise yet.
No, that's true. That's true. I will say too, like even though they ended up losing, some of their defensive plays were nuts. That block by Lou Dort,
oh my God,
was just off the charts. Talk about it goes straight up.
It looks like one of those things that happens in a video game, and you're like, got glitch. That's stupid.
Yeah, that can't happen.
And he just did, like, he got, like you said, he got vertical and then just stayed there.
And then swatted a clean swat. Doesn't foul at all. You're like, that was unbelievable.
I want to run this fourth quarter thing by you real quick.
Okay.
In the fourth quarter, Oklahoma City got outscored 35-25. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 10. Jalen Williams had 8. Kaysen Wallace 2. Alex Caruso 4. Aaron Wiggins 1. He made a free throw. Alex Caruso also, 2 of his 4 points came at the free throw line. 6 of Shai's 10 came at the free throw line. But anyways, so they had 5 guys score, and 3 guys score 3 or more. Indiana had 7 dudes score 3 or more points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. See
that's crazy, dude.
Not only that, but like we were looking at the stats earlier, and I was like, okay, how is it possible that OKC had 98 shot attempts and Indiana had 82?
Insane.
Outshot them by 16 shots.
Insane.
And then you go through and you're like, okay, it was the free throw disparity was 24-21 in favor of Oklahoma City.
So not crazy.
No. And then I get to the rebounding, and OKC got out rebounded by 17.
God,
it was 56-39. And the team with 56 is the one who had 16 less shots. So I'm like, okay, this doesn't make it. But
so 16 more rebounds on 16 with 16 fewer shots.
17 more rebounds. And then the other thing I like,
17.
You look at the rebounding. Haliburton, they're starting 5. Haliburton has 10.
Mm-hmm.
You got 9 from Miles Turner. You've got 10 for Pascal Siakam. You have 12 from Aaron
Wow.
Smith. Like, their starting lineup just crashed the boards. And this is one of the
3 dudes with double-doubles
adjustments that is going to happen for OKC. They have got to get on the glass.
Yeah.
And for, I think, playing the Knicks and just how great a rebounding team and having to go up against a guy like Josh Hart, it prepared them to go in there against a team who's not thinking about the rebounding advantage as like a huge key, and they just dominated the glass.
Well, and in the series before that, you played the team with Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
But they didn't play anyone, Kyle. They didn't play anyone. Everyone was hurt.
The Pacers tied their season high with 25 turnovers in game 1 of the finals. They had 25-20 in the first half.
Yeah.
They had 79 games this year where they had 20 or fewer for a game, and they had 20 in the first half.
That's crazy.
25 turnovers, 11 points off those turnovers for OKC.
You have 20 first half turnovers and only trail by 12? Come on.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Really, really awesome performance from the Pacers. And I love when a sports thing happens. We talk about this a lot. I love when a sports thing happens, and as you're watching it, you're going, oh, this is a I remember where I was moment.
Yep.
I remember even if Oklahoma City, this is actually super appropriate. Even if Oklahoma City wins the next 4, Oklahoma City, let's just go to the world where Oklahoma City boat races Indiana the next 4. I don't think they're going to, but let's say they do. The Tyrese Haliburton shot's still going to live.
Oh, yeah.
Today's the anniversary, the 25th anniversary, 24th anniversary of the Allen Iverson step over on Ty Lue. We still see that.
Oh, yeah.
76ers got housed in that series, but we still see that moment. Last night, Tyrese Haliburton's game winner was a moment. That was really, really cool. And we will we'll continue covering the NBA Finals right here on ESPN 1320. Of course, game 2 is on Sunday, and you can hear that right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. Okay, I want to tie the Kings into the finals a little bit. Non-Tyrese Haliburton edition.
Okay.
This is about the Kings in the final, or the Kings and the finals. And we're not going to include Tyrese Haliburton in that conversation. Well, he's not yet. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
You guys don't mind, hit that thumbs up button for us.
Yeah, please.
That'd be greatly appreciated. You guys are in here fighting over the Haliburton Sabonis trade. Like, look,
There's
I get it. I get it. I'd also tell you, like, there's nothing that says that Tyrese Haliburton becomes Tyrese Haliburton in Sacramento Kings jersey. Like, I would like to tell you that,
dude, I don't know, man.
I mean, he's great. I fully get that, but
I would,
being able to win, like, he's in a culture of winning, and he's got a head coach that is a winning head coach, and stability within the franchise, and that just means a lot.
man.
I do think that if the Kings would have been the team that traded for Pascal Siakam and they didn't back away from that deal, that the Kings would be a very, very, very highly competitive team that would be competing deep into the playoffs.
Maybe. Nick's Roasting Co., by the way, they're not paying for this. This is a new little coffee shop / tea shop in Roseville.
Where's it at?
It's off of Douglas, and I don't even know what street it is. I just turned right at the AM PM.
Harding?
Maybe. It's by the Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
Off
It's
of Douglas
Douglas and Harding.
Okay. So it's right there. I've been getting this chai there. They have a bunch of different types of chai. It's like spiced tea. And it is so damn good. And they're very friendly. I believe it's the owner and his wife or maybe sister. I don't know. But they're in there all the time. They're super nice. Shout out to Nick's Roasting Co. Really, really good.
Like a independent coffee spot.
I can't admittedly cannot vouch for the coffee. Have not had the coffee. Have had the masala tea though.
Okay.
Or it's pan chai with masala tea is what I order.
That sounds complicated. I'm not a big chai guy.
It turns out I love chai.
Yeah.
I just like mix me up something different this time, and it's always good. Oh yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, we are plugging stuff today. I don't understand why, but it's all right. We'll just keep doing it.
Free plug Fridays?
Yeah. We should do free plug Fridays.
I am hitting the Mochi Nut in Rancho Cordova today.
Yeah, and I'm wearing another Bartbridge hat, so let's do this.
Joe, you got any local brand you want to shout out? Oh, Joe's on the phone. Whoops. Sorry, Joe.
Uh-oh.
Is that our guy? No? Okay.
Are you sure he's not just shaking his head like it is our guy, but he's just like, oh my gosh.
Is the person you're on the phone with giving you a 9-team trade?
We can't hear him.
No, we can't. That's fine.
Wow.
He's hearing us, but we can't hear him. Yeah, right. Blink twice at the person's trying to give you a 9-team trade and also is like aggressive about it. Blink 3 times at the person said they're going to roll up and fight us at our next live event.
No.
If it's that person, I don't want
it.
Them
It is
on
a
the
very
radio.
nice person.
Okay, good.
It's Daniel from Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
And he wants to talk about Tyrese Haliburton.
Uh-oh.
Oh, a World Traveler. We love some World Traveler.
Oh, man. You know what?
That blueberry latte, bro.
The blueberry latte is off. The blueberry vanilla latte. And then their sandwiches, their breakfast sandwich is
I have not had a
off the
Sando there.
charts. It's off. It's way too big for me to eat in just
Sure.
Like I usually when I order a breakfast sandwich like with a media event, someone else eats the other half.
Sure.
Yeah. But that and their like lunch paninis are like bomb.
That's good to know. I've only ever had the only time I go there is when I go down to the arena.
Yeah.
That's so funny, Joe. My bad, dog.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The Elk Grove Kia talk line's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to shout out a local business, apparently that's just what we're doing today.
You also get to say hi to me.
You can talk to Joe, and while he's taking your call, we're going to mess with him while he's on the phone. It's going to be great.
Yep.
What was your pizza spot you shouted out earlier?
Old Town.
Old Town Pizza.
Oh yeah, shout out.
I got
Old
Nick's
Town.
Roasting Co. here in Roseville.
I got one.
World Traveler Coffee down by
Doco.
Golden One Center
Yeah,
or in
Doco.
Doco. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got your Bart Bridge hat on. We love Bart Bridge.
I got one. I'll do Roundhouse Deli right down here.
Oh, Roundhouse
Shout out
Deli.
Roundhouse
Very
Deli.
good. Very good spot.
Renee, the owner, remembered my name before I remembered his.
That's wild.
So that's why I was like, this dude is legit.
That's wild.
Yeah.
One time in Arizona, and I promise we'll get to the Kings here in a second. The Kings and the NBA Finals. There was this spot in Arizona. It was two like New York Italian guys. Is a pizza spot. It's really good, but their whole thing was like everybody's family. When you come here, like what is it, like Olive Garden-ish, right? When you're here, your family. It was that kind of deal. And all I heard from the people I worked with is like, dude, they remember your name. They remember your name. They remember your name. That was all. Everybody's like, it's insane. You go in there once and they remember your name. So I go in there. Guy shakes my hand. He's like, "What's your name?" I'm Mike or whatever his name was. It's like, I'm Kyle.
You forgot his name.
I forgot his name. I think it was Mike. And so I order the pizza, and he throws in. He's like, "Hey, here's our world famous garlic knots." Like, not world famous, come on. But he's like, "Here's our world famous garlic knots. I got those for you. Like, da da da. Those are on us. You know, welcome to the family. Blah blah blah. Kyle, great to meet you. Da da da." It's like, sick. That's great customer service. That's what I want. I go in there like legit the next week. It might have been 2 weeks later. This is 10 years ago now, so I don't remember exactly. But I go in there a week or two later. It was not a long time later. I walk in. I'm ready for him to be like, "My brother, welcome back. Kyle's here, everybody. We're fired up. Get him those garlic knots. We know what this guy wants." I walk in and he goes, sticks his hand across the counter and goes, "Hey, I'm Mike. What's your name?"
Oh no.
I'm Kyle. Dude, order my pizza. I'm dejected. I'm despondent. You know what he goes, "Hey, and we got some of our world famous garlic knots for you. Hey, those are on me." It's like, oh, you just do this for everyone? I'm not special. Didn't remember my name. Did the free knots thing again. Oh, man.
I did.
That was humiliating.
When I worked at Copeland Sports, I did have a local radio personality come in looking for racquetballs, strangely enough. I remember this. And one of those people that asks you your first name, shakes your hand, and then uses your first name in the conversation another 43 times to make you feel like you're
the only person in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found it so disingenuous and appalling. It was like, yeah, thanks, James. You know, James, I just can't wait to get out there, you know, like, and just kept doing it again and again and again and again. And I was like,
that makes my body hurt.
This is a bit, you know, like, so if you meet me out there by Doco or something and you come over and introduce yourself, just know that I'm horrible with names. If you're not wearing a name tag, the only way that my brain works is to look at your name tag, attach the name tag name to your face in my brain, and then I move on and I can remember your name. If not, I'm not going to remember your name at all.
At the next Insiders Live event, we're going to have "Hello, my name is" stickers.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I actually love that idea. We're going to do that.
Like, that's quality. Yeah, we can. That's it. That's easy. We'll expense it. Yeah, I'm terrible. We have a new guy at basketball next. I swear, we have a new guy in our engineering department, and Seth, our wonderful engineer, comes over and he introduces the guy to Joe and I. Introduce him. He goes, "Hey, my name's Matt. Matt, nice to meet you." Blah blah. And we just chop it up for a quick second. He leaves. As he walks away, I look at Joe and I go, "Hey, what was that guy's name?" Like, said his name. Like, I said it to try and Joe's like,
No. Okay, yeah, no. Throw me under the bus. You're right. I forgot to.
You're
I'm
much
so
better
bad with names.
You're much better at names in here than I am because I can't remember anyone's name.
Oh yeah, once I see a couple times, like I got, but when we first meet, it could be anyone. Like, I'm so bad. You will tell me your name. I will process your name. I will say your name back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you walk away, I'm like, was it Brian? Brad?
Dude, it's the handshake for me. I'm focused on the
yeah,
handshake.
Exactly. That's it. Like,
I have too many
hand.
things like in my brain that I've jammed in there.
Sure.
That I like remembering everyone's name that I run into is very
It's difficult. Like a full trash can. You put the thing on the top and it just rolls off.
Yeah.
I still wear a name tag. Like yeah.
You just wear a name tag.
I remember your name, Joe.
Okay, good.
It happens.
That's
all
good.
Right.
It may have taken a little while, but
that's James Ham. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. John behind the glass. And I want to talk about this question I sent you last night because I think it's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
At least it is for me. I hope it's interesting for you. And we'll get to your calls on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Daniel, I see you there. Hang on 1 second. Okay. To start this exercise, who are the Kings' 5 best dudes? Sabonis, 1.
Today, as of today.
As of right now.
Yeah.
Today.
Okay. Sabonis,
1. Levine, 2.
Okay.
Yep. In no order. No order.
Okay. No order
works.
makes sense. Yeah.
Sabonis, 1. Levine, 2. Keegan?
Yep.
I would put him in there.
Yep.
DeMar's in there.
Yep.
Are we going Keon Ellis?
I'm going Malik Monk.
Yeah, Monk.
Yeah,
that's the 5 best. Okay. So Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. That's our 5. So that's the 5 guys we're talking about when I say the Kings' 5 best dudes. It's Monk, LaVine, DeRozan, Murray, Sabonis. Okay. That's established for this exercise. I don't want to really argue about that. That's just where we're at. Okay. If you have a different 4th or 5th person, you can include them in your brain for this. Would you rather have those 5 dudes, and we'll start with Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma City's 7 best bench dudes? So you can have Monk, LaVine, DeRozan, Murray, Sabonis, or Alex Caruso, Cason Wallace, Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins, AJ Mitchell, Kenrich Williams, and Jalen Williams. Because I think I'm going with the Thunder's bench dudes.
The other Jalen Williams. So this isn't the
Jay Will, not J Dub.
Yeah,
Jay Will, the Arkansas Jalen Williams, not the All-Star.
I mean, I think I'm going Kings just because of the high-end talent.
Okay.
Although I think that group of players can fit and can win a lot of games.
That's okay. And that's where, when I was watching the Thunder and watching Mark Daigneault last night, here's some AJ Mitchell for you. Hey, we're just going to start Cason Wallace. Let's just see how this goes. When I was watching them do that last night, and I know Cason Wallace started last night, but I put him in this group because he typically doesn't start.
Yeah.
I think those dudes go really well together. And I think it's so much easier to start building a foundation around guys like that than it would be with the Kings 5 guys. You're right. The high-end talent is better. And if you put the 5 best Thunder bench guys against those 5 Kings, the 5 Kings probably win. But I think when you start talking team building, and we've already talked about this some on this station, how cumbersome Zach LaVine's contract is.
Yeah.
What's DeMar DeRozan's value? What are you doing with Keegan Murray? Is Domantas Sabonis a player who's going to be here? And if he is, what kind of value are you going to get with his contract? I think there are so many question marks there. There's question marks with the contract, with some of the contracts. There's question marks with the fit. I think if you just have those 7 Thunder bench dudes, it's like, hey, here's a really nice foundation, specifically defensively. There's some guys who will take and make threes. Cool. Now what do we need to add to that? I would rather have to add to that group than figure out whatever the hell the Kings have to figure out with this group.
No, I'm with you. I would also say, like, if I want to flip this exercise on its head a little bit,
please do.
Like, if we line up the 5 that we said, I actually would take Alex Caruso over Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Cason Wallace, I would not take over Zach LaVine just because Zach LaVine is an elite scorer, right? Isaiah Joe, again, I'm not taking Isaiah Joe or Aaron Wiggins over DeMar DeRozan. And I'm not taking, Kenrich Williams or Jalen Williams.
Yeah, like I said, pound for pound, it's not.
Yeah.
But the talent,
But
If
there
you're
are
ranking
players
talent-wise.
here that I would, not only that, but we can get into a different discussion later about Case and Wallace or Andrew Nemhard. But I think that there is, like, the Kings should be looking at these teams and going, okay, number one, how do I emulate that? Number two, is there a way that one or two of these players like don't fit their long-term plan?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm kind of like, okay, like, how can I get in here? And
I would any of them.
Yeah.
They all fit a little bit different roles, but just the type of player the Kings need.
Yeah.
And they've already been in, I thought Anthony Slater's answer today. I asked him, Anthony Slater, who's covering the Oklahoma City Thunder for the Athletic / the New York Times, but he does, of course, Kings and Warriors stuff out here during the regular season. I asked him about Case and Wallace and how you take a top 10 pick and get him to buy into the coming off the bench, defense, cutting, shooting threes. How do you get him to buy into that? And he basically just said, this is the culture they've established.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Presti has been establishing this culture for 2 decades now, or a decade and a half. And this is what you do when you come to Oklahoma City, and there's an understanding of that. I think if you get more players like that in the building, and we talked about this the other day, like the priority of finding the right players, I think more than the skill sets, more than is Isaiah Joe better than player X? Maybe not pound for pound fundamentally between the lines, but if you can add a player who just comes from that background, saw with Jake LaRavia, different culture in Memphis, but that hard-nosed, you're going to fly around defensively, you're going to be unselfish on offense, you're going to go in and you're going to try and grab every rebound, you're going to dive for every loose ball. Like, you see that in the way Jake LaRavia plays. If you can get a player from Oklahoma City, or we'll talk about the Pacers in a second, or from the Pacers where, hey, they know that's the style of basketball that they know, I think that's so important.
Yeah. So I've had plenty of conversations with people around the team, and one of the things that stands out to me is that exact thing. We, the team right now is really, really focused on trying to build that exact identity. A team that represents the community, a team that is blue collar, a team that plays hard each and every night, that can basically go 500 just by showing up every night and giving 100% effort every single minute they're on the court. And that's something that they're trying to do right now. It's part of the Doug Christie mantra. It's also part of the Scott Perry mantra. They're hoping to build a culture like this, and you got to stick with it. That's the biggest issue here. Like, for me, Sam Presti's been there forever. Kevin Pritchard has been in Indiana forever. These coaches have been around these teams for, a couple of years now. And they've been allowed to grow and build this brand of basketball that each of these teams embrace. And that is the first step for the Kings. We talk about finding the point guard. We talk about finding the head of the snake and all that stuff. Realistically, this team didn't play hard every night.
Nope.
And that was the case under Mike Brown, and it was the case under Doug Christie. And it didn't matter how many times Doug had a players only meeting, a coaches only meeting, a starters only meeting, like whatever. They didn't play. There were certain nights where you're just like, throw your hands up and like, hey, look, there are a lot of people here in this building at home that spent a lot of money to be here. And you're acting like you don't care. You don't care about the money that they spent. And maybe money doesn't mean anything to you, but that family of 4 is $600 into this night. And, and they still haven't got out of the parking garage for $35 or whatever. And
this might be the only game they go to all year.
And it might be the first time they've ever gone to a game.
Can you imagine? And I'm sure this happened. Family of 4, we'll just say family of 4. Mom, dad, brother, sister. They go to a Kings game. Mom and dad, Kings fans, are trying to make their kids Kings fans. And you picked last year's Indiana game to go to. Where the Kings just punted. Like from the opening tip. That's not going to make anybody fall in love with basketball. And I kind of think that's the mantra that Doug Christie is preaching.
Well, yeah, that, and like I had asked him about their home and road record, and he actually snapped at me and said, hey, No. What's my record at home? And I'm like, well, like, I got to be honest. That doesn't matter. Your team's record at home.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, but what is my record at home? Okay, you're above 500. I'll give you that, Doug. I get it. But the fact is your players didn't take the first half of the season seriously and got thumped on their home court way too often. This always brings me back to like a conversation I had with Scott Moak. And Scott Moak told me that they understand that the basketball will, there's ebbs and flows, especially in Sacramento, of good basketball and bad basketball. But it's their job as a staff, as a crew, to create a unique individual experience that you understand that there are hundreds of people in that building every single night that have never been to a game, that have spent so much of their hard-earned money to get there and are so excited to be there. And you need to think of that every single moment of the game, every timeout, every little thing that you're doing on the court. It is to impress somebody and to leave them with a feeling that they, whether the team won or lost, they had a really good time. And that's something that stands out. But I also, at some point, the team has to respect that as well. And I don't think they have over the last couple of years.
Doug went 14-10 at home, just for the record.
Yeah, I think at that point, I think he was 13-9.
Finished,
something like that.
Yeah, finished with 4 straight losses to the Bulls, Bucks, Celtics, and Thunder, beat the Blazers, lost to the Nuggets and Clippers, beat the Suns, and of course lost in the play-in game to the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
Oof. A game that looked like they quit in, by the way. That Dallas game.
Not great.
Not great. Anyways, we'll continue this exercise. I got one more step to it, and then we'll continue talking about the finals. And there's a couple of Kings things from this week that we have been pushing off, and we're going to try and get to it today. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports City.
What's happening, Chatty House?
Did you guys by any chance see what happened in the Braves game yesterday?
No.
So the Braves have been struggling this year. Let me get their exact record. After yesterday's loss, they are now 27-34. They were much better than that last season. They went 89-73. Last year, the year before that, they were 104-58. So this is a team that expects to be in the mix, and they're 27-34. Yesterday, they were up 10-4 going into the ninth, and gave up 7 in the ninth, and lost 11-10.
What?
And I went on Atlanta radio. They were doing like a Falcons preview, opponent preview thing, and so they hit me for, not to brag, they hit me to talk about the Niners. And at the end, I said, "Hey, when," and the guys, it was a fine conversation. I was like, "Hey, when the 49ers and Falcons play on October 19th, is Brian Snitker still going to be the manager in Atlanta?" And the guy goes, "Nah, I don't think so. This was rock bottom today." Like, he got so sad. Oh no. I was expecting to be like, "Oh, hey, good." No, he did not. He very seriously answered my question.
Well, they have all the A's big bats. They just kept collecting A's big bats. Matt Olson. Yeah. Sean Murphy.
Sean Murphy, whose claim to fame is taking a fastball off the ass. That's so wild.
Yeah, it's crazy, though.
They have Nick Allen now, too.
Oh, that's true.
I thought they had one more former A.
They probably have one in the bullpen or something.
Murphy, Olson, Nick Allen. Played 52 games for them, by the way.
Both of those dudes just stop. I mean, Murphy's got 9 homers and Olson has 12. It's just like one's batting 224, one's batting 237. Their team batting average is horrible.
Jurickson Profar, A's legend. Chadwick Trump, Giants legend.
Oh, Profar's there?
Yeah. Is he hurt? I think he might be hurt.
Profar's
never mind.
Like 16 plate appearances.
Profar just loves getting into arguments with the people in the stands. It's like a running thing.
Grant Holmes is an A, right?
Yeah.
He never pitched at the big club, but he was definitely in their system. I'd know that face anywhere.
Yep.
Jesse Chavez, A's legend.
Boy, half their team are former A's. That's crazy. They've got a guy named Aaron Bummer. That's a great name. What a bummer.
Yeah, shout out Aaron Bummer. That is a good
They have
name.
Aaron Bummer and Scott Blewett.
Oh. What a bummer. You blew it. Yeah, that is a great combo.
Oh no.
What was that?
Someone got sentled on Twitter.
About what?
I don't know. That's his name.
It is. It's his name.
Blewett. His name is Blewett, and he's a reliever. That's tough. It's like being a pitcher and being named Ball 4.
Grant Ball 4.
Josh Outman.
I love
good
that.
pitcher name.
That's a great pitcher name.
James Outman, the outfielder. Not a good name.
Have I ever told? I have a buddy who has like a whole entire theory on player names being like how you his prime example is always like, hey, the A's drafted Todd Van Poppel. He's never going to be good. I'm like, why? He's like, Van Poppel is a horrible baseball name.
That's facts.
That's a real thing. Baseball names. Is a
yeah,
real
he's
thing.
like, no, that's just garbage. Like he's always going to be trash. Sure enough, he was.
Nominative determinism, which is like your name determines what you do. Like Chris Moneymaker is a poker player. Is one of my favorite things.
Oh, okay.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Kenneth Gainwell, good running back name. It's a great point by our guy Chris.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett, Leasy and Soren, bad quarterback name.
Drunkenmiller was never going to be
It's Druckenmiller, but yeah.
Druckenmiller.
Not a good quarterback name.
Not a good quarterback name. That was never going to work out.
Jackson Dart, good quarterback name.
Oh, yeah, that's a good quarterback name. Or a good running back or wide receiver name.
Anyways, we're back. Yeah, it is Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett. Sorry about that, Spectre. You're right. I had another version of this Kings thing. And it's a little bit the same. And I guess this speaks more to, we talked so much about the Thunder bench. And you talked about this yesterday. Like we talk all about the Thunder depth. Well, the Pacers aren't bad in that area. And so if you take out Haliburton and Siakam, that leaves you with Nembhard, Nesmith, Andrew Nembhard, Aaron Nesmith, Miles Turner, Obi Toppin, TJ McConnell, Benedict Mathurin, and Ben Shepherd. Are you taking that group over the Kings' best 5 players? Because that includes a couple of starters with Nembhard and Nesmith and Turner. At least Nesmith started yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I might take that group.
I think I'm taking
the
that
Nembhard, Nesmith, Turner, Toppin, McConnell, Mathurin, and Shepherd. Yeah,
That's a good ass team. Just that's by itself.
Yeah, that's a 40+ win team.
It's a good group.
It is. It is a good group. I totally agree. Like, I think that was one of the other things that when I'm watching these two teams play, like, first of all, like Nembhard starts. So like it's difficult, and they just signed him to a contract extension and stuff like that. But if I'm the Kings, this is the type of basketball player I'm looking at around the league. Like you're looking for a starting level point guard, right? For somebody that you're looking at that's underutilized on their team. And I know Nembhard starts, right? But that doesn't mean he's not underutilized, because I think he's a player that if he had his own team, he would actually be much, much better than the 10 points and 5 assists per game that he averaged. It's because playing alongside Tyrese Haliburton is really, really difficult, right?
Yeah, he's off the ball a lot more than he probably should be.
Yeah. So I think that if I'm the Kings, like I'm starting to compile a short list of players. And again, Nembhard is under contract for 3 years after this year at 18.1, 19.5, and 21. So he actually got paid, right?
Mhm.
He didn't get like a super long-term deal, but a 3-year 60 is pretty solid.
Yeah.
If I'm the Kings, I'm looking at Nembhard and I'm also looking at Cason Wallace, who again, like we talked to Slater yesterday, Cason Wallace is a guy who was Mr. Basketball in Texas. He was a point guard. He's always been a point guard. All of
Yeah.
a sudden, he's not allowed to do any of that stuff there.
All of a sudden, he's Keon Ellis.
Yeah, yeah. And I think these players have more to give.
In terms of role, not skill set. Go on.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. No, as you're right. He is, for them, that's what they've converted him to.
Right.
But I still think that these are the types of players that I'm looking at and going, okay, number one, winning culture.
Mhm.
Number two, roll with a winning culture.
Yeah.
And number three, major untapped potential that we aren't being able to see at the NBA level. And so if I'm the Kings, and I would consider going with, going to Indiana and saying, hey, I'll give you a first round, an unrestricted first round pick and a future lottery protected pick for a guy like Andrew Nembhard. If I'm
Probably
going,
have to give up a lot more than that.
I don't know. Like, that's a lot, man. You're talking 2 first round picks. Like, that's a team
Yeah,
that,
for a starting shooting guard on a team that's up 1-0 in the finals.
but who averaged 10 points a game. And so, like, I get it. And especially for a team that already has a guy like Benedict Mathurin, they've got a guy like Neesmith that's coming up. They've got McConnell. Like, they have other options.
I know this is separate from the discussion we're having, but averaged 10 points a game, but also took the second biggest shot of the night last night, can handle the basketball, plays awesome defense. And in the playoffs, so check this out. Andrew Nembhard career, 9.6 points a night, 2.7 boards, 4.6 assists on 46.4% from the field and 33.5% from three.
Mhm.
In the playoffs for his career, 14 points a night, 3.3 boards, 5.3 assists, 51.4% from the field, and 47.6% from three. This dude in the big moments elevates.
Absolute
And
baller.
gets better. I don't think there's any reason that Indiana would want to part ways with him.
No, I get
I don't
that.
know what their financial stuff looks like, and but maybe it's not Nembhard specifically, but I agree wholeheartedly that there are players around the league. Every team, the NBA is so talented. Every team has players. Maybe not every team. There are a lot of teams that have players on their bench, the Cason Wallaces of the world, players starting, the Andrew Nembhards of the world, where if you get them into a different situation, you get them into Sacramento where, hey, you're going to have the keys. Cason Wallace, hey, salute for all the hard work you did defensively and as a 3-and-D guy with Oklahoma City. Now you're a starting point guard here.
Yeah.
And finding players like that, and again, maybe it's not Cason Wallace. Maybe Oklahoma City loves him. Or maybe Nembhard, maybe Indiana just loves Andrew Nembhard and they're never going to let him go. He's part of their core. But go find the different version of that player on another roster.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at these. I think there are players, even on these teams, that you can look at and say, hey, look, are they willing to give Ben Shepherd and Benedict Mathurin a longer look? Are they worried about their long-term financial flexibility as a roster? Again, Miles Turner is an unrestricted free agent this summer, and I think everybody expects him to sign back there.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is they're $165 million in dedicated salary for next season without a player like that, without, some of their other bench players. And so if I'm the Kings, I'm calling on these teams and saying, hey, you got a couple of young guards that I think could be a starter for our team at the point guard position. And, maybe they say no. But again, I'm not saying, hey, go do the Kevin Huerter trade where you're giving up a future lottery protected first round pick. I'm talking, you go buy this guy out. You go give them $20 million. You give them a couple of first round picks because you believe in those players.
Sure.
And there's a possibility that some of these teams, they're like, okay,
you make the call. You make that call. Maybe the Pacers laugh. Maybe they go, no, no, he's untouchable.
Of course.
Hang up.
Yeah.
But you got to make the call. I totally agree. Like I said, I would be shocked if they moved on, especially if they win the finals. But man, he's a hell of a player.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. He wasn't even that good last night. 4 for 11, 2 for 6 from three, but hey, SGA on him, 6-point game late. Right? Here's this crossover step back triple
Showed up.
in your eye.
Mhm.
That's so crazy. What a fun basketball game that was.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it.
I'm so happy that my thought on the series was wrong. Because I was so afraid that this was going to be Thunder by 18, Thunder by 9, Thunder by 6, and Thunder by 25.
Mhm.
Maybe squeeze in a Pacers winning that. But like they were going to largely be uninteresting. And instead we get an iconic finals game in game 1. It's just if anybody at this point, like if you did not at some point last night turn that game on, you call yourself a basketball fan, but you went, you know what? OKC and Indiana, uninterested. I don't follow those teams. Give me Knicks, give me Lakers. Give me Boston. If it's not one of those teams, I'm not interested. If you didn't turn on that game last night or you weren't following it and turned it on at some point down the stretch, you just don't like basketball.
I take it to another level, man. If I'm like this Sunday when the series continues, I'm going to invite friends over.
It is yes.
I'm going to invite non-basketball watching friends that would watch the Super Bowl, but don't typically like, hey, no, like this is unbelievable basketball. What we saw last night was we got to see a moment.
So high level.
Like how many times you get to see a moment, and it's not well in this playoffs. Like Tyrese Haliburton's created like 4 of them, 4 or 5.
5 now.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild what he's doing. But like this is becoming must-see TV, and I think this is what the league should be looking for. It shouldn't care about things like television markets or, and for that matter, ask your television partners to shut up. Like, stop talking about that. Stop making it such a big deal because you're just driving people away for no reason, reason at all. Because this right now, these are the best 2 teams in the NBA.
Yes,
there's no question. They're the best 2 teams in the NBA,
which I think is really fun. Because we've talked about the passing of the torch to, from the LeBron, Steph, KD era to the SGA, Tyrese Haliburton, Anthony Edwards, Luka, Wemby, this era, right? And then you've got Jokic, who's kind of a weird tweener. But we've talked about that handoff, but I also think you're seeing a handoff to a different style of team build.
Yeah.
Where it's not just go get whatever star you can. I'm so interested to see if the finals this year impact Kevin Durant's market or Giannis Antetokounmpo's market. Where in the past you might have had teams that just like, get me Giannis in the door. Let's go. We'll give you everything. Here's 6 picks and here's our 4 best players. We'll just take Giannis and figure it out. That's not going to work anymore, man. Because you're going to run into the Pacers who are just going to run circles around you. Or you're going to run into the Thunder who are just going to run circles around you. And obviously SGA is a megastar. Like I get it. This is not, but you're not going to gut your team to try and get that player because we're seeing depth. We're seeing defense. We're seeing role players hitting threes. We're seeing that become so much more important than just the raw star power at the top of your roster.
Yeah.
Because if that was the case, Golden State would be in the finals right now. Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry. Yeah, get him. But no, they didn't have enough depth. They weren't good enough.
Nope.
We weren't even good enough to beat Minnesota.
The Knicks were star-studded.
Very top-heavy.
Yeah, and I expect them to try to do this again, even more top-heavy. Will they chase Giannis? Will they chase Kevin Durant? The answer is yeah, they probably will.
They probably will, but I'm interested to see, are they going to gut their team for it? Or are they going to go, you know what? Here's Cat. Here's Deuce McBride and some picks.
Yeah.
We need to keep this team together. We need to supplement this. We need players to supplement Giannis.
Yeah.
We're not going to give you all the players because then you're hustling backwards.
Yeah, I saw someone put out there like a trade built around OG Anunoby and a future first round pick and some other player Mitchell Robinson that made the money work for Kevin Durant. And I'm like, okay, that might be what we see.
Yeah.
But it's a team who's literally chasing like something that's fleeting, that's slipping between their fingers and they don't know how to stop it. And,
already fired the coach.
Yep.
Man, going to be a really, really interesting offseason in the NBA. But we got the finals to get through first, man. I'm locking in for game 2. I'm planning my Sunday around game 2.
Yep.
Can't wait. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We've got more NBA Finals. We've got more Kings coming up for you in the second hour on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento's sports leader. I spilled chai on my rundown. Okay. I'm trying to look at my rundown without... Hi, everyone. Oh, I have my digital one right here. We're good. We're good. Joe, relax. Relax. We're good. Anyways. Yeah, it feels like they wrestled that away from OKC a little bit, huh? Ooh. I'm going to be totally honest. I have not watched enough Deuce McBride to have a take on this. I'm trying to think of who I know that watches enough Deuce McBride who would have a take on that, so I can ask them. My instinct is no, but like I said, I've watched 40 minutes of Deuce McBride basketball in my life. Probably more than that, but. Oh, hey, John Poles. I thought it was, the problem is I thought it was empty. Look at this. Look at this, Joe. It's like one drop. I mean, I guess there's a little more than that in there.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thanks. Don't tell Seth.
We'll pivot.
Don't tell Seth. Yeah, Ricky Pearsall's hurt already. That's a tough scene. Beyond that, I don't. It's probably bad for me given what I do for work. I just don't get that wrapped up in OTAs. Like, I know Larry Krueger's been around for forever. He's watched way more football than I have, but I can't bring myself to be like, wow, Nick Martin is an absolute baller because of what he did. Like, you're running around without pads on. My biggest lesson from OTAs was when I was doing Titan stuff. And there was this running back from Cal. I forget his name. Kalfani Muhammad, I think was his name. Balled out in OTAs. Hour number 2, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. James, don't say anything right now. I want to get this 49ers take out real quick before we get back to the NBA. Chris Ochoa in the chatty house asked if I had any takeaways from Niners OTAs. I don't like injury stuff is all that really matters to me out of OTAs in the NFL. I don't care who's lining up with starters necessarily. I don't care really who, like, it's something to flag for training camp. If, Nick Martin, the rookie is running with the ones at the will linebacker spot, but I don't, I'm not going to be like, oh, wow, Nick Martin is going to start now. Like, no, it's just, it's OTAs. They're figuring out where guys are at. And then the 40 days away between OTAs and training camp is where, they'll really make some hay in the offseason. And then they'll try and hit the ground running in camp. My biggest cautionary tale came when I was covering the Tennessee Titans for Titans Wire. Shout out TitansWire.com. And they had this rookie from Cal. I think it was a 7th round pick, and I think his name was Kalfani Muhammad. And he is just a little scat back type, and he lit it up at OTAs. Like, was just everybody was talking about him. He's amazing. Oh my God, he might start. This is the DeMarco Murray, Derrick Henry era of the Titans. And before Derrick Henry got unleashed. And it was like, wow, they're going to have this awesome, smaller running back to kind of go with their bigger bruising backs. And then the pads came on and the guy disappeared. The guy just could not figure it out once he was getting hit. And I think that's such an important aspect of football is, can you play once you're going to get hit? It's the reason we go, hey, could Usain Bolt play in the NFL? Like, probably not. You're going to get leveled at some point, or you're going to get hit when you're trying to get off the line or whatever it is. And how do you respond to that? And so I don't have a ton of stuff from OTAs to give you. because I largely take it with a significant grain of salt. Like I said, the big deal for me is that Ricky Pearsall's hurt already, dealing with a hamstring injury. Dealt with a hamstring injury in training camp last year that cost him a bunch of weeks. That's the biggest thing for me. Christian McCaffrey got through it healthy, as far as we know. Great sign. Nick Bosa, Trent Williams. Trent Williams showed up and participated a little bit in OTAs, which is a good sign. Fred Warner healthy. That's kind of where it's at for me. So that's your 49ers update. Also, it sounds like the Raiders are having just a blast playing football.
Oh,
And Pete Carroll has immediately changed the culture there. I have no idea if the Raiders are going to be any good, but it feels like they're trending the right direction in a way that doesn't feel like, hey, it doesn't feel like a pipe dream.
yeah.
So shout out to Pete Carroll and John Spytek. Jackson Powers Johnson, the center they drafted last year, said this is the most fun he's ever had playing football.
Well, that's cool.
And that's just like, man, that's that kind of thing in OTAs. That's a good start. That's good. You're establishing, a rapport with the coaching staff. You're learning the playbook. You're getting in meetings. The fact that he's having a good time doing it, that's a great sign. So we'll have tons of Raiders and 49ers stuff for you once training camp begins. We got mandatory mini camps coming up. And then at the end of July, training camps will get fired up. And that's when we'll really start getting into the nitty gritty of where those teams are at heading into this season. All right. The NBA. What do you want to do here? Do you want to do some Kings? You want to talk more finals? I don't think I really have anything else on the game last night, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a spectacular game, and now we move on to the next.
I think the thing I liked so much about it is what we were talking about earlier. There's nothing that happened where I went, oh, well, that's just not sustainable. That was a crazy comeback. Like, no, it was a nice comeback. It was a good comeback. 9 points with 2:52 left, but that's not unheard of. Like, that's not. Now, I know there was a stat that teams down by 7 with X amount of time to go were 0-121 or whatever it was, but it was not. Aaron Nesmith went 5 for 5 in a 3-minute stretch from 3 and hit some crazy shots. It wasn't, oh, the Thunder just missed, man. The Thunder missed a lot of makeable shots, and they're going to make those, and it'll be a wrap next time. Like, no, the Pacers played really good defense, forced the Thunder into some really tough shots, and then on the other end, distributed the basketball, found good shots, took good shots, and made good shots. It was the Pacers just out-executed the Thunder down the stretch, and that's what made it so interesting.
They've done that, though, time and time again throughout the playoffs. This is their identity.
Yeah,
it's like the never say die, team. It's the team that you have got to play the entire 48 minutes. If you're not going to play all the way to the finish, you're leaving a door open for them to beat you.
Yeah,
and I think the Knicks learned the hard way. The Cavs learned the hard way. Like, this is a very, very good team, and we're watching them ascend at the absolute perfect time. And I think that's a lot of time you need to be playing, the winner of these games can be just the team that's playing the best, that's been building up to something and playing the best at the right moment in the season. And I think what we're seeing is a team that is playing the best going up against the best team in the league.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's a great series.
Yeah.
So.
Somebody said the Pacers hit like 5 threes in a row, though, which is not typically sustainable. And I tend to agree. It was 4 threes I'm sorry. They made 4 out of 5 threes from 8:47 to 6:16 in the fourth quarter. But here's why I think this is sustainable. It was Obi Toppin assisted. I think the assists are fun here. Assisted by Andrew Nembhard. It was an open 3. It was an open look. And that's the thing, is they were generating good looks. And if you're making good looks, I don't view that as unsustainable. And I don't view 4 out of 5 from 3 as unsustainable. Then you get Miles Turner, who makes a 3 on an assist from Tyrese Haliburton. And then you get Obi Toppin again on an assist from Aaron Nesmith. And then you get Miles Turner again on an assist from Andrew Nembhard. It's sharing the ball. It's finding the right shot. And that's what, and there were some misses in there too. There were some turnovers in there too. But as they're hitting those threes, they're playing good defenses. They're forcing misses on the other end. I was so freaking impressed with Indiana last night. And I said it yesterday. They've done this all playoffs. I didn't think they'd be able to do it against Oklahoma City, and lo and behold, they just did it. That's a good ass team, dude. Like you said, this is the 2 best teams in the NBA. It's just with Denver a couple years ago in 2023, 23 they won. Yeah. When Denver won, they were the best team in the West that year. But I went, you know what? I need to see them do this in the playoffs. Like I need to see it. And then they just went and did it. Like they did it. They proved me wrong. That's what Indiana's in the process of doing. And whether they win this series or lose this series in 5 or 6 games, whatever it is, I need to see nothing more from Indiana. Indiana is just a good team. And going into next year, barring a catastrophic injury or barring some insane trade, I will be picking Indiana to be one of the best teams in the East again next year. It's not going to be, it was a fluke. They didn't. I've seen it. They've done it.
Yeah, this is not fluky.
The Pacers are sick.
This is not when they get. I mean, at the end of this series, they will have faced a 64-win team, like a 56-win Knicks team. What was the Knicks?
No, the Knicks won 51.
51.
They only won one more game than Indiana.
But then a 68-win team.
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, if you can win against those, I don't care who played for the Cavs and who didn't.
And the Knicks were coming in after beating Boston.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is, they've proven it to me that they're a good team. And that's why, like, I looked at this series a little differently. I just think, I did not think it would go. I didn't think it would be a sweep. And, of course, it's not going to be a sweep. But, like, 5-6 games, I'm looking more at 6 for OKC. I'm not counting OKC out because I think that they learned a very, very valuable lesson. At least you hope they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
your OKC and 6 prediction looks great right now.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, I mean, it just if there was a path to this getting to 6 games, it was Indiana winning one of the first 2.
Yep.
So we'll see after game 2 how it looks. Here's a couple more just fascinating things from this game last night. Fun facts. I'm gonna give you actual fun facts. Unlike Kenny Caraway on D'Lo and Casey yesterday, there was 1 tie in that game yesterday.
Oh,
and I believe it was 10-10. Yeah, Andrew Nembhard made a 3 with 7:07 to go in the first quarter that tied it at 10. That was the only tie in the game yesterday.
Wow.
Which means there was 1 lead change, and it was on Tyrese Haliburton's jumper
with 0.3.
With 0.3 seconds left. They led for 0.3 seconds. That's insane.
Yeah. So we talk about this all the time. Like, you got to play the full 48.
Mm-hmm.
They literally played 47 minutes, 59 seconds, and 0.7 of a second.
7/10.
7/10. They
Oklahoma City led for 46 minutes and 29 seconds of game time.
Yeah.
Lost.
That's crazy.
Also, scoring leaders. The Thunder had the leading scorer in every single quarter.
Well, their leading scorer also scored twice as many points as the Pacers' leading scorer.
Insane.
They got 38 out of Shea, and Pascal Siakam led with 19 points. Like, it wasn't like, look at the stats. They don't even show like a team that blew up. Like, nobody had like an obscene game.
They turned it over 25 times. That's the most times they turned it over in a game all year. And the Thunder only turned it over 7 times.
Yeah.
That's still just methodical, just churn. Nope, doesn't matter. We're just going to keep doing our thing.
That's where the shot discrepancy comes in.
Yeah.
The, like, what was it, 82 to 96 or 98 shots to 82.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the turnovers. And the fact that they weren't able to capitalize on the turnovers is very, very rare.
Yeah. Yeah. 11 points off 25 turnovers is just a phenomenal job by Indiana.
Yeah.
You heard Doris Burke talk a lot about dead ball turnovers last night. And I think we saw a lot of that. The other thing, and I wade very carefully into these waters, but it relates a little bit to what we talked about with the Kings offense this year and just how they got easier to defend when it turned into ISO heavy basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a huge difference that we saw between Oklahoma City and Indiana. Where down the stretch, it was Jalen Williams or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was going to shoot it. They were going to try and get to the paint. They were going to try and draw a foul. That was going to be their offense. And Indiana was cool living with anybody else taking a shot. So again, talking down the stretch of the game when, 7 minutes left and it's a 15-point game or whatever it was.
Yep.
Indiana, on the other hand, you had, I talked about this earlier, in the fourth quarter, Tyrese Haliburton, 4 field goal attempts, Pascal Siakam, 2, Nembhard, 5, Neesmith, 3, Turner, 4, Toppin, 2, Mathurin, 3. It is a system that they stick to. It's a little chaotic. It's a little scrambly. It's very fast-paced, but they stick to it. They don't get into tight spots in games and go, okay, give it to Ty and everybody clear out. Ty, you go score. They'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
There's times they'll do that. If they think that if Tyrese Haliburton likes a matchup one-on-one, everybody's cleared out. Okay, I'm going to go one-on-one with Giannis. I'm going to score here. There's times they'll do that. But for large swaths of the game, it is sticking to their offense, their scheme. Everybody trusts everyone to make the right pass, to take the right shot. And I watch this and I hope Scott Perry's watching. I hope Doug Christie's watching. I hope the Kings in general are watching and going, wow, look at how well this works. Look at how well it works when you keep everybody involved. And again, the Kings aren't the only team that goes ISO down the stretch and all that. I get it. But it's what you and I talked about a lot this year.
Yeah, I think, and we also, we always had Doug break down the shot clock into what is it, the 8 second? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the first 8 seconds, you're getting the ball across the timeline. You're getting maybe an early option. Maybe an early transition bucket. That next 8 seconds, you're in your offense. You're trying to flow. Mm-hmm. You're trying to move. You're on all that stuff. The last 8 seconds, you're really super hyper focused on getting it to somebody who can get in. Mm-hmm. They can do the ISO play. Mm-hmm. They can score for you. And I think too often we saw the ISO play started at 18 seconds.
Yeah.
And not end until like 2 seconds on the clock. And it was just like painful, ugly, not conducive basketball. And I'll say this, that part of the problem that I think OKC had is that they didn't move the ball, that they got sticky and they started to play this style of basketball. Yep. And that is Shea and it is Jalen Williams, but they're also way better when they're moving, when other people are hitting big shots.
Yep.
Again, you mentioned Lou Dort, like wide open in the corner. That is just like, that's modern day basketball. You've got to be able to move the ball and hit those shots.
Yep.
I also think that, when you build a system like Indiana, where everybody feels like they're part of it, everybody, how many big shots at the end of the shot clock did Indiana have last night with guys hitting three pointers from the corners that had no business hitting those shots?
Yep.
And that's because that's who they are.
Everybody's involved all game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not, hey, Obi Toppin, you haven't shot a shot since the first quarter. Take the biggest shot of the game, please.
Yeah.
Andrew Nembhard, you're never going to take a shot. Oh, hey, we need you right now. We need you in this spot. You do it. Like it stays that way the whole game, and they don't really get into these situations where they need to go ISO because they're constantly moving the ball. They're getting the ball across the timeline so quickly. They're getting into their offense. Everybody just knows what to do, knows where to be. I know. I don't know one assist for Oklahoma City in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Compared to 6 for Indiana.
It's just not sustainable, man.
It's not.
No,
it's really not. They also got out rebounded 15-6 in the fourth quarter. Oklahoma City did.
Because they missed a bunch of shots.
They missed a bunch of shots.
Yeah.
And Indiana, I hate, wanted it more. Indiana just looked like it wanted it more down the stretch last night.
I just think that OKC looked around like we beat every team like this. And we just expect to win because this is how we play. And we're, the defensive chaos that they bring, you're assuming you're going to win every game because that's how good they are. And they just got punched in the face.
I'm so interested to see in game 2 if that was a wake-up call or a oh no moment.
Yeah.
Is that a crack in the foundation or are we going to see Oklahoma City back in force for game 2? Can't wait. That game is Sunday. We'll be locked into it. Hope you will be as well right here on ESPN 1320. Let's get to some Kings. There's a few things we've held off throughout the week that I want to make sure we're getting to here on the Insiders in the second hour. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. John Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Did you call him John?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's a callback to forgetting
John
people's names.
Twice now. I know what's going on.
That's funny.
I'm gonna call in John instead of Don. That's actually kind of a good.
Oh, we never did get to that caller.
That's fine.
Sorry
Call
about
back.
that. Sorry about that
Hey, congratulations, Scooter. Salute.
for being a new
Congrats
member.
on your new member.
Chatty House has got my back. They are not having any of this John Brazil.
Chocolate.
Hey man, Giuseppe Guatemala. How about that?
That's hilarious.
Everyone's like, John? Yeah, that's the joke, guys. 'Cause I forget names. That's what we were talking about earlier. Oof.
Seriously, they wrote an entire article on SF Gate about the massive warning track in Sacramento
Is it massive?
and how it's this ballpark flaw is impacting A's games. It doesn't look that crazy. I don't know.
I've not noticed.
No, I saw, again, people have slipped recently. Like I've noticed that, but like it's a day game and it's super hot and like I'm not quite sure why people are slipping. Like maybe you're overwatering because you're trying to keep the field looking fresh, and the field so far looks beautiful. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've noticed
not.
anything out of the ordinary.
I also don't have to play on it, so I have no idea.
Well, I'd also say this. It seems like the A's are the only one who have any problems with some of these issues. Like everybody else seems to be able to go in there and play defense and rake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't, like, sorry.
Hmm.
Hi, Charlie.
How are you?
Charlie's got a name tag on.
I just wanted to introduce myself.
Yeah, hi. If you want to show everybody your name tag. Yeah.
Oh man, here we
I'm
go.
starting the name tag thing right
Alright.
now. So
Hello.
Perfect.
Hello, my name is Charlie. Well, I'll remember your name now.
Perfect.
I couldn't resist. And happy
Yes.
weekend, everyone, and medulla oblongata.
Bang, bang.
There it is.
I was telling you guys
Nice.
about how I
Our
said
boss, Chris, everybody.
yeah. How I said Charlie's the most difficult person to work with when they asked me on Chatty House After Dark. And yesterday I was like, Charlie, I gotta get something off my chest, man. I threw you under the bus. And he's like, dude, feel free. You could always use me. I was like, I appreciate that, Charlie.
The A's have recalled Seth Brown from the minors.
Where do you think they'll hold the World Series parade?
Well,
I gotta go get more water. We have a minute and a half.
we still have a minute and a half?
Minute and a half.
What if
in
the A's win the World Series and they host the parade in Las Vegas? That'd be crazy.
Oh, they would at least try it.
They probably would.
So they sent Seth Brown down to the minors last week. Well, I guess he played 9 games. He had 43 at bats. Boy, there we go. In those 42 plate appearances, he had 21 hits, 3 doubles, 7 homers, and 13 RBI. He batted .500. And that, my friends, is how you get called back up to the majors. 1.583, 1,583 OPS. That's good. Oh, so it's you, Kyle. That's who we get to blame for this? Not that Kyle.
What I do?
Kyle Renata. He's taking credit for Charlie saying medulla oblongata. I like it when he says, "Welcome to Jurassic Park." That's my favorite.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that's us with Jeff Brazil behind the glass. Hanging out with you till noon, then we'll hand it off D'Lo and Casey. Jesse Tapia going to be in here for the handoff in about 20 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I believe Damian's solo today. I
Oh,
think it's D'Lo only. Is that right? Can I get a thumbs up on that? All right, yeah, D'Lo only today. No Kenny.
Kyle, I think,
Kenny despondent about his Oklahoma City Thunder.
yeah, he just can't handle it. Yeah. I would say this too. We have like this week specifically been extremely hard on the Sacramento A's. They absolutely, like, yesterday felt like a game where they're like, okay, we're done with losing. We're done with
Yeah.
losing. They lost 9 in a row. They lost 20 out of 21. They lambasted the Minnesota Twins 14-3. Like,
We weren't hard on them. They were losing a lot. They
Yeah,
lost 20 out of 21 games. They looked disinterested in playing baseball.
I totally agree.
I don't
Yeah.
think that's being hard on them.
Okay, so Jake,
Yeah.
our guy Jacob Wilson goes 3 for 5. He's now batting 363. Not only is
363 in June.
in June. Not only that, but he's got 8 homers, which I did not expect him to be a big homer guy. He's got 34 RBI. Our guy Tyler Soderstrom, they moved him back to first base, and again, he's just raking. He had 2 home runs. He had 6 RBI. So he's up to 14 homers on the year. So I think, like, I'm still here for it. I still want to see them play. I still want to see them win. I just don't want to hear the excuses and the complaints and the, articles being written because the warning track is too big.
That's it. That's my problem.
Just go play baseball.
This is not anything having to do with Sacramento to me has to do with stuff off the field. If you're salty about that, fine. You can't blame Sutter Health Park for the team being ass.
No.
What'd you say? The warning track's too big now?
Yeah.
So the mound is wrong. The warning track's too big. And we've never heard this before, by the way. The warning track is too big. The mound is wrong. The clubhouse is in the wrong place.
Well, that
is a thing I've heard now.
That is definitely an issue. I mean, it's in the outfield because they built a new clubhouse.
Right. Do we think that's the entire reason that Luis Severino has a 6.99 ERA at home and an 0.87 ERA on the road is because he gets to go into the clubhouse between innings?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't
think so.
I think it's players psyching themselves out.
I totally
in certain
agree.
Situations like
Yeah.
they've again, it's different. It's a AAA ballpark. It's not a major league ballpark. Everybody knows that. But you knew that going into the year.
Yeah.
We talked to guys before the season and gave them so many opportunities off the record and on the record on this show. Like, wow, it looks beautiful. Love the changes they made. And now all of a sudden the warning track's too big or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It just play better baseball.
I think
And they did yesterday. Like you said, they did yesterday.
They did.
They were outstanding yesterday. Pitching, hitting, it all came together.
Yeah.
Really good win.
Also, you weren't here last week when you weren't here. Jesse was sitting here. And so Jesse had gone to games on, I think he went to Friday and Sunday at Sutter Health Park. One of those games, Jesse went to the game by himself. Okay, so did you see the Mark Kotze get tossed in the game and had to do like the walk of shame? Because again, he had to walk all the way out to the clubhouse.
No.
So he gets tossed for arguing balls and strikes.
Mhm.
Actually, even quicker than that, he yelled from the dugout. For whatever reason, you can hear everything he says when he's going off on an umpire, which he's doing almost all game long.
Incredible.
He gets tossed. He comes out. He argues at home plate. And then he has to take like the 100-yard walk all the way out to the left field corner. As he's walking, the television pans by, and there's our Jesse Tapia.
Hey, hell yeah.
He's in screen.
Incredible.
He even like screenshot it. There he is.
Just vibing out.
Just vibing out, hanging out.
Was it Modelo time?
Probably wearing a hoodie. 95-degree
I bet
weather.
it was Modelo time. He won't give a thumbs up or thumbs down. I'm going to say it was Modelo time.
That's right.
Yeah, man. I think they just need to just lean all the way into that. If you're the A's, Lean all the way into the minor league ballpark experience. Manager gets tossed. He's going to do what? That is a thing. But I called minor league games for the Stockton Ports. That's a thing.
You know what I would do?
Guy gets tossed.
Call for the golf cart.
Call for the golf cart.
Wait for the golf cart to come pick you up. Have a golf cart drive you all the way out. Make it a big scene. Have the golf cart playing music.
I'm gonna do you one better. Designated manager seat in the stands, where if the manager gets tossed, just exit the field and just go sit in the stands right there. No, I'm talking just do the full minor league thing. Crazy giveaways.
Yeah.
I because look, this is where it's at. Like there was I think there was some hope that it's just going to be normal. The ballpark is just the seating is just going to look different. It's not normal. It's not regular.
No.
So instead of trying to fight back, instead of everything we see about the ballpark being the mound is wrong, the clubhouse location is affecting the pitchers. What else have we got? The warning track is too big. All these different things. Lean all the way in. Do the crazy giveaways. Do a beer batter, where if that batter strikes out, beers are $1 for the rest
next
of the
10
inning.
minutes or something.
Next 10 minutes, whatever the thing is. Just go full minor league and stop trying to sneak away from the reality of your situation. Because if you did that, if you just leaned all the way in,
yep.
Stuff like the warning track being too big, like no, we're minor league in this thing. That's not a thing. I think it would, maybe not now, maybe they're in too deep, but I think if they had done that from the jump, it eliminates so many of these little like talking points or issues. If they had just from the opening pitch from day one,
yeah,
been like, hey, here's a wacky day one giveaway, because we're minor league in this thing.
That's right.
But
I don't know. I threw a strike off that mound. I don't know about
you did. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous of
I
that.
don't know.
Hey, so all right, while we're here, when you and I, the baby daddy asked if I think A's ownership really cares. No, they don't. For all I know, they're hanging out in Vegas right now. So, we are scheduled to throw out another first pitch.
Dual first pitch.
Do you know if we have the choice? Are we going mound and then mound? Or are we doing the thing where we each throw the pitch from in front of the mound
side by
next
side
to each other?
Maybe we go like
I think there's better opportunities for content if we do it that way.
if we do each of us taking a turn.
No, if we do side by side.
Oh, okay.
Good pictures.
Yeah.
Side by side. It's less annoying to the fan, because if you throw a first pitch and then they're like, cool, the first pitch, now we can get this thing rolling. And then it's like, nope, another one. It's like, ugh. And now it's a second pitch. I don't want all that.
Yeah.
I think we need to do the side by side in front of the mound. I know it's less fun that way.
Okay.
But I think it's a better experience overall.
Okay. I like the idea of throwing a strike or not throwing a strike, but I'm here for it.
I totally agree. But I think it's just better if we're doing it on the same day.
Yep.
To do the side by side thing.
I'm
it's a display of unity.
I'm wearing better shoes this time, because last time I wore slicks and I thought I was going to fall and slip and fall right on my face.
Oh, that's
you get up to the mountain, it's all sandy. I'm like, oh no, this is not good.
Yeah, and it's much steeper than you realize.
Yeah. Oh no, I was thinking I was going to do the splits and fall off the mound and like
way
look like a complete fool and everyone would be booing me or laughing. Yeah, I thought so.
Stay tuned for when James and I are going to throw out the first pitch at a River Cats game. Would love to see everybody there. We don't have a date yet, but as soon as we have a date and that's nailed down, we will let you all know.
That, and Kyle, one last thing on this. If
Please.
The heckler guy who not only heckled me, but heckled other people and then heckled every single batter, if he's there, I'm going to go sit behind him, and I'm hoping you will join me, and we will heckle
the heckler?
Heckle the heckler from start to
Watchmen?
finish. I will not stop, and I will be so loud right behind him.
I love this. Can we bring scorecards and score his heckles?
Yeah, we can go all out.
And when it's bad, we can hold up zeros and also let him have it?
Yeah.
Okay. This is great. If anybody listening would like to join us in this quest,
having
a whole group there
to
tell this guy who tells players they suck to tell him he sucks, that'd be the best.
That's right.
That'd be the greatest. Did you see the weirdo sports bettor guy who I think is it Gabby Thomas? I think it
Okay.
was. He had bet her unders in the WNBA. Had some parlay where he had her under on points or whatever.
Okay.
And so before the game, while she's signing autographs, he's following her around the arena, just screaming at her, talking so much trash.
Oh, really?
Yes. Like being verbally abusive and being like, well, I have the under, so this is just smart by me because I'm in her head now and she's going to have a bad game. And she
Oh,
did.
no.
So this guy's now being like kicked off of all these betting sites and he's being kicked out of arenas. Yeah. What a piece, dude.
Oh. Yeah.
Sweat out your parlay with the rest of us. Like, what the hell? You think you're better than me? Like, no, brother.
That's wild.
Like, what an unbelievable jerk. Just a bad person. That's a bad person. That's not a person who does a bad thing. That's just a bad person.
I agree.
That guy sucks. All right. Anyways. Let's do we have like 6 Kings things here. I want to get to this one because it fits a little bit of what we were talking about today with the Oklahoma City team build, with the Indiana Pacers team build. Is it easier for the Kings or is it easier for any team? Because I think in the case of the Kings, this is okay. Do you keep Sabonis and Levine, and then everything else is on the table because you're just going to build around those two guys and you're going to try and on the fly build a contender around Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis? Is that easier than scrapping the, hey, let's have high-end talent thing and going, we're going to build out a roster of our guys, of these dogs, these competitors. They fly around on defense. Maybe not offensively, they're awesome, but you know what? They're going to be great defensively. They're going to play fast. And then try and find the caliber of star, because I think once you have really good depth, the caliber of star you need comes down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Is it easier to find a star to place in already established depth or vice versa? Did that make sense? I hope that made sense.
Well, here's the problem that I always have. Like, why weren't you trying to build that while you had star power? Like, you should be trying, like, we talk about these types of players, right? Like, Keon Ellis is the type of player that any of these would play for both of these teams in the finals.
Yes.
You know, like Keegan Murray is a type of player that would play for both of these teams.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jake LaRavia, I don't know if he'd be in the top 10 rotation for both of these teams, but he'd be right there.
That style of player for sure.
That style of player. So that's what you should have been doing this whole time is, yeah, you have your stars and you're going to ask your stars to do more, right? Like the Kings right now are asking Zach LaVine, like to do more. You're going to need to play defense. You're going to need to be better, right?
Yeah.
And they're asking Domas, you're going to have to be better, right? But at the same time, like it's on management to create the rest of it, to bring in the players that can, number one, that are good enough to play in an NBA game. Like you can't just keep bringing in players who aren't good enough, right? And the Kings roster last year, they had a bunch of veterans that just realistically weren't good enough to be regular rotational players on a team that had playoff aspirations.
A lot of dudes underqualified for their roles.
Yeah. So I'm intrigued to see how they handle that. Like, can you go out and really add smart, like creative pieces, and you know, as opposed to going out and spending a bunch of money on a guy like DeMar DeRozan, could you have got a Najee Marshall for way cheaper, who would have fit your system better, who would have actually made the need for you to go trade for a guy like Cam Johnson way less?
Yeah.
And so I think that is the biggest failure of the Monty West era. It's that they didn't look for those pieces, those types of players that bring that vibe that Keon Ellis does, but also they didn't look for that player in a 6'8", 6'9" body.
Totally.
Just like, what are you doing?
Even 6'6".
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Well, look at the Thunder. They're a bunch of 6'6" dudes.
Yeah, that's the thing is Oklahoma City is not like Luke Dort's what, 6'5"?
He's way shorter than that.
He's not a tall guy.
No. And Alex Caruso, for whatever reason, looks really tall not
because
tall.
his arms are crazy long. It feels like,
Yeah, and it's
and
also
he just moves around like he's fast.
yeah, but he's not. You think, oh, Alex Caruso looks like he's 6'6". No, 6'4". Like
Caruso? Oh yeah.
yeah.
That's the thing, is they're not big. They're just, they play big. Like
Yeah.
they hound you defensively. They fly around. So that's the thing is, and this is where I'm putting together a list of guys in the draft. But I saw somebody in the chatty house say this, and you, James, have brought this up multiple times when we've talked about the Kings offseason. At some point, whether it's this year or next year or the year after, at some point, you're going to need to hit on a draft pick that's not in the top 3.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be bad enough outside of lottery luck to be picking in the top 3.
Mhm.
And you might be trading picks if frankly, if you're kind of doing this build right. And so at some point, so this year you have a 2nd round pick, go find, and again, I'm putting together a list of players. I've not watched enough to have hard takes yet, but I have a list of guys I'm gonna watch, and we'll start going through those as the draft gets closer here. But there are several guys in various mock drafts that have been perusing to start trying to get some names that are defensive minded, knocked down some threes in college, 6'7", 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". There are guys there. Now, are they super high end? Wow, they're going to be an all-star someday? No, probably not. But get that player in the building. See if you can develop that player. See if you can find that player to fit a role where you're now, instead of, we talked about Case and Wallace and how, you know what, he could probably do more than he does in his role.
Yep.
Or Andrew Nemhart, he could probably do more than he does in his role. Go find the Obi Toppin, who's just like, hey, he just fits this role.
Yeah.
You're not going to be, you don't want him doing a ton more than that, but he is perfect for, we need him to play good defense. And I know Toppin slipped a little bit defensively, but we need him to play good defense, knock down a corner 3, and grab some rebounds. Like that's, find a player that you're maximizing by putting in their role. And at some point, you're going to have to find those guys. 1st round, 2nd round, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But free agency and trades and trying to do it all through that, you're not going to be able to do that.
Nope. I don't know. Like, I think that there are players out there that they can get. They can help this team now. They can help this team pull out of the tailspin that they've been in.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I'm being too positive.
So, what did I just tee? Said Warriors worked out a guy named Sion James. It sounds like that. I actually read Dalton Johnson's piece about this on NBC, and Sion James is the exact type of player I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I haven't watched him enough yet to, like I said, to have a firm take on him, but his name is at the top of my list. Exact same, that type of player. So we'll get into that over the next couple of weeks. That's James Ham, Jeff Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. It's Joe Brazil. It's Joe Brazil, everybody, behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Jesse Tapia is going to join us for the handoff next on the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
The Kings have a workout today. Trey Galloway, Khalif Battle from Gonzaga, RJ Louise from St. John's, Jonathan Pierre from Belmont, Nelly Joseph from New Mexico, and Andrew Carr from Kentucky. The last 2 guys are 6'9" centers. They do have a Jonathan Pierre is a 6'8" small forward. Like finding guys out there that are good defensively, but don't have like a crazy offensive upside. They are all over the draft, but teams don't look for that.
The punt offensive upside.
Yes,
I'm so serious. I don't give a rip if a guy's a 3-level scorer, a potential 3-level scorer.
he's got to be able to hit a 3 though.
Sure, you can't be a 10% 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
But even if it's 34%, 35%, like, okay, you know what? I can work at that. I'll bet on that.
Mhm.
And tell them, hey, I want you to work on nothing. And this is where you have to identify people. Because again, we talked with Anthony Slater yesterday, and he said Oklahoma City scouts people as much as they do players. And if you have a player that you have 2 prospects, they're same height, same upside, all that jazz. And one of the guys is like, I think I can be the number 1 scorer on this team. And the other one's like, I'm going to play great defense and I'm going to hit threes. And I'm only a 34% 3-point shooter, but I'm going to work my ass off on corner threes and nothing else.
Mhm.
Great. I want that guy. The guy who's like, whatever it takes to get on the floor, yeah, you can play for me.
Yeah, I kind of want to see can like Isaiah Crawford develop into one of these types of guys, these Lou Dort types,
Mhm.
or can Isaac Jones develop into, again, maybe not an Obi Toppin, but hearing him say John Collins and Aaron Gordon.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there, Joe Brazil behind the glass. I am Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia joining us shortly for the handoff. Sponsored by nobody right now. Sponsored by the random small businesses we've been shouting out today.
There it
Random
is.
local businesses we've been shouting out today. Old Town Pizza, Nick's Roasting Co. We'll see if Jesse has any local businesses he wants to shout out. That includes a Modesto. Big Modesto guy, Jesse Tapia. We'll get to that here in a little bit. Yeah, man. We were talking about this at the break, and we'll just kind of rehash it. Anthony Slater yesterday, who's covering the Thunder for the Athletic in the New York Times right now. What's funny? Why are you
Nothing.
laughing? Okay. So Anthony Slater is covering the Thunder for the New York Times and the Athletic right now. Said yesterday that Oklahoma City, one of their big things is they scout people as much as they do players, which is something every team does to some extent, right? But I think one of the things the Kings have to do, because at some point you're going to have to hit on draft picks. Like that's a vital thing that at some point along the line, if you're going to become a championship contender, you're going to need to find a couple of rotation players through the draft, maybe in unfavorable spots. So, which is possible, but when they're bringing these guys in, finding the player who's going to say, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get on the floor, instead of I'm going to do whatever it takes to become the 1A on this team. Like, no. Not with the 42nd pick in the draft or whatever they have. You're the 42nd pick. You're just hoping to make the roster.
Yeah.
And if the player that they wind up selecting is the type of guy who's like, anything to get on the floor, what do you need from me? I shot 34% from 3 in college. You need me to get better at that? Great. I'm going to do that all off season. I'll see you at training camp. I would way rather have that guy on my team than the guy who's like, hey, you know what? A little bit of offensive bag. Check out that offensive upside. Doesn't play a ton of defense yet. But, hey, that offensive upside, I don't give a damn about offensive upside anymore.
No,
Just doesn't matter for me.
You got to start finding the right guys.
Yep.
Like
Jesse Tapia's here, by the way.
What's up, everybody?
What's
Go
up,
ahead,
dude? Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the 49ers and their, what do they call it? The gold helmet guys.
Yeah, gold helmet guys.
Yeah, like you have to find your brand of player.
Purple crown guys.
Yeah, and you need to. Okay. We're not throwing flags today.
I don't know. I guess I missed that one. I don't know. Different league for that one. I don't know.
I'm gonna.
Do I need to look that up on Urban Dictionary?
Nope, not on a work computer.
Nope. Yeah, like, look, you need to figure out what your brand of player is, and you need to go find that brand. Like, I know exactly what the brand of player is for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I know exactly what the brand of player is for the Indiana Pacers. I do not know what the brand of player is for the Sacramento Kings.
No clue. I know what they want.
Well, I know that when they're drafting, their brand was like old college players.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a brand.
You could buy a beer. You could play for this team.
Yeah. That was like
That was
the
my
prerequisite.
Hey, I need you to go buy me a tall can right now. If
We
you can't,
can't-
you're done.
Can you run to the corner store and get me a tall boy?
Yeah, here's a
Or
tip. Make
can
it
you
work.
not?
Spend a lot of time at Tipsy Putt. You need to be there.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's crazy.
Oh man.
Yeah. I just the like the roster is what it is. Who can you trade? Who can you not? I don't know. But the people you bring into your building, whoever it is, it has to be all about establishing whatever culture you're trying to establish. That matters so much more to me than, will this guy get us to the playoffs? I don't care. Will that guy get you to the playoffs? But first, is he going to play the style of basketball that you want to play?
Yeah.
I don't bag work and 3-level scorers and scoring upside. I don't. Thumbs down. I don't need any more of that.
Yeah, you guys, you can play now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you have to find guys that play with force, that play with physicality, that understand the defensive, that have the acumen to understand defensive schemes, to
Mhm.
rotation switches, that can play 1 through 4, that can play 2 through 5 or 2 through 4. Guys that can play multiple positions. It just doesn't seem like it's that difficult. Like again, I talked to Mason Jones during the season,
Sure.
and Mason Jones said, like, there are no good big guys in the G
Nope.
League. That's why guys like Nimi go down there and just like
Nemias
they,
Keita.
Dominate.
yeah, Nemias Keita, they come up, they go second in MVP balloting and
Right.
first team all G League. It's why Isaac Jones goes down to the G League and just dominates. He's like, but you know how many 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" guys are in the G League? He's like, it's
So
just like
many.
a normal. That's the normal G League type player. And it's like, okay, just go gut the G League. Go get 5 of them. See if one of them can play.
Exactly.
2 of them can play. Just
Yeah.
like bring them in and have them compete and say, okay, look, we don't need you to be Shea.
Mhm.
We need you to be Aaron Wiggins. We
Yes.
need you to be Cason Wallace. We need you to be these other guys.
Yeah.
Andrew Nemhard. Like there are players in the G League that are so close to being NBA players,
Mhm.
but you're always looking at points per game. You're always looking at assists per game, or you stop looking at that. Go down there and watch and see who plays defense,
Yes.
who pushes people around.
Yes.
So that's where I'm at.
I think there's you can develop a jump shot.
Yeah.
We've seen a ton of guys do that over the years. Because you're not trying to turn somebody. I don't need Isaiah Crawford to become Steph Curry. But can Isaiah Crawford become Isaiah Joe?
Yeah.
Like, can you not? Isaiah Joe's a really good shooter. That was a bad example. But can you become Lou Dort, where you just like rely? Like, I feel okay kicking it to you in the corner.
What was just like Keon Ellis? Just find a couple more Keon Ellises, guys who could knock down the 3 at a decent rate or whatever, and play
Mhm.
defense. It's like you don't.
That's the entire roster of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And that's just so a guy like Isaiah Crawford, who's in your building already, hey, you need to, if you're going to get on the floor, you need to do X, Y, and Z. That's all you're to work on this offseason. If you work on those things, you get better at those things, you have a really good chance to play for us.
Yeah.
And that has to, I care about that. You can develop a jump shot. You cannot get a player who doesn't want to play defense to go play defense.
No.
A player who is lackadaisical on that side because they want to get in their bag on the other end, that's not a player that I want in the building anymore. I just don't. There's no.
Well, yeah, it's like you said, just find guys who fit your culture and all that instead of just kind of grasping for straws like you were the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at so Isaiah Crawford, they picked up as an undrafted free agent last year. He played 5 years at Louisiana Tech, so he's an older player, which is standard operating procedures for the Monty West era.
Mm-hmm.
He averaged 16.3 points and 6.2 rebounds, 2.4 assists, 2.1 steals, and 1.7 blocks. He shot 41.4% from 3. This is the type of player that you need to find. Guys that they already do what you're asking, what you're wanting. And that's why I'm keeping him on my building, but I'm also like, it's probably time to give some opportunity. Did he have a great year with the G League? No, but at the same time, there is a place for a guy like this.
Mm-hmm.
When he goes out and plays on the floor, you see it. You're like, man, he does what, like, all of the dirty work.
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings got to a point where they really weren't playing dirty work guys at all. You might have a couple of dirty work guys, but a dirty work guy who sits on the bench doesn't have any value.
Yeah.
That's where that's honestly like, all right, Keegan, you're not going to be a 20-point a night guy. Okay, great. You're just fly around on defense then. Dive every loose ball, grab every rebound. Like we saw him have nights like that. I need that every night. Just go continue to be that.
Or how about you go get the guy that's doing all the dirty work that Keegan is having to do on the court, and allow Keegan to be the player he's supposed to be, because you have somebody else who's actually defending the toughest guy on the team the whole time. That's, we see this whole thing. Oh, well, Keegan's got to defend the toughest guy, and that's why his points per game are down. Okay, how about you go get a better defender so Keegan can defend the second toughest guy?
Sure.
Because then maybe his points go up 6 a game.
Sure.
And he's a better player for your team, and he's still a great two-way player, but he doesn't have to defend Steph Curry every time you play the Golden State Warriors. And then the next night he doesn't have to defend Kawhi Leonard, and then the next night he doesn't have to defend Jokic. Like, that's your problem. That is a flawed roster problem, a flawed system, not a Keegan Murray problem.
Yeah.
And so that's where I'm at. Like, go find these guys. They're out there.
Yeah.
What's the thing now? At least you got Scott Perry doing it now. Where it's not.
It's somebody
not as
different
hopeless. Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
different. Yeah.
Yeah. You hope so.
Like, well, we can say this. All right, now we said for the last 5 years they need a wing. Just never happened. But now it's like, all right, maybe you can get some answers here on this.
You would
roster.
hope so.
Yeah.
Like you'd certainly hope so. And that's I think one of the reasons I landed on the kind of quote unquote tear down side of the fence on the what should the Kings do this offseason. Because I think that opens a better path for Scott Perry and Doug Christie to go, we're going to get our type of guy in the building. Instead of just what do we need skill set wise to get us to the playoffs? Forget culture, forget any of that. We just want to make the play.
That's exactly what this feels like too. This doesn't feel like something, at least from the way
And maybe you can do
it's like something long term and sustainable.
Yeah.
Unless you get into Trae Young or one of those stars. I don't see. I don't know, like, I'm team rebuild too, I guess. I just don't see the vision.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's a needle you can thread where you can maybe do both, which would be the ideal, obviously. But it's also really, really tough. To me, Scott Perry and Doug Christie have a potential for a clean slate here. But if you spend the next 3 years just trying to tweak this thing to build around Domas and Levine, and like, yeah, hey, here you got 3 more years of Domas, right?
Yeah.
Right. Hey, here's this 3-year window. Like, you're setting yourself up for failure. You're setting yourself up to have a really, really tough time. And that's where I like I said, find the right guys, and maybe the right guys help you compete and make the playoffs this year. That'd be awesome. But if it's a second round pick who just kind of does the right stuff and you want him in the building and you're hoping for development, I wouldn't hate that at all.
Well, yeah, stop being so short-sighted about stuff too.
Yeah,
like, even
exactly.
if you're not getting to the playoffs in 1 year, but like there's things you can build off of. Like, that's fine too.
Yeah,
You need to
100%.
sustain something finally.
You have any local small businesses to shout out?
Shout out Chin's International in Modesto. They got something different on the menu every day. They got the best pizza in Modesto on Saturdays though.
Oh.
They always got the shows. They always got the show on the TV too.
Oh, hell yeah.
Out there, yeah, shout out.
Salute.
Nice.
So it's Chin's?
Yeah, Chin's International.
Hell yeah. Chin's
Downtown Modesto.
Kind of, it's pizza?
They got different stuff every day.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Like, literally, it's a different.
Yeah, like some days you get smash burgers, at least multiple stuff. But yeah, smash burgers, fire, pizza's my favorite. But
It should
Hell
be our
yeah.
Friday thing.
Just Small Business Friday.
Small Business Friday.
Hell yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
So you had Old Town Pizza in
In Auburn.
Auburn.
Yeah, great stuff.
At Nick's Roasting Co. here in Roseville, and you've got Chin's International out in Modesto.
shout out.
Hell
There
yeah.
it is.
No Kenny Caraway today.
Nope, just D'Lo and I'll be talking. But we got Kyle Madsen,
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wilsey, Eddie Gonzalez, and I think Leezy's gonna pop in at one point.
Great.
All right.
Excellent. D'Lo and KC, D'Lo only edition. Well, D'Lo and Friends, I guess, edition. Jesse Tapia, of course, producing that show, and then you'll hear him on that program as well. For Joe Brazil, it's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back with you Monday at 10 a.m. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy Game 2 of the finals on Sunday. You can listen to that right here on ESPN 1320. And then drink water, be nice to people. Well, I said it that time. Goodbye, everybody. See you in a little bit.
What's up, guys? Guys, gals, everybody, chatty house. What's good, baby? I didn't like it, Warren. I tried. I didn't like it. Sadly, I think it's what I expected. I didn't expect it to be good, and it wasn't.
Should have gave him the Super Bowl.
She's fucking like I'm listening to this like you motherfuckers cannot be serious. Like he's just not
Good anymore.
He's not, man. He's just not. And that doesn't mean he wasn't great. That doesn't mean he doesn't have an incredible catalog. It just means he doesn't have that longevity.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, game 1 in the books. What's good? We welcome you in here. This is the Friday, June 6th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Kenny Caraway's not here.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
In the worst slums of Sacramento.
Plus.
What are you doing with him?
Man.
He's got the belt. I've been trying to tell people, but yeah, SGA.
Man, that boy is bad. Woohoo. Man, I was so happy. Big thanks to Matt George and Kevin John for having us on the post game. Because if I would have had to wait until 12 o'clock, if I would have had to have waited until this exact moment to talk about Tyrese in that game for the first time, I would have been devastated. I was so happy I got to share in that moment with my broadcast brothers. I was so happy. Katie was there. She was filming the whole thing. If you saw the video on IG, that is our reaction to Tyrese's shot going in at the end of that game. The Thunder led that game for 47 minutes and 59.7 seconds. That math doesn't work. 47 minutes. Y'all know what I'm saying. That was phenomenal. And it was that every single thing that we talked about all week, everything transpired yesterday. All of the different little key talking points everybody talked about. What's OKC been doing all year? They've been swarming. What's OKC been doing? They're up 2. All of a sudden, they're up 5. Ooh, opponent looks a little shaky. All of a sudden, that 2-point lead, that 5-point lead, all of a sudden, it's 17. In some cases, it's 27. And the game's over. Whether that happens in the first quarter, which we saw, whether it happens in the second quarter, which we saw, whether it happens in the third or the fourth, all of which we saw. You knew the game was over. Now, for the Pacers, what have they done all playoffs? I don't know why. I don't know how. 10 points down, fourth quarter. It's good. Oh, low run. Ooh, low run. Oh, games with it's a one possession game. Then all of a sudden, you have a situation where the game is coming to a conclusion and Tyrese Haliburton has the ball in his hands. And for the fourth straight series, that man hits the game-winning shot. The difference in yesterday's game, and there is so much to break down, man. I'm so excited to talk about this game again. The difference between the two teams are the Thunder. They started to show those signs. It happened at the end of the first half. That 7-point lead went to 10. It went to 12, and all of a sudden you're like, oh man, it is happening right now. Miles Turner hits a three, or someone hits a basket, and all right, slow down, one stop. Pacers hit another basket, and they're able to slow that run down. It happened 3 different times. I said last night, I think the Pacers hit like 5 game-saving threes last night. Some were in the second quarter, some were in the third quarter. There was a whole bunch of them in the fourth quarter. It didn't look like they were going to be able to get over that hump. It didn't look like OKC was going to ever kind of hit that switch and blow them out. But it didn't look like Indiana was going to be able to overcome that final deficit they had. Kept chipping away. Stop. OKC they were terrible. They weren't good inside the arc. I think they were like 40%, 40-something percent on 2-point field goals. Neither team was great at the basket either. But the Pacers did a masterful job, and Tyrese said this last night to Van Pelt. He went through multiple voice changes in that interview with Scott Van Pelt, though. We might need to find that clip and run it, man. It's a classic. Walk them down, walk them down, walk them down. 15 becomes 10, 10 becomes 5, 5 becomes 0. Take the lead from there. That team and that leader, Tyrese Haliburton, is so composed. They are so aware. The fact that this team, I was headed out to the ABC 10 studios yesterday, and the story of the first half was very, very clear. Story of the first half was 19 turnovers from the Indiana Pacers. It was just possession after possession after possession that they were given the Oklahoma City Thunder. Possession after possession after possession. The flip side to that, though, is the Thunder weren't able to capitalize off those turnovers. You go 19 first half turnovers. It was so bad. Tessie and PJ Carlissimo was doing the halftime show talking about, I know this sounds strange, but the Pacers just turned the ball over again. And they weren't trying to be funny. They weren't trying to make a joke. My man said the NBA found a turnover that wasn't counted. So the 19 turnovers was actually 20 turnovers. No, it was 20 team turnovers. But that only led to 9 points. You look back at that Minnesota series. You look back at any series in this playoffs. You look back on the story of the season. And points off turnovers, Thunder opponents, death. But they weren't able to do it last night. And that's one of those things we were talking about where OKC is phenomenal on defense. Indiana is, and their defense last night was swarming. Their defense last night was nasty. But Indiana's was just good enough. They were just good enough to come up in key moments of the game. And they did it time and time and time again. And it's a 15-point fourth quarter comeback, tied for the most ever in an NBA Finals. I think if I remember the stat correctly, one of the other ones was a Rick Carlisle-led Dallas Mavericks team. And the other one, I think, was like Chicago and Utah or something like that. And this game felt like the first half, it felt like it was tracking towards a really low-scoring game. And as I'm watching that, I'm trying to figure out who that benefits. Does a low-scoring game, because it was close. I mean, it kind of hovered around the 10-point marker. It felt like for an eternity, but 10 points that's close. And I kept trying to figure out, don't know who this benefits. I don't know if it benefits Oklahoma City. I don't know if it benefits Indiana. And as I'm sitting there watching it, I kind of started leaning towards Indiana, thinking, all right, if this is a low-scoring game, Indiana goes on one of those runs, they're good. Then I talked myself out of it and said, no, wait a minute. If this is a low-scoring game and it's close and Oklahoma City goes on one of those runs, then it's a wrap. Both of these teams have the ability to score in bunches. They have the ability to score a lot of points very, very quickly. They play with pace. Their defense can end possessions quickly, and they immediately get the ball down the court. There were so many times in the fourth quarter. There were so many times in the final minutes of the fourth quarter where I'm just sitting there with those guys at the ABC 10 studio. Like, it's over, man. This is a good run. It's a good run, Pacers. I'm starting to plan like what I'm gonna say here about what the Pacers need to do in game 2. Thinking they don't. It's not wholesale changes here. Protect the ball, one, which they did in the second half. That's the other thing. Whether it's 19 turnovers, 20 turnovers, whatever it was in the first half, it wound up ending at 25. 25 turnovers goes again. That's 5 second half turnovers. 5 second half turnovers. OKC 2 points off of those. All of those turnovers, they didn't make the Indiana Pacers pay for. This team is gutty, man. And I have become such a huge fan of Tyrese Haliburton. I think I was a fan of Ty's before, but I think I was on the De'Aaron Fox side of the discussion. And we outlined this yesterday for those that have missed it. Like De'Aaron and Tyrese, they were linked together more than Domantas Sabonis and Tyrese Haliburton are linked together, despite the fact those were the two involved in the trade. But however you want to link all of these different individuals, it doesn't really matter. I thought De'Aaron was a better basketball player when they made the trade. I thought De'Aaron Fox was going to be a better basketball player. And every single thing that Tyrese Haliburton has done this postseason, and I'm speaking exclusively about the postseason, are things that I didn't think he was going to do. When we talked about Ty as a player, when we talked about Ty post-trade, when we talked about Ty after his initial, 4 or 5 month stretch or whatever it was in Indiana after the trade, Ty's really good. He might be the purest young point guard in the league. He might, in the next, 4 to 5 years, be the purest point guard in the league. He'll be the guy we're talking about along the lines of a Chris Paul, a pure point guard. But is he ever going to be able to get you buckets when you need him? Is he ever going to be able to rally his team and pull them together and get them to react in a game that they have to win? And the answer emphatically is yes. He has done it time and time and time again after this in this postseason. Ty was bad last night. He was passive. He wasn't what I expected from him night one. Now, Oklahoma City deserves a lot of credit for that. Oklahoma City deserves a ton of credit for that. But Ty wasn't super efficient. They were leaving him for that 3 ball. He was taking it, and it didn't matter. None of it mattered. Because when the moment got bigger, Tyrese stepped up. Kyle Madsen of the Insiders joins us. We're going to talk a lot more about Game 1. We got a full show for you today. Obviously, Casey is out, but I'm thrilled that you're here. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us for his weekly visit. Man, Will Z going to join us, talk a little Kings basketball in the 3 o'clock hour. Phone lines are open for you if you want to talk. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Woo. I was so excited. I reacted to that game so big, I think I damaged my vocal cords, man. Oh, I was so hyped last night. Sorry, guys. I gotta turn this message real quick. Yeah. Yeah. I heard that shit on KSFM yesterday. Yeah. That's a tough. I know exactly who sold it. I'll send it to you. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Josh Casey was hyped when that shot dropped too. So sorry, guys. This is tough when Casey's not here. I got a lot of things to respond to. You take that one, please. What's that, baby? What's that?
I just said, why do I have these things?
Oh. I'm so sorry, guys. One more second. Mike's on. Let's get Kyle Madsen in here. Boom.
Oh, there's weird sitting on this side.
Hello.
Nah, David, I'm not a Pacers fan or a Pacers supporter, but I do think I'm a Tyrese Haliburton fan. Kyle Madsen of the Insiders, kind enough to step back here in the studio for a little bit and talk with us as we continue to recap a fantastic start to the NBA Finals. I'd be lying if I said I thought every game would be like that this series, but that game was along the lines of what I hoped this series would be. A competitive, a competitive 4-quarter fight, which regardless of Ty's shot drops or not, that's what that game was, because that's like those two teams, those two teams, particularly those two coaches, have done a great job at making adjustments. I'll be really curious to see what Mark Daigneault does in game 2, given that he made a change in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
They went small. They ran a lot of small ball yesterday, which
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised by. I assume it was to keep pace with the Pacers,
Sure.
but I didn't expect them to make a change. I kind of thought they would force the Pacers to play a little more like them rather than playing a little bit more like the Pacers.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, a fantastic start to the
It
series.
just feels like Oklahoma City is so interchangeable with so many different ways they can. It's not like they stick to the same 7 players or 8 players.
Yeah.
And then last night they threw in a guy in Case Wallace into the starting lineup who never plays. Like, no, they just tried something a little different.
Yeah.
I think that's why you saw Chet not play as much.
Yeah, 23 minutes for Chet last night, 17 for Isaiah.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see this all series where it's just Oklahoma City, because I don't know how many buttons Indiana can push in terms of playing
Sure.
guys who didn't play as much, playing them more.
Yeah, they are who they are.
Yeah, right. But a good example is, and I was harping on this quite a bit, AJ Mitchell played 4 minutes in the first half last night. He played 6 minutes combined in the first half of their first 16 playoff games. And most of his minutes were like garbage time. And I think there was a game he played 2.5 minutes in the first half of a game that they won or lost by a bunch. I forget, but it was a blowout either way. He played significant minutes in the first half of game 1 of the finals. Played 4 minutes. Well, 4 minutes. Played more minutes than he had to any point. And so I think last night was more the Thunder throwing different things at the wall and seeing what worked. And I expect him to be better in game 2. And I expect him to win game 2 by quite a bit. But man,
okay.
Last
now,
night
that's what happened in the Denver series, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Denver wins game 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think it goes crazy.
I think they're both really good. James and I called them the 2 best teams in the league, and not just because they're here, but it's just like, man, it's kind of bearing itself out over the course of these playoffs.
Yeah.
So I expect Oklahoma City to be better in game 2.
But I expect Indiana to be better in game 2. Like they had
Really?
a historically awful first half.
Yeah, turnover wise for sure.
Like,
but they only give up 11 points off turnovers.
It's crazy. Like
if they commit 25 turnovers again, I don't think the Thunder are only scoring 11 points.
No, I don't think so either. But I also don't think they're committing 25 turnovers again.
Yeah, they're season high. Crazy.
But you know, you break this down a little bit further. You had 20 in the first and 5 in the second.
Yeah, right.
Like that was the fact that they were the game, the first half, you know, having, you know, heard part of it on the radio, it felt like the Pacers were getting blown out.
Mm-hmm.
Like it absolutely felt that way because they were consistently down 10. And then you're listening and you're just, the Pacers turned the ball over again.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the Pacers just set a record for most turnovers. And it's like, God, how many, like, is this a 20-point game? And then, you know, PJ Carlissimo, like, yeah, it's 10-point game headed into the commercial break. It's like, oh, wow. Okay.
I was, not to brag, but I was at my parents' house watering their plants. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, doing some gardening.
Wow, that's a flex.
Yeah. Yeah. So big deal over here.
Also, your parents are awesome. So.
They're great. So I was doing some yard work for them and I had the game on the just streaming like in my, so I had it on, I was listening to it just like you. And I had the same deal as I'm going around. I'm going, oh, okay. So Thunder must be up 25 just by the way this sounds. And then I get inside and I look, it's like an 8-point game. Like,
right.
What?
Yeah.
I'm like, did they go on some run? Nope. They just, I saw somebody describe it online as Indiana overstays their welcome. And that's a perfect way to describe the Pacers. They're a team that you're going, okay, all right, hey, it's time to go. And they're like, actually, you know what? Can I get a glass of water? Where's your bathroom?
Yeah.
And they're just around. And then all of a sudden, Tyrese Haliburton has the ball with 10 seconds left. And was there any doubt in anyone's mind he was making that?
It's not in the room I was in.
No.
Not in the room I was in.
Oh, he's pulling up from wherever.
Like, when that shot came, it was like, give the man the ball. Give him the ball.
Yep.
And then whatever happens, and all I'm thinking in my head is he's not, excuse me, he's not passing it.
Nope.
He has not been good. This is going to be his moment.
Yep.
And the shot that he took, his feet do this weird, like, little, like, pop thing. And it's like, oh, come on, man. That shot didn't even look pretty. but it goes in, crowd silences,
It's
and then
unbelievable.
you're led through the next 5 minutes of like, all right, there's 0.3. Like, come on, man, stop.
I know.
I
Now
hate
you
this.
do have time to
I
get a
hate
shot
this.
off.
I hate this. Just get it over with.
Oh,
And
it's
they do
just
it. It's fine.
yeah, they're gonna throw something at the rim. It's not gonna go in, and let's move on. I think under 0.4. I'm sorry, under 0.5. The game should be over.
I'm with that.
Can we just all right? Hey, you did it.
That's funny. Katie had the same idea yesterday.
That's it.
She was like, just say the game's over. Like, what's going to happen here? Just everybody just walk off. It's over.
When in the NFL, team gets in victory formation, ball game.
Mm.
Like we don't need to watch them kneel down 3 times.
Yeah.
The game's over.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm all for that. I've always hated victory formation. I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Just opposing coach goes, we're going to victory formation. You good with that? You guys good? Okay,
yeah.
we're done then.
Okay. Yeah.
Great.
Just throw up a little white flag if you want to. You got a red flag and you just throw out a white one. It's over. It's over. Of course, some coach will get pissed in the first quarter and pull out his white flag and flow it, and then it'll be like, oh, great. Great. All right. Hopefully it's Mike Tomlin.
Kyle
and Aaron
Shanahan would
Rodgers
do that.
up. I was going to say Bill Belichick would do it, but he's occupied elsewhere moving forward. I'm out on the game 2 blowout, by the way. That seems to be a prevailing thought.
You're going to be right. I'm just wrong about everything in this series. So,
well, you did have.
I had a sweep.
Okay.
Yeah, a little sweep. That's fine. You know what? Hey, do you know the funniest part about that? Not only did they, and I acknowledged, I'm doing this a little bit because it was just the first thought in my head, and it just kind of clanged. I'm like, man, there's been 9 final sweeps ever. Man, if there was going to happen, like this might be the year. And then you start listening to smarter people than me talk about the series. I'm like, man, they might sweep these dudes. And no, but Indiana's good. Even Minnesota got a game against them like that. But then you start hearing everybody pick OKC in 5 or 6. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to be a coward. I'm not backing off my original take.
And I feel like that's what everybody's doing. Everybody wants Oklahoma City to win.
Yeah.
Or everybody is picking Oklahoma City to win. But they won't. Like I was listening to Anthony Slater this morning, and Ant was talking about, I originally had OKC in 5, so this really just kind of changes it a game for me. So I'll have OKC in 6 now, and I'm just so in. I mean, there's probably few people in the game who know the Thunder as well as Anthony Slater does.
Sure.
With any incarnation of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Anthony Slater knows them really well. And I'm not questioning how good this Oklahoma City Thunder team is at all. I'm just wondering why no one really buys the Indiana Pacers. Now, it could be, it's not that they don't buy the Indiana Pacers. It's that they're all in on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
But like Kevin and KC both last night were like, oh, that meltdown by the Oklahoma City Thunder at the end of the game. That was not a meltdown by the Oklahoma City Thunder. That is what Indiana does, and they deserve credit for it.
Yeah, and that was the big that was my greater takeaway is my whole thing this entire playoffs was, all right, I got to see it from Indiana. They're good. Like, I'm not saying that it's fluky that they're here, but I got to see it before I'm really buying them as a title contender. And then they go to the conference finals again. They beat the Knicks in 6 games. Now they're in the finals. They take game 1 of 5. It's like, what I've seen it now. I've seen everything I need to see from the Pacers. They're a title contender going into next year, barring something crazy in the offseason or in this series, like injury-wise or whatever. So I've seen it from them. I still think Oklahoma City is probably better and probably still wins the series, but I don't think it, like, I'm off the idea that, like, oh, okay, well, they didn't sweep them, but they're going to win the next 4. Like, no, I don't think they're going to. This is going to be a series that's super long. And after watching, because I specifically said, I don't think Indiana is going to be able to live on the edge the way they have this entire playoffs. I don't think if they're down 10 or 9 with 2:52 to go, that they're going to be able to complete that comeback against this Oklahoma City team. And then they just did it. And they did it, to your point, what Kevin and KC were saying last night on ABC 10, that oh, is this meltdown? It wasn't. There was nothing that happened. It wasn't, wow, okay, Aaron Nesmith went 6 for 6 in a 2-minute stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not, like, no, they just out-executed. Defensively, offensively, they found good shots. It wasn't a ton of tough shot making. No, man. Obi Toppin opening corner three. Like, I'm taking that. Aaron Nesmith, open corner three. I'm taking that shot.
Mhm.
And then on the other end, they were forcing Oklahoma City into some really, really tough looks.
Nembhard made those final few minutes really difficult for SGA.
Yes.
And that's really difficult to do.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
made things tough for SGA. And I kept saying, I felt like such an idiot, but I kept saying every time the Thunder went to the free throw line, I was like, well, you don't want them fouling, but I guess the only good thing, if they're going to score, they're scoring with the clock stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that came into play.
Mm-hmm.
And just such a fun way to start this series.
Have you, when was the last time? I know you don't, it's a little bit different for you with your fandom, but I can't remember the last time I had this much fun watching a team that wasn't one of my favorite teams.
Yeah,
I just love
definitely
watching the Pacers play basketball.
Yeah.
It's most games, Shea hits the free throws to make it 9. I think it was 2:52 left. Most games, I'm like, all right, this one's probably over. I'll have it on, but I'm gonna go do something else. I'll keep an ear out in case Mike Breen gets loud. But no, this I'm like, all right, well, 9-point game. And then sure enough, 3 stop, 3 up, 3-point game.
I mean, those they
Crazy.
just hit the most timely shots. I said they hit like 5 game-saving threes last night, or 5 game-saving shots at various points. Whether it was, the amount of times I said, you have to score here.
Yep.
They would get a stop. They got a stop on a couple of straight possessions and didn't score. It's like you get the second straight stop. You escaped. You have to score here. Every single time they did. And like Nembhard on the defensive end against SGA was terrific. Pascal's offensive rebound. They got the aim, which it felt like it wasn't. It felt like it was the only damn basket they scored at the rim all night.
Yeah.
They kept, we're going to the basket. We're going to the basket. The one where Lou Dort, just perfect verticality and block. It's like, oh,
I have never seen anything
stop
like that.
doing that.
Yeah.
Stop driving to the basket. Find a different way to do this. And shout out Tyrese. He did. He was like, I'm not going to do that. I'll just pull up DeMar DeRozan style from right here. Pop. Get a little win.
That was amazing.
Go off 1-0, man.
The reason I think game 2 is Oklahoma City's by more than a couple points is not about Indiana or Oklahoma City. It's the finals, and Oklahoma City's at home, and there's desperation. There's like the human element just kind of comes in. This could be almost any 2 teams, and I would think the home team was going to win game 2 handily or comfortably.
So let's run it back to the Eastern Conference Finals.
The Oklahoma City's way better than the Knicks.
I don't disagree, but what did you think going into game 2 of that series after Tyrese's shot hits the top of Madison Square Garden and drops in?
I thought that the Knicks were toast.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
okay,
I was in the camp.
I figured there was 2. There was only 2 directions you could go with what you thought game 2 was going to be.
It's like, and that's what. Okay, so that's what I'm interested to see from Oklahoma City, because like you said, that wasn't a collapse. The Knicks collapsed.
Sure.
The Knicks just fell apart. And then Aaron Nesmith hits all those crazy shots. And that was a like punch in the face, punch in the gut, kick below the belt type of loss, where my thought was, and this is not a Kyle Madsen original. I was in the camp that went, hey, there's no recovering from that. You're not coming back from this. You might win a couple games in this series. You're not winning this series anymore. I don't know that last night was that, but man, game 1 of the finals, a lot of these guys have never been there before. And I know that's the same thing for Indiana, but like Pascal Siakam's there. He's one of their best 2 players, and he's won a title before.
Yeah.
Chet Holmgren, I don't know that Chet Holmgren mentally ever gets back into the series after like, man, I got played off the court in game 1. Like,
you think that's what happened? I didn't look at it that way.
How did you look at it?
I thought that was Mark Dagnall's strategy. I thought Mark Dagnall purposely went small.
Yeah, I
need to watch more ball. I might need to run that tape back because I did not.
I mean, I don't. The way I viewed it was, oh, Chet just can't hang in this game.
Okay, he wasn't good. I mean, there's whatever Mark Dagnall's intention was. Chet wasn't great last night.
Right. So I'm giving Oklahoma City the benefit of the doubt and going, okay, they're gonna lock in. Indiana's not going to shoot 46% from 3 or whatever it is. there would be some defensive adjustment from Oklahoma City. There's going to be a lot of back and forth in this series, and Oklahoma City is going to get game 2. Now, if you told me that, hey, they were just shell shocked and they came out flat and Indiana threw an early haymaker and Oklahoma City just never got off the mat, I wouldn't be shocked by that at all either. But I'm leaning toward giving the 68 win team the benefit of the doubt that they're going to bounce back.
56-39 was the rebounding differential in favor of Indiana last night. The shooting percentages all went Indiana's way. Again, this is a game that they did not lead until there were 0.3 seconds left on the clock. And they hit 7 more threes than the Thunder did. The Thunder shot 16 more times than the Pacers did.
Do you think there's anything to and that's part of why I wouldn't be surprised if Oklahoma City kind of falls apart.
Yeah, none of these stats make sense.
Right, because like you look at the stats, it's like, dude, we played great, or we outplayed them in all these ways and just like still lost. But what you had just mentioned, the 3-point shooting and the numbers, I can't remember what I was going to say.
3-point shooting, rebounding, like all of the Pacers just, they hit shots, they took less of them, they turned the ball over so many times. Like when you talk about adjustments, one, Mark Dagnall's an interesting coach. He made that change, and I'm not sure why.
Case and Wallace in the starting lineup one?
Yeah, he made that change, and you wonder, does he flip the script? Does he not go small in the second in game 2? This is the same coach who fouled at the end of the Denver game that kind of left everybody like a little bit confused. That opened the door for Denver to win that one and left people wondering about whether or not Denver was going to knock off the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Do you think he overcoaches or overthinks? There's something to that, maybe.
I don't think so.
I'm not against that thought. It's
not like a strong take right now, but just we've kind of seen a couple of things.
I'm not ready to go there quite yet. I just think they have a lot of weapons in their arsenal. I don't think that this is Mark Dagnall. Like, I don't know what the answer is here. I'm just going to try everything.
Well, I don't think that's what it is. I think it's one of those.
It's kind of outsmarting himself.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Like Mike Brown did this a lot, where he would, and that's what he said to start this conversation is, I didn't think Oklahoma City would try to adjust to play to Indiana. I thought they would force the Pacers to adjust to them. And to me, the Thunder going small is adjusting to Indiana. You're going small to keep pace. You're going small to be faster. You're going small to get up and down the floor, which is what Indiana does best. And I would have expected Mark Dagnall to march out a lineup that's won 68 games with him, or whatever version of the lineup. He's obviously had to put some different guys out there throughout the season, but put out the lineup that won, most of those 68 games for him and go, yo, we're in the championship. Beat us. Beat us the way we play.
Yeah, and maybe you see that game too. Maybe this was a really classic feel out game of, we're going to start Case and Wallace. We're going to give AJ Mitchell some minutes. Chet, you're going to play 24 minutes.
It's the LeBron James line. Like, LeBron is the only one who said it out loud. People laughed at him. A lot of teams, coaches, players, stars, they're trying to figure things out in game 1.
Steve Kerr is notorious for that. Like, this is we don't need to win game 1. We need to win 4 of the next 6 after game 1.
Yeah.
And we're going to use game 1 to try and figure out how we're going to do it. So I'm not, that might be the case.
It doesn't mean
Mark
you're throwing
Dagnall.
away game 1 either. It means you're trying to feel the game out a little bit, or your opponent out a little bit.
Yeah, you're saying, what does this look like when we start Case and Wallace?
Right.
What does this look like when Isaiah Hartenstein's off the bench? How do we match up these ways? And how do they respond to it? When we push this button, how do they react? I also think, speaking of coaching, this has been one of the storylines here. Rick Carlisle's awesome.
Oh, he's tremendous. He's fantastic.
He's just one of those guys who's just been around forever. And he has the one title. And I have not, I don't keep up with Rick Carlisle. Sorry.
Shame on you.
I know, it's just a real piece. And then you just this is another team he's taken to the finals. Oh, and you see how hard they play night in and night out. And they have a very clear identity. and they've developed all these players, and they found all these players that fit the system, or they fit the system to the players. Again, I don't know enough about Rick Carlisle to know exactly, but man, that was a masterclass last night.
Yeah, it was tremendous. I asked yesterday, shout out to Leezy, he's got this clip floating around social media today. Which of the two stars has the most to gain from winning the NBA Finals? Tyrese Haliburton or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Haliburton, for sure. I think. Because SGA's got the MVP. He's got the scoring title. Everybody knows SGA and the Thunder are going to be around, and they've been around, right?
Does losing the finals take anything away from what he accomplished this year?
No.
Okay.
Not for me.
Because I think this is a unique situation where, like, you have a fun story if it's like Tyrese versus Steph, or Tyrese versus LeBron, or I'm trying to work with a conference that actually matches. So
Tyrese versus KD.
There you go. Right. And you it's like, Ty knocked off the big dog. Like, okay. Yeah, okay. This is you know, people love the passing of the torch line, right? And Tyrese takes that ascension, and Steph gives him the all right, man, or the LeBron gives him the
literal
dap up,
passing of the torch.
nice little tweet afterwards, and it's your league, son, just like Tim Duncan did to LeBron James. Like, it's like, all right, that works. Here, you have two young guys going at it. Like, you have two. Like, when you create, tiers of the young stars in the
my
league,
idea. I do that.
You do. You are a tier guy.
Uh-huh.
Kyle Madsen created the tiers. It's on his Wikipedia page, inventor of tiers. And Tyrese probably, like, if I'm using the Kyle Madsen tier structure,
thank you. It's
probably SGA, Wemby, and maybe Anthony Edwards. That's tier one.
Okay.
I'm not going to start an argument, but I might remove one from there.
Okay.
2, Tyrese leads that group. Tyrese knocks off SGA. To me, he's ascended up to that tier of young stars. And
my immediate reaction to that is no, he doesn't. But I think it's because of the way he plays.
My immediate reaction is you're wrong.
I think, and again, thinking about it for 10 seconds, I also think I'm wrong.
Great.
I'm on the fence on this one. No,
okay.
No, I think you're right, because my immediate reaction is, well, I mean, he was bad last night though. And he hit the game winner, but it's the way he plays, it's the way he impacts the game. He doesn't impact the game the way SGA does. And SGA is just such this singular force. He's going to give you 30 plus a night, and he's going to get to the free throw line. He's going to do all this stuff. He's so hard to guard. Oh my God. And he's good at do. And then there's Tyrese Haliburton, who is so good that Andrew Nembhard is now a thing. And Aaron Nesmith is now a thing. And they're maximizing Miles Turner, and Pascal Siakam fits seamlessly. I think it's so easy to put players around Tyrese Haliburton, because Tyrese Haliburton is such a singular force offensively in a different way than Shai is. And it's hard to go, oh yeah, he's in there. Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Wemby, those guys, because they're just like, they're the dude. And Ty is that dude, but in the way that he involves everybody else.
Do the numbers matter as much come playoff time, just given Tyrese is there when it's time to win? Like, yeah, it's
the numbers like
the first 3 quarters, or like first 3 quarters or 3.5, whatever you want to call it. He's only taken 8 shots, but it's like he's still the reason why they're winning at the end. So it's like kind of like that's kind of what matters,
Yeah, to me it doesn't. It absolutely.
Like people talk like superstars, and he's got to be getting 25, but come playoff time, if he's the reason why they're getting,
can you lead your team to a win?
Yeah, and to me, this is why box score watching is really tough, because Ty last night 6 of 13 from the field, 2 of 7 from 3, had 10 boards, 6 assists. 14 points and 3 turnovers. His ability to create open shots, or to get that hockey assist where he's, manipulating a defender this way to get this pass up here to swing to the corner or whatever it is, I think just creates so many good looks for the Pacers that, the box score stats, if you're really watching, don't matter.
Appreciate you as always, Kyle Madsen, the Insiders. Of course, you can check out his 49er-centric podcast, Candlestick Chronicles, as well, and all of his great writing over at NinersWire.com. Kyle Madsen, have a great weekend. We'll see you
Yep.
back here at 10 a.m. on Monday. We'll come back. We've got a lot more to talk about with the NBA Finals and the NBA as well. I think Leezy is lurking around here. I know he's got some takes he's ready to fire off. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. It's Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What was I going to say? Oh, I didn't want to open this can of worms there at the end, so I'm just going to do it now and then leave.
Okay.
This is why, and I hadn't been able to articulate this thought during the show, but this is kind of why I reject a little bit the idea that keeping Haliburton wouldn't have been good for the Kings because they'd still be in the same spot and they wouldn't be able to build around him. I think Tyrese is such an easier player to build around than Domas.
Well, it was a week into the season, and we're like, oh, wow, this rookie's really good. And then he's out for a week. Wow, this team really sucks now.
Yeah. I'm with you 100%. I don't think having Tyrese on the Kings would have been a bad thing. I think the only argument I tried to make is Tyrese Haliburton on the Kings doesn't mean everything would be all better. It doesn't mean the Kings would be where the Pacers are.
I agree, but I think that their pathways to being better would have been more abundant had they had Tyrese Haliburton still.
And Tyrese Haliburton might not have said no to every single player that the Kings seem to like. Not saying anyone did that. But yeah.
Anyways.
No, I'm with you.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Chatty House. See you.
Kurt, it's on Instagram. Where is it? It's on Instagram. It's the first I think I don't know if it's the last reel because Leezy made some for us this morning, but you'll know it when you see it.
An incredible video, by the way.
Which one?
The one of your reaction to the game.
Is it?
Incredible. So
great.
good.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll re-download Instagram and check it out.
Wow. How about that?
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Never. Thank you. Appreciate you. You too.
I'm about to walk out of here with nothing.
All the stuff you were mad about. I got you. Oh, I didn't see Dwayne Wade's reaction video. I have to watch that. Peyton. Peyton, what if it was both? I don't know, man. It was definitely one of them, but what if it was both? Oh, appreciate you, Westside Kings. It's always nice to put a suit on every once in a while, and thankful for Matt George and Kevin John. We had a blast last night. Great stuff from Kyle Madsen there. Eddie Gonzalez is going to join us coming up in the 2:00 hour. Obviously, KC's out today. A couple of things I do want to touch on before we dive back into this game. Number one, D'Lo and KC will be back at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street, coming up on Friday night, June 20th. Friday night, June 20th. We're going to be back at Sky River Casino for our first ever night with D'Lo and KC. Starts at 7 o'clock. The show will not be streamed. The show will not be on the radio. This is a live show exclusive for the people who can come out. That's why we told you we were going to share some stories that we haven't shared before.
For those who might be wondering, because I'm totally tapped in everything we do, are we doing a show from 12 to 4 that day, or are we just doing the Sky River?
Oh, no, we're definitely doing a show 12 to 4 that day.
Knew that. So shout out to the chat house, anyone who didn't know that.
Yeah, we are definitely doing a show from 12 to 4 that day. But we're going to leave here, head out to Sky River Casino Friday night, June 20th, 32 Brew Street, our first ever a night with D'Lo and KC. And we're going to talk. We were swinging for the fences. We're at strike one. So
what if we tell people you won't be there and it's just Casey and friends? People just kind of spawn up that way.
Like Hall of Famers will just show up to 32 Brew Street and
Facts.
for some chicken tenders.
It's
And
like, Dusty Baker just happens to be gambling that night. Oh, I'll go talk to you guys.
Dusty,
You'll be there. We're just gonna tell everyone you're not.
Yeah.
Luke Wood, when'd you get here?
Yeah, I mean that happens pretty regularly. That should have been the move before I sent the email. Like, hey guys, I'm not gonna be there, but if you could pull up to Sky River Casino on June 20th, that would be great. One, we'll open up the floor for questions. Two, we'll tell a few stories that we've promised and just didn't want to do it on the air. So we'll tell those stories on June 20th, 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino, 7 o'clock. We're going to be out on the patio. It is going to be a great, great, great night. Hopefully you guys can come out. We've been begging to do something that wasn't during the 12 to 4 hours, that wasn't a live show, that wasn't during the work hours, all of that stuff. And we finally been able to pull this off. So June 20, 2 weeks from tonight, it's going to be a lot of fun. Sky River Casino. Lee's going to be there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Boy, I know.
I can't wait.
I could just leave if you want me to.
No,
I know you. Lee's.
Yeah.
Your feelings are hurt.
Oh, my feelings are hurt.
I think they are.
Oh, explain.
Ty's your boy.
Oh yes,
Ty is your boy.
been my boy.
He's not here anymore.
We had to accept it.
Well, yeah,
it's hard.
We did. And
so hard to say goodbye.
You've dug up the video. Don't ever cross the video guy. He's got them all archived.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. Like, because I remember that day. So
I remember. I couldn't believe when you posted that video. I was like, man, we were at home when Tyrese got traded.
Yeah.
That was the home era of D'Lo and KC.
I feel bad, D'Lo. I posted it twice. Posted it last series and this series.
That's
I
all right.
feel bad.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but a lot of things you guys were saying at the time was true, man. Like at the time, you go back, Kings were at a rough point, and they wanted to balance out the roster. I get it. You trade for an all-star. I get it. But I was just always frustrated because it's so hard. It's so hard seeing the team give up on a young talent like that, Like it would be like today if the Sixers just gave up on Jared McCain because they got Tyrese Maxey. It's like, let these guys cook. Let's see what they can do. Give them time. Yeah. So it's hard just going back looking at that stuff. I was even looking at my old YouTube channel of me talking about it and just some of the promise that was the glimmers of hope that was there for Tyrese. Like people say, oh, Fox and Tyrese, they couldn't play together. You go back, you look at some of the numbers, they were doing pretty good. Tyrese was third in Rookie of the Year voting behind LaMelo and Ant. Like there was glimmers there of his potential.
You know what was funny about this might come across a certain way. That Tyrese and De'Aaron stuff, like, oh, they can't play together. They can't play together.
Oh, yeah.
I've begun to wonder who started that narrative.
I don't know.
I'm not asking anybody to answer.
Yeah.
But I'm beginning to wonder, based on information that wasn't available at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Who started that conversation? And I've in everything. I mean, there are people within. James will dispute this, but I have heard from sources I've used to report stuff that the Pacers absolutely asked about De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
That it wasn't that they were out there looking to move Tyrese Haliburton, that there was a feeling that they had two players at a single position that they thought they could maximize one or the other if one or the other wasn't here. Okay. And everyone's like, no, Tyrese's contract, the rookie deal, the player that you absolutely. I completely get that. And that makes all of the sense in the world. I just don't think it was a single person conversation. I don't think it was a call. Hey, we've got Tyrese. What do you think? I do not think that's how this went.
Yeah.
I've had people tell me that that's not how this went. I don't know who ultimately made the decision, whether it was Sacramento or whether it was Indiana. I do not know. But
well, not trying to cut you off, but you can go back and look it up. Rick Carlisle was a big fan of Haliburton even before he was on the Pacers. There's quotes out there of him saying, oh, I think Tyrese should be Rookie of the Year, this and that, X, Y, and Z, before he even put on the Pacers uniform.
Yeah.
And a lot of people forget, like, I just wear a shirt that says the Insiders. I'm not an insider, but I feel like all this started back during the Ben Simmons thing when Daryl Morey was looking to move Ben Simmons because all that fallout, and then they were hitting up Sacramento. We didn't know who was going, Tyrese, Fox. There was rumors they wanted both. It was just getting crazy, and I think that's when all this kind of got kickstarted for me. But I don't know.
Who knows, man? Who knows? For me, I just enjoy watching Tyrese Haliburton. He's a fantastic ball player, and I'm not one of those sports media people who can't go, yeah, I think I missed on this one.
That's okay.
I did not think Tyrese could close games like this.
Yeah.
I did not think Tyrese could lead a potential championship team.
Mhm.
I did not think that you could argue back and forth about whether he or Pascal Siakam are the best player on that team. That doesn't matter to me. Tyrese Haliburton is the leader of that basketball team.
Yes.
I did not think he could lead an NBA Finals basketball team. I was wrong on that. I never thought he'd shoot enough to be a guy you'd have to fear with the ball in his hands late in the game. And last night in a game where you could make an argument, he didn't shoot enough.
Yeah.
He had the ball in his hands at the end of the game and he closed it out.
Yeah, he was ready for that moment.
He absolutely was, man.
And that's always been a thing with Ty. That's probably why he ended up getting traded. Like, even when he was here, there was times where we wanted him to shoot more and be more aggressive. At times a little bit harder with that roster and his place because he's so new to the league. But yeah, seeing him on the Pacers now, he's really the engine for that team. Like, yeah, there might be nights where he's not making a lot of shots, but he's making the right passes. Last night, if you look at it, the Pacers were dominating the boards. Tyrese had 10 of them. So he does all the little intangible things. I feel like that separates him or makes him a great player,
Lost in all of this, and rightfully so. This is the Pacers' day. This is Ty's day.
Mhm.
Game 2 is coming up this weekend, but Shea had 38.
Yes. Shea can still get down.
38 last night. He was 3 of 6 from 3, 7 of 8 from the line. Like he was Shea. He was the MVP last night.
That's the thing. That get lost. That's what's getting lost in all of this. Like, yeah, Haliburton hit a great shot, but still SGA, he showed why he's the MVP. He played great. He had a good game. It's funny, D'Lo. One thing I wanted to ask you about, a lot of people say, oh, Tyrese Haliburton, he's not a superstar. And SGA, he doesn't get that same thing. People see SGA, he's like, oh, he's MVP, he's a superstar. But I can't think of any big moments that he's had in comparison to Hallie, Like, he's obviously a great player, but when you talk about a superstar, you think about a signature moment. I don't feel like he has one yet. Do you? Like, obviously defeating the Nuggets was big for him.
He has this season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I get absolutely what you're saying. Like, we, even in an MVP season, you have, signature moments. Jokic has like 50, 30, like he has absurd, like Wilt Chamberlain stat line games. Russell Westbrook has that game against Denver.
Oh yeah.
James Harden had a absurd like 49 and 20 stat line the year he won the MVP.
Dame Lillard.
Steph had 50 of them.
Yeah.
Dame's never won an MVP though.
No,
like in an MVP season, you normally have like a signature moment. SGA had he just was so great all year. I wonder if we just got used to it.
I think so. I think like hardcore basketball people that watch, we were just used to it. Like, we seen it coming. But then like people who aren't really tapped in, who aren't watching the Oklahoma City Thunder, just like, well, they didn't catch it.
Shea's been 30 points per game for the last 3 seasons.
Man. Did he lead the league in scoring last year?
No, it doesn't have him highlighted on Pro Basketball Reference. So no, he was second in MVP voting last year.
I know Joe. I think Joel led the league in scoring one of these last couple of years, but I can't really remember how many games Joel played that year.
Well, last year could have been Jokic, no?
Oh, maybe. I don't think Jokic has ever led the league in scoring. No. He scores just enough, but then he has like all of his other stat lines are just like absurd.
He's got to get his assists and his rebounds in. He's not just scoring,
And he does.
Oh, yeah, he's not even close. Yeah. He did win MVP last year, though.
Right. Yeah. Nah, he does it.
Yeah.
But the brilliance of both of these players is on display.
Hey, D'Lo, just an old thing we were talking about. We talked about this a few weeks ago, like who had the most to gain from these playoffs. And right now it's looking like Ty. Because like he's throughout his whole career, people have just underestimated him, from the trade to him being a wannabe all-star from Wally Zerbiak to the overrated thing, which gets played up a little bit. But I feel like if he wins this, it will like solidify him because there's still a lot of people still skeptical, even though he's hit all these game winners and had these big moments and has stepped up to the moment when needed. I think this would just certify him.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when you talk about who has the most to gain, like these are the finals can often be like legacy defining moments for like Dirk.
Oh.
Whether it's fair or not.
Yeah.
Like Dirk beat that it wasn't just beating the Miami Heat, he beat that Miami Heat team.
Yeah.
That and maybe his legacy didn't need to be certified, but that did it.
It did. He beat a lot of people to get there. He beat Kobe, a young OKC team. He beat one of the greatest teams with the Heat. He earned it.
Yeah, and so you have this moment where it's like instead of a legacy defining moment, it's like a legacy building moment. Right? You have this moment now where guys are starting to. So that's why I think the conversation of Ty and SGA, like who really can take this moment if depending on which one of those guys win, who can really take this moment and take off with it. If SGA does it, like we really do have to appreciate the historic season that he had with the MVP, the scoring title that Jesse mentioned a minute ago, a 68-win Oklahoma City Thunder team, and now a run to the finals in what would almost certainly be a likely finals MVP. The stat has been out there all week about the amount of players that have done that. The answer is 3.
Yep.
It's Mike and it's Shaq, and that's it.
Yep.
That's absolutely it. For Ty, this is a moment where people were so on him. You talk about Rick Carlisle. We used to get our jokes off about JJ Redick, how JJ Redick like built a podcast off of his love for Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah.
But you see why guys like Rick Carlisle loved him. You see why guys like JJ Redick loved Tyrese Haliburton. We're seeing that on display after a few years of maturation in the league. You see it now where he's working with a good coach like Rick Carlisle, where he's working within a stable organization like the Indiana Pacers, an organization that has worked to get guys like Pascal Siakam around him. There's worked to get smaller pieces like Nembhard and Nesmith around him, and they have built out a team. And this, to Kyle's point, the point Kyle was making a few minutes ago, in that it might be a little easier to build around a guy like Tyrese Haliburton, who, and people ask this question all of the time, does he make his teammates better? The question for Tyrese Haliburton, emphatically,
yes. Yeah, he definitely makes his teammates better. But yeah, I totally understand what people are saying. He's in a great situation, as you mentioned. He has a Hall of Famer coach. He has a great supporting cast. He's in a great situation. It's really frustrating, though, D'Lo, not to backtrack, is when people say he could never do that here. I understand the Kings, they haven't made the right moves, but like, isn't that kind of bleak if a player that's made it to the finals, he's great as he is, and you don't feel like the Kings could have replicated that in some way? Like, they could have got the right moves, made the right moves to get the right people around him. Like,
I think it's Kings fans like dejection on the season. Like, and I don't think it's an unfair thought, because you do need things to fall into place.
But here's my thing. They're saying he just would never been that great here, or the Kings would be in the finals. I get that. Like, just because he's here doesn't mean you're in the finals. But I just think, like, kind of like Kyle was saying, he's a player you can build around. I feel like they could have gotten the right pieces. Maybe if you would have just drafted better, maybe take a guy like Şengün instead of Davion or whoever.
I think that's where Kings fans' frustration lies, is they don't trust the organization to have done that stuff.
Yeah, I think you could say like you could have made the right moves, but when did they ever like build it off of Sabonis and Fox? Because like the Sabonis and Haliburton trade, hindsight, whatever, player for player is bad. Looking at it now, it's bad or whatever. But Monty never did anything to build off of that.
Yeah, you put everything in place for year one to see what you had, and then you saw it, and you kind of went, "Cool,
yeah, we'll just be the third seed again. We'll make it back."
It very well could have been the same case with Tyrese here.
And that I think is the overarching point. If you kept all of the other variables the same, with the exception of, I assume, Tyrese and De'Aaron, and it's Tyrese and Domas, how would the equation change? Well, I mean, let's talk about like the front office. The front office made enough moves to get the job done. We could say maybe the Kings make the playoffs under Tyrese Haliburton. Great.
Yeah.
What do they do differently in year number 2 that they did in the De'Aaron Fox Domas version of year number 2.
Mhm.
Because in this version, they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Now we know, and it's being a little harsh because we have an idea of how some of this stuff went, but we don't know exactly. We know they tried to acquire OG Anunoby. We know they stopped everything with Harrison Barnes for like 10 days to try to get OG Anunoby out of Toronto.
Yep.
They weren't able to.
Kuzma.
We know Kyle Kuzma. We know when the trade deadline rolled around in February.
Cam Johnson.
They were trying to get, I don't know how far any of that stuff went, but I know, we all know, because the big reporters were on this one, Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was money or assets or what it was that pumped it, because that conversation started and ended within minutes.
Yeah, I remember that game. We thought it was time to buy some jerseys. We felt like, hey, this is about to go down. It's real.
We
It's
barely had a chance to get excited.
yeah, and then just instantly it's just like, nope. It's like, what happened?
And there are so many reasons that could be true.
Yeah.
And we knew, like, if the writing is on the wall here. When the Pacers made that move and gave up all of those picks, they knew he was there for the long term.
Yeah.
He knew they were going to offer him the amount of money that he felt was appropriate for him to stay with an organization.
Yeah.
Maybe the Kings weren't, maybe Monty wasn't, maybe Vivek wasn't, maybe Keegan Murray was somehow involved in this. Maybe I think I heard Malik Monk's name involved in that conversation as well. So who knows? It's a hindsight conversation and wondering what Domas, Siakam,
Fox,
and De'Aaron Fox would have looked like. Is
that a big three
knows?
Good enough to take you to that next level? I mean,
it's hard to say. Keegan's not here.
Well,
I
yeah,
think.
yeah,
I assume Keegan's not here. I think Malik isn't. So, and you have a lot of money tied up in those. That's an expensive 3 right there that you have to find a way to build around.
Yeah.
And you handed out your number 4 pick to go acquire him.
Yeah, you're giving up depth for that big 3, and then like you're gonna be tied up money wise. So how much can you build on top of that? Yeah,
but it's the evil we don't know, right? And that's more attractive, right? The grass is, that grass over there. It's green.
Yeah,
that grass is green over there.
Hey, a lot of grass is looking greener right now. It's like, hey, what if we would got Siakam? Hey, what if we kept this guy? It's looking bleak.
If you're a Kings fan, there's football fields of green grass ahead of you, and you're just like, man, it sure looks nice over there. Sure looks nice over there.
Hey, well, I just want to say this. So I like Scott Perry. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the offseason. I like Scott Perry. When he was here for a short amount of time, I know he wasn't here for a long tenure, but Scott Perry, the vibes are up. Hopefully things get back on the right track.
Yeah, vibes are fantastic, but let's get some basketball stuff in order. And I think he's more than capable of doing that. We saw the Kings announce some moves today. Their coaching staff moves. There's some front office moves. I don't know how big of a deal that is to everybody, but Sean Cunningham has been reporting on them for the last, night or so, the last 24 hours. He's had those out there. Doug continues to add to his staff. So there's certainly some developments within Kings world, but as we get, closer to the draft, it's going to be pretty anticlimactic for them without a first round draft pick.
Yeah.
And then we'll head into, the start of the new league year. We'll head into that 4th of July weekend. We'll head into the California Classic, which I guess doesn't matter.
Yeah,
anymore.
we're not part of it.
And we'll head into Summer League, and it'll be like, all right, what do we got? What are we doing here? It was a big time of year last year. What does it wind up looking like this year?
Yeah. What's the next move?
Yeah, man. What do you think game 2 looks like? There's a lot of people leaning on the OKC blowout going into game 2. I'm not of that thinking. I understand why people think that. There were a lot of God, people are in, be clear, rightfully so. I understand. People are so high on the Oklahoma City Thunder. This Pacers victory didn't seem to have swayed many people. I mentioned the Anthony Slater line where he said, I originally had OKC in 5. This will probably change it by a game, and I just have OKC in 6 now. And maybe it's me who's irrationally high on the Indiana Pacers, but I don't see a blowout in game 2. I wouldn't be stunned if the Pacers won both of them. We've seen them do it.
Yes.
So I do think Oklahoma City's a lot better than the New York Knicks are, but I'm not
much better.
I think we have a fist fight this entire series.
Yeah, I think it's still gonna be tight. Like last night's win was great, but like you said, I don't think I don't think the Pacers are going to run away with it, and I don't think the Thunder are just going to blow them out. Like it's like styles make fights. The Thunder have this great defense, but the Pacers have this great offense, and it's been enjoyable to watch. Shout out to all the people that said small markets wouldn't be exciting. Said, "Oh man, this is bad for basketball. No one's gonna watch this." Oh, the ratings. Look at where we are now. But no,
most people who have discussions about ratings probably don't know exactly what they are.
Yeah.
They look at like the the dumbest down form of those numbers. Like, oh, it only drew a 5.9. Terrific. Explain to me this entire NBA on Today crew. Explain to me what that 5.9 stands for. Yeah, most of them just look at the numbers and like, oh, well, LeBron did a 7, so they did. Oh, this is bad. Like, all right, man, tell me what it stands for.
Yeah.
And I find it lazy. I think this is a fantastic situation.
I think it's great
for the NBA.
Yeah, it's good. It's good seeing like new stars rise up. LeBron is like 40. Like we're happy. It's good he's still in the league and doing his thing, but we're running out of time. Father Time is undefeated. It's good to see.
Father Time has been defeated twice, once by LeBron and once by Tom Brady.
Oh well.
We need to stop pretending that Father Time is undefeated. Tom Brady beat Father Time's ass.
He did. Yeah,
Tom Brady was like 44 when he retired or something.
And still wanted to keep playing low key.
Man,
you still hear that be like, oh, he might get back on the field. It's like, what?
No. Yeah, that man played that man played well all the way till the end.
Yeah. Tom, go home to your family. It's over. It's done.
I think his family had already left him at that point. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm sure Tommy's doing just fine.
Yeah, he'll bounce back.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Him and Bill will be okay, right?
I think they'll both be just fine. Well, Bill, I'm not so sure about, but Tommy will be just fine. Yeah. But I love I love these stars building. I'm gonna need a couple of these, side stars to step up a little bit. One of them being J-Dub.
Yes. He's been in and out. He's been up and down. He's been a little streaky.
17 on 19 ain't gonna work. No. He's got to be more efficient than that. Again, Indiana deserves credit for that, but those guys missed shots. Those guys missed a lot of shots last night. They shot under 40% from the field. Shot under 40% from the field. Shot 36.7% from three. The Pacers were able to hit 7 more threes than them. They shot 46.2%. That's what saved them. Yeah. That and the fact that OKC never really capitalized off of all those turnovers that they had.
No. They had how many turnovers? How many steals? Thunder had like 17 steals to the Pacers like 1, I believe.
Steals. OKC had 14. And the Indiana Pacers had 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a discrepancy. I'm hyped for game 2, man. You sticking around for a little bit? I know you got concerts in the park. I know you got a full agenda. What are you doing right now?
I have everything to do. Me and Jackie could be at concert in the park tonight.
Whose night is it? Who's out there?
I don't know. I don't know who's performing. That's all Jackie. Jackie says jump, and I said, how high, Jackie? Let's go do this.
That is the smart way of living, my brother. We'll come back. We'll talk. Appreciate you, Leezy, as always, my man. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA. The Giannis rumors got really, really loud this week. We'll talk a little bit about that. Of course, we'll stay on these NBA finals. We'll take your phone calls as well. Eddie Gonzalez coming up in the 2:00 hour. Will Z to talk Kings basketball in the final hour of the show. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Cool.
Lazy, talk to the chat for a minute.
Okay.
Need to, fill this up.
All right. Let's check this out. What's up, Chatty House?
The bathroom too, so you might have to bring us back.
Oh boy!
Lazy.
Oh man!
It's the Lazy
Let's
show.
go. Lazy and my boy Jesse. All right.
Yes, sir.
Jesse, chat was distracting me, man. You guys always say it's like, don't get lost in the chat. Chat was distracting me every time. Every time I look up, they're talking about Lee.
They're not happy. Yeah, they're not happy about that.
Man, they mad when I'm against
them. I get it,
mad when I'm with them.
See, but you wish-wash too much.
I am an unbiased, aspiring journalist. I just call it like it is. Right? Yeah.
Shout out Jackie.
Jackie is a real one, man. Jackie's hella cool. Everyone's here hella cool. Joe Brazil, that's my boy. Jesse, everyone's always supportive around here. Stephen Brown, everyone's cool but Stephen Brown. Don't support him. Chat, what's up? Throw some questions at me, chat. It's different being on this side, so let's see what you got. Ooh. Oh, Soren. I ain't trying to get Soren. Scout, what are you talking about? Leezy looks like he is sad because of the comments. No, I'm used to it. I can take it. Hey, Coach JT, If I get to him, appreciate the love, Brody. That's right. Shout out to Coach JT, man. He reposted the video of me giving him a shout out, wearing his suit. Coach JT, good people, man. Filthy McNasty. I just wanted to say your name. I'm gonna skip you, Soren Smith. I seen that. Russ, what's up, Leezy? Have fun at concert in the park tonight. Hey, Jesse, have you ever been to concerts in the park?
Company answer, yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah,
I've been there.
I seen you at the last one. You right? You know, being on
once or twice. Why?
Hey.
What if I wasn't?
Well, hey,
What if I hadn't?
I'm inviting you. Come on out. It's a fun time. Hey, I've been to a couple. I seen Exhibit. I seen Phil and the Harmonics. I seen a bunch of them. It's really fun being out there. No lie. It's a little hot.
I got you. I've been to so maybe next time.
Yeah, bring them sunglasses too. What's this? Leezy, would you rather host a show or be the analyst? That's a good question, man. I don't know. It's funny. Last night I was looking through my old YouTube when I was trying to make content. So I've been on both sides of it. So it's been interesting. No problem. We in here with the baby daddy and Filthy McNasty. All the good ones.
Oh, yeah. Filthy McNasty.
Yeah, we got Unk in here, Michigan Wolverines. Shout out to him.
Chill out, John Poles. We cook more at my house. All right, that was just one time.
Wow. No, the baby
Donald
daddy
broke my heart.
Hallie is not who we thought LaMelo was going to be. LaMelo is a bona fide scorer. They have two different games. One's
very, very different.
Yeah,
LaMelo's a great passer, though.
Yeah, he can pass. Man, I don't want to bring up the LaMelo conversation, but man, come on, he's good.
Well, he's definitely good.
Mm-hmm.
You staying?
I'm staying around a little bit.
Okay.
Vibes are up. It's Friday.
All right,
let's stick around. We got a lot to talk about. A lot going on in the NBA world.
Lizzie was like,
Jacking and walking and grab him by his ear. No, let's go.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God! As long as she does it on camera,
I'm on lookout.
It works. As long as she does it on camera, y'all don't have to be there this early. I know y'all work hard and got to get to the park early, but
yeah, we got set up.
No doubt. Go ahead then. You said it right before we kick. Go ahead.
What's up?
No, come on, man. Go ahead.
No, we're not talking about this, are we?
Okay.
We can, here we go. So in the chat, I forgot who said it, but someone was comparing LaMelo to Tyrese Haliburton. And I said, no, let's not talk about this. We've been talking about LaMelo over and over.
Mm-hmm.
They are two different players. One is a scorer. One is a playmaker. It's very different between the two. So, no, I do not think LaMelo is who Tyrese is supposed to be or whatever the comparison was. No, don't compare the two. Also, for all the people out there, I know we've talked about it, but I would love to see LaMelo on the Kings. I definitely will be saying we. No flag.
You're big.
You're
that big of a LaMelo guy.
Yeah, he's a great player, man.
I knew you like LaMelo.
What would you trade for him?
What would I trade for him?
That's the question.
Don't ask me. I'll give up. Man, hey, what's it going to cost? Maybe 2 picks and maybe one of our stars? I'll do that.
But who though? Because I feel like that's important.
Well, it is important because obviously if Sabonis is here with LaMelo, that's great. But one thing to consider, if you have LaMelo and Sabonis, someone's still got to play some defense. As much as I love LaMelo, he ain't playing defense. As great as Sabonis is, we still need some defense. So if that's him, because I don't think the Hornets is going to take back LaVine.
So work with me for a second. I don't care what the player is.
Okay.
Take Domas off the team.
Okay.
And put LaMelo on it.
Yes.
You think they're better?
Yes.
Man, you said that with a lot of confidence.
I think he's better. And a lot of people will talk about LaMelo and be like, he's never won anything. He ain't done X, Y, and Z. Yeah. How old is LaMelo? How old is LaMelo?
I believe he turns 24 next month.
Okay, so Sacramento, take away the name LaMelo. You don't want a 24-year-old all-star who can hit the three, who can facilitate and pass and get rebounds and is like 6'7".
He's all-star in the one season he played more than 70 games, though.
Yeah, he's all-star and also rookie of the year. He beat out my boy Hallie and Ant-Man.
It was 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. But also, what team is he on? The Hornets. Who's the best player on the Hornets besides LaMelo? Is it 19-year-old Brandon Miller? Is it Miles Bridges, who's in and out of the lineup for different reasons? Like, who is he playing with?
I think they get worse if you trade him for Domas just because of the fact he doesn't play, really. I think they're worse.
Yeah, if you got LaMelo on the Kings with Domas, I think it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
It makes a lot more sense than without him. I'm just seeing this clip for the first time of Tyrese and Siakam after the game last night, and I think it's Ty saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's Ty saying it. Ty is let's get greedy, man. We didn't even play well.
Yeah.
And that's where like I'm genuinely curious how Oklahoma City feels that they played last night. I don't think they played great last night.
Yeah.
They weren't able to go on there's going to be shots, particularly some ones in the final 2.5 minutes that they're like those drop.
Yeah.
Those normally drop for us. And in the same regard, though, I mean, Haliburton and Siakam, like they're right. They didn't play well.
They didn't play great. Siakam was the leading scorer? He had 19?
Yeah, I think there were a bunch of players in the teams. He had no one scored 20. Neesmith had 10. You mentioned Siakam, he had 19. Turner had 15. It felt like his 15 points were huge, though.
Yeah.
Nembhard had 14. That's another
Nembhard's
sort
good.
of tie. And Obi Toppin had 17. Those were a huge 17 points. Nembhard was fantastic last night. There was a point. I'll take it a step further. He was fantastic in the fourth quarter, particularly on the defensive end. Talked with Kyle about how great I thought he was against SGA in the final minutes, but he was also I think there's something to be said for a guy who'll step to you.
Yeah,
and Nembhard did that on a couple occasions.
Oh yeah,
against SGA last night. It's like, okay,
Nembhard's not scared of the moment. He gets after on both sides of the ball.
He doesn't appear to be scared of anything.
No,
we always say this. A little bit of crazy.
You need that.
A little bit of crazy goes a long way.
We like that. Hey, here in Sacramento, we all like Monk, and sometimes Monk is loose. He's that type of player, he'll get after it. But yeah, Nembhard, I feel like he's underrated. Oh yeah, definitely underrated. But back in the last series or the other series where he was playing against the Bucks, like he was taking big shots against Giannis, who's way bigger than him. Like Nembhard shows up, he'll hit those big threes, he'll get after it on defense. Yeah, solid player.
Speaking of Giannis, the Giannis noise got really, really loud this week. I'm not sure if this was based off of the meeting that they had or if someone in someone's camp is talking, but I know Scoop B had him linked to the Raptors. I think Shams Charania followed it up later, or a collective at ESPN followed it up later with Raptors Heat. There's words that he wants to stay out east. There's starting to be very specific details that Giannis allegedly wants in a destination should he choose to request a trade from Milwaukee. A little bit of say in the organization, which I'm not sure if Giannis is aware, that eliminates Miami. You do not get a say in the organization if you're traded to Miami. Raptors, what was the other one? Brooklyn, the Nets. The Nets are another one.
They got the picks for him, right?
Yeah, the Nets have the Nets have the assets, they have the cap space, they have
Jordy's
the ability. Yeah, they have the ability. I don't, but again, it's starting to like recognize what it is Giannis exactly wants.
Yeah, he's got to speak up.
Is winning the number one priority, or is being out east? Market, organizational control, like what are your top priorities in a potential move this offseason? But I'm just not sure what happened, but man, it sparked a lot of conversation this week. There was a lot of reporting on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Where do you think the best destination for him would be?
The best in terms of what?
Well, in terms of winning. If you want to win, I'm thinking about championship, like in terms of actually winning, because if you want to do market, you can just.
Well, when you look around at teams that have assets, like New York could probably do this relatively easily. I do wonder what Toronto looks like if they make this move, because that's obviously a massive upgrade. If you're able to do, one or two things on a smaller scale, man, that could shift the trajectory of Toronto really, really quickly.
Yeah. They would have to give up Scotty Barnes, probably.
No, you couldn't though. Like, there's no point in doing it if you're doing like if you're if you're trying to build a championship contender, Scotty Barnes is completely off the table.
But when Milwaukee wants the younger player,
we're gonna have to give you something else, dog. Like hey, look, you're rebuilding.
Yeah.
I'm building a championship contender. We'll send you picks.
Yeah.
We've got some other young guys we can send. We're not sending you him though.
I would have to see the trade package. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't involve him. At least if it's Toronto, there's no point in if I'm Giannis and I'm Masai Ujiri, there's no point in doing this. So this eliminates the whole purpose of it.
Do you think?
But I don't think Brooklyn is good. Like I don't think that makes Brooklyn a contender in anything if they're able to do it.
Brooklyn, they would still have to make some more moves.
Like a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like I think Toronto do a couple of you do a couple of you have your nucleus that you're building around. I don't know what Brooklyn has.
Yeah. Ujiri, we've seen he can put together a good roster. He already has some pieces in place, and I feel like him and Giannis have some connection. There's some article I was reading about, but yeah, I think. Do you think if he does go to the Raptors, like there will be an instant contender, or like where do you think they would land?
The Raptors,
like basically, let's say Giannis goes there. Do you think he'll be able to compete with the Knicks, the Celtics, all those guys?
I'll operate under the assumption the Celtics and Knicks don't change. I'll operate on the assumption that the Pacers don't change. I'd put them below. I'd put the Raptors below them in a move like this. I'd put the Raptors below them. And I don't know that there's another team, at least that was referenced, that makes sense. Because again, based on what they were reporting and throwing Miami in that doesn't make sense. You're not going to get anything other than a jersey in Miami. You're not going to get any sort of Pat Riley's never going to go to you and go say, hey, Giannis, what do you think about this?
No.
Now, unless there's changes coming in Miami, which have been rumored for a few months, that's different. But outside of that, like Miami's, they're out of this conversation. Yeah. Houston is the other interesting one to watch. That flies in the face of the East. And I'm sure Milwaukee is like, no, should push come to shove. Oh, we could do right by Giannis. But at the same time, if Houston says, hold on, player.
Hold on, player.
Let's talk before you try to, acquiesce to what Giannis Antetokounmpo wants. You put together a trade package. All of a sudden, you're Milwaukee. You're like, hey, this actually might work for us. Giannis is in this weird position where, like, I was looking at Mikal Bridges' contract the other day. Mikal has 1 year left. So that's like, it is just next year. And so that makes whatever decisions that the New York Knicks feel like they need to make this offseason a whole lot easier. Remember when Dame was traded and that fiasco? Dame had like 4 or 5 years. He had just signed a deal.
He just got his super duper max. He got all his money, and now they're like, all right.
So he's out to Miami, and Portland's like, that's too goddamn bad.
Yeah, we're not taking back Tyler Hero.
Yeah, we're not taking back anything they're offering. Here's what we're gonna do instead. Giannis has 2 years left and a player option. So 2 years, player option on the third, which kind of puts him like in the middle. Like he's kind of it's. You can use the threat of that player option all you want, but you still have 2 full years. So if I'm Houston with the roster I have, I'm like, it's cool. If you want to opt out that final year, that's fine with us.
Yeah.
We've got 2 years. We're going to go try to win a championship in a wide open Western Conference. So welcome to Houston.
There you go.
Welcome to Texas.
Giannis in the West. Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, man. We got Wemby, Giannis, Cooper Flag, Luka, SGA. Oh my goodness.
Man. Yeah.
This gets tougher out here.
It does, man. And then there's, of course, San Antonio has this treasure trove of assets and picks. They if they wanted to move off, if they were willing to move off number 2, they could literally acquire any player in the league that was available.
Yeah, Spurs are set for success. Like they could really dominate the market.
I've wondered, because obviously that 2 is incredible. I wonder if they push back, meaning the San Antonio Spurs, if they pushed against the idea of giving up number 2, how attractive was it 14?
Yeah, they have 2 and 14.
How attractive does that 14th pick become for a team who is either desperate to get a second pick, or if you're a Phoenix and you're not even in the draft,
you just want to get in.
You're Sacramento, and I don't think Sacramento can get involved in this, but a team that's outside of draft, maybe they're a little too far down. They need it. I wonder how attractive that 14 becomes if push came to shove for a team who wants to work with San Antonio.
I'll take the 14th pick. I wanted to skip 12th pick.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
some of this maps out. Like, I people are pushing about that second pick. That 14th pick could wind up being, obviously it's not as valuable, but San Antonio recognizes that too. Like, no, we are preparing to open the biggest championship window that we could possibly have, that a team could possibly have. I mean, you make the argument, they're here right now. Oklahoma City has done that now.
Yeah.
San Antonio's like, we'll raise you one.
Yeah.
We've got Wemby. We've got, whoever they wind up taking at number 2. We've got De'Aaron Fox. We've got Steph Castle. We've got guys.
He's still untouchable, Steph Castle. I think he would be, right?
Steph?
No,
Steph is absolutely untouchable.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
You could move the other one.
Hey, for everyone jumps on me. I've already thought about this. I didn't want to say it, but that's why I was just asking the question.
We said this the day after the lottery.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox may not play enough. If San Antonio really wanted to be aggressive, De'Aaron Fox might not play another game for the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah.
Between his contract and that 14th pick,
you can do something.
You absolutely could do something, and you use Steph Castle to be a guy to build off of Wemby for the next however long.
And he's cheaper too, right?
For years. He's cheaper. Just won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, he's cheaper. Like, he's still in that contract. You can move Fox,
but to a similar point. Now, obviously, you're acquiring someone in that trade, but you've got to spend money somewhere. So spending money on De'Aaron Fox, there are worse options out there.
Yeah.
But if the idea becomes De'Aaron and Steph, I don't know if we really need to do that. I think they're far more likely to move off.
I don't know if they can play together, D'Lo.
Yes,
I don't think they can play together. Both point guards pretty much. I can't see it working. You got to rebalance that roster. It's unbalanced.
Stephen Brown says D'Lo is a Fox hater.
Don't listen to Stephen Brown, first of all. I've seen it too. You got to ignore the chat, D'Lo. That's rule 1 sometimes. Don't get lost in it.
Oh, I'm not lost. I think it's cute. I wish my voice was normal, but no, I don't think I'm a Fox hater. I'm not the biggest De'Aaron Fox fan. I was a De'Aaron Fox fan though.
Yeah, yes, you were.
I absolutely was.
D'Lo,
I thought he could be the one for this franchise. I absolutely did.
D'Lo, you say it all the time. You say De'Aaron Fox doesn't realize how good he can be. Something to that
I don't think he realizes how good he is. I don't
is.
think he realizes how good he is right now.
Here's the thing. For everyone out there that thinks I'm a De'Aaron Fox hater, I think De'Aaron Fox is a great scorer. I think he's a good point guard, all that stuff. I just don't like his mentality. Like, this is a weird comparison, but try to follow along. He kind of reminds me of like Andrew Wiggins. I know they're different players, different positions. Andrew Wiggins has the athleticism. He has the skills. He could be a great player, but he doesn't have the motor. And that's why on the Timberwolves, they never did anything. Once he got to the Warriors and he wasn't the number 1 guy and he could ride shotgun to Steph and whoever else, he did great in that role. I think Fox could do great in that role on the Spurs. I just don't think he's your number 1. And people want to just get at me for that. And I think he's a good player. I just don't think he's a number 1.
I did. I thought the Warriors playoff series was going to change everything.
For Wiggins?
No, for De'Aaron.
Oh,
I thought,
yeah, because the way he played.
Yeah, because I get your comp.
I'm just saying
I get
he
it.
doesn't have the motor and the mentality. That's why.
Yeah, and I thought De'Aaron showed in that playoff series that he did. And that I feel like was the first time, and he had shown it throughout the season with the Orlando game, the Chicago game, his play in the fourth quarter. He had shown it, and it's like we had begged for what I think we always refer to as the Ja Morant moment. Yeah. Ja Morant had a really good season, gets to the postseason, and erupts.
Yep.
And prior to some of his nonsense, he had never looked back.
No, he was supposed to be the face. He was going to be the guy.
He had been that player.
Yeah.
And when De'Aaron had that series against Golden State, came out the next year, seemed to pick up right where he left off. It was like, yeah, he did it. Yeah. Like, he's absolutely done it. And then he trailed off a little bit, and now we're having conversations about whether he was playing over his head or not. And I'm still of the belief he wasn't. Like, I'm absolutely of the belief De'Aaron Fox can be a 27 to 30 point per game scorer.
I do too. That's the thing. I think he can do that stuff. He just doesn't do it.
It's not his game. It's not his skill level that keeps him from doing that. It's what you just said a second ago.
Yeah.
It's his mindset. Like, it's his approach. Like,
you know how frustrating it is when Will would come in here after a bad Kings game and be like, man, Fox just has to get mad and take over. It's like, bro, how many seasons? This is 8th season, and we still got to tell this guy to get mad and take over? Like, really?
Yeah, and why do you have to get mad? Just go take over the game. Like, it's not like SGA was pissed off last night and scored 38.
No.
SGA went out there and scored 38.
Yeah, he does.
That's what he does.
Yeah. And he's not a rah-rah in-your-face type of guy. He just goes out there and do it. Do it.
And that's and there's De'Aaron's blueprint.
Yeah.
You don't have to yell. Like, when we talk about Tyrese has shown more personality, I guess, this postseason than he has. And I think Tyrese has always had like a little bit more personality than De'Aaron. But he's shown personality, leadership qualities in this postseason more than he ever has. And for De'Aaron always, he would always take, if someone said, lead this team, be a leader, galvanize these guys. He would always take that as like, oh, I'm not a yeller. I'm not a Robert. That's not me. Like, I talk when I need to talk. It's like, no one's asking you to do that.
Yeah.
And there are times where he'd go out there and take a game over and you're like, dog, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Go take the game over. It's why he won, the Jerry West Award the first year it was in existence. Go take a game over. You don't have to yell. You don't have to scream. You don't have to break clipboards. You don't have to throw chairs.
Yeah.
Go take over. Go grab your guys. I saw Domas more often that first year gathering guys, calling for guys to get together than I saw De'Aaron do it.
Yeah, that's the thing about Domas. Like, people can label Domas as soft or whatever, but he's out there fighting hard. He's out there yelling. He's out there trying to motivate his team. He's keeping people accountable. Seems like to me, at least.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
But yeah, we've seen it just this last season alone. Like the game against the Rockets, Fox took over. The game against the Grizzlies, before he got hurt, he was taking over. Like, we see flashes of it. I just wish it was more consistent. That's just my thing.
I do too, and I have no idea. I think I said this in the clip that you posted on social media. He's a little out of sight, out of mind, because he didn't play the last little stretch of the season. And obviously he's been away from Sacramento now since February. So it's like, okay, you're not my focus anymore.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to expect from him next year in San Antonio.
I don't
I
either.
know what I think I'm going to see, but it might not be fair to him. Like, I genuinely do not know how he's approaching this offseason, how he's going to I'm not questioning his work ethic or anything like that. I don't know what his approach to next season is going to be like, knowing I'm sure everyone in San Antonio, everyone in the NBA is expecting Victor Wembanyama to take this step. Now you've got whoever the number 2 pick is in the draft. You got Steph Castle coming off his Rookie of the Year campaign. There were people who had what I thought were unrealistically high expectations for San Antonio last year. Now I think all of those expectations that people had for the Spurs, now I think they're very realistic.
Oh, yeah.
Now I think you're starting to talk about like 4, 5, 6, maybe potentially higher. Yeah, I think that's starting to become a lot more realistic this season than it was last season. And I think De'Aaron plays a big part in that.
Yeah.
But does De'Aaron settle into that 17, 18, 19, 20 point per game guy and is perfectly happy with it? Do they need more from him? Do they need him to be a bigger scorer than that? Like, I'm not sure.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to be interesting to see. It's like you said, Stephon Castle's coming off Rookie of the Year. What steps is he going to take? Wembanyama, like, they're finally getting established. Like, it's going to be interesting to see what they do over this summer. But definitely next year, they can definitely be a real contender. That's for sure.
Yeah, how they shake out in the Eastern Conference. I mean, I know a lot of people are anxious for this. I mean, obviously, a lot of Kings fans are anxious for this off season to officially get underway, for this new year to officially get underway, and for things to start happening. But where does Denver fall in all of this? Russell Westbrook was a big part of what they did last year. Does he wind up being back with them? What did the Los Angeles Lakers do? That was a 50-win Los Angeles Lakers team. Everyone's going to insert them in every single trade conversation, though most of them won't make any sense. the Houston Rockets were the 2 seed at 52 wins. They are a lot like San Antonio.
Mhm.
Anything they want to do, they could probably do it.
Yep.
Whether that's Kevin Durant, whether that's Giannis Antetokounmpo, whether it's someone else that we haven't talked about, heard about, like they could absolutely do it. Minnesota, I don't know. I don't know what
Minnesota's
Minnesota
gonna be
is.
interesting, and the thing is, they have new ownership finally taken over, and anytime that happens, the first thing they want to do is make some big moves. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to make a big move and get Kevin Durant or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that has been out there for a little while. What does that wind up looking like? You've got the Clippers at 50 wins, like DeMar DeRozan. There have been thoughts about like DeMar back in LA with the Los Angeles Clippers, because the deal with them makes a little bit more sense than the deal with the Lakers. What does a full year with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry look like? What does Memphis look like with a full year under their new head coach? And do they make any drastic changes this offseason? They've got the Jaren Jackson thing ahead of them. There's Ja Morant questions, though some of them have been shut down recently. Now you got Dallas, who I would have thought was – I honestly thought Dallas would just be dead next year. They had a cute little run, and it was fine. Obviously, that's not going to be the case anymore.
Yeah, they kicked out of it. It was like it was wrapped. They kicked out of it.
Kicked out on 2 3/4.
Yeah, Nico Harrison rose up like the Undertaker.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. A 39-win basketball team. Now all of a sudden we're like, what do they look like with Cooper Flag? And I'm not going to put too much on them, but I expect Cooper to be good next year. And if Anthony Davis is healthy, yeah, that team is a bit of a problem. I don't know if it's a 50-win problem, but they're a problem. And then Phoenix would have to do multiple things, multiple drastic things for me to remotely take them seriously. But Portland has my attention. San Antonio has my attention. The Pelicans and the Jazz do not.
No. It's going to be interesting what Portland does, because at the end of the season, they were starting to make a run. It started to look like they were starting to put things together. So it'll be interesting to see how they build.
They had a couple of stretches this year where it was like, okay.
Yeah. Shaden Sharp was getting down.
Yeah.
School was starting to figure it out. It was all starting to come together for them.
Yeah. So
I'm glad they kept Chauncey Billups around, because there was times where it looked like he was going to get fired or whatever, but like he developed this team. It's good. They're going to let him see it through,
We really, it's difficult to get guys like you want to, like Rick Carlisle. Rick Carlisle's not going to be fired.
No,
like it would take a lot for Rick Carlisle to be fired, right? Like, he has been one. It's the stability of the organizations he's worked for, at least in the basketball components. When you look at Dallas, and now when you look at Indiana, but it feels almost impossible to get guys like him, like the next generation of those guys, established. We wondered if Chauncey was going to be back, and there probably was no reason to really wonder.
Yeah,
like he hasn't been the head coach there in Portland that long, and it's like, yeah, give him an opportunity to play this out, see what it winds up looking like, and let these. One of the best things I think the Denver Nuggets did, there were Michael Malone firing rumors for years, multiple different seasons, and he was never fired.
Yeah. Wow.
They went on, what 7 seasons into this, 6, 7 seasons into this, won a championship. He had a couple of more, and it wasn't necessarily, at least it doesn't sound like, it was wins and losses that got Michael Malone fired. It was, well, Michael Malone.
Yeah, he wears on you after a while. That was the reports. It's kind of like the Tibbs thing.
It sounds like it was the combination of Michael Malone and Calvin Booth that kind of wore on everybody.
That's still wild. They fired both of them, though. Normally you pick, but
I mean, again, just reading it sounds like it was so bad. They were like, look, we don't want to deal with either one of you. We are going to start completely fresh. And I don't even think they have a general manager.
I don't remember them hearing any word about that.
I mean, they've hired David Adelman, but I don't think they've hired a general manager yet. We'll come back. You really do have to leave this time. We'll come back with more. Eddie Gonzalez coming up in about 30 minutes. I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say about the game last night. We'll talk to Will Z about some Kings topics at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right. Thank you, Chatty House. Thank you, D-Lo. Jesse, everybody.
Absolutely.
See you guys at Constant Park tonight.
Excellent. Appreciate you, my man.
Appreciate you. Sorry about that.
No, you good. You ain't do nothing. You good. All right, boy. Have fun at the park. Is TC gonna call in during Will Z's show? That's funny. Compete out there with Dominic Mysterio. I just looked at the video you sent, man. Damn. Those WWE events are crazy. Yeah. I hear you, Michigan. Michigan, you know what I started doing today? I started for the first time ever in 20 plus years, maybe 25 years of trying to take this. I started counting macros today. Never ever done it before. Started doing it today. I need a little boost, so I'm gonna try that. It was already work, man. It took forever just to log my first 2 meals. Like, fuck, man, is this what my day is like now?
You'll never guess who's on the line right now.
Oh, terrific. Terrific. I can't lie, man. Y'all talking about the pool. I really do just want to go home and get in the pool.
You want me to cut running back for these last 2 hours?
No, man, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's talk to TC here, 916-909-1320. Let me go to Will Z's latest article to see if I can guess what trade proposal TC came up with this morning. TC, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Hey, listen, what's up with my two brothers? Kenny ain't in the spot, but Jesse back there. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, boy? Boy, yeah, you got some explaining to do.
Hey, now look. Hey, when I came up with that trade, I knew, I forgot I even read that on the article of Will Z, bro. It was just on my mind. I told you I was chilling watching the A's game, and I said, let me call the homies. Will Z, my bad, bro. I wasn't trying to take your fame, bro. But that trade was, that's the trade right there. That's the move, bro. So I like that. Other than that, dog, I just really called to say, man, listen, have a good weekend, bro, and get ready, though. I just wanted to tap in and, Chatty House. Y'all was on me yesterday. D-Lo, y'all got on me, bro.
Nah, that was
my bad, dog.
DC, that was funny, man. It's all love. Nobody thought that was malicious. It was just funny as hell. Will Z will be with us at 3 o'clock, I guess, to defend his honor. No, he'll talk about some of the different articles that we wrote. We'll get Will's thoughts on the game last night, too, man, as a fantastic start. A quick diversion from the NBA here real quick. I know this story broke yesterday. I didn't pay a ton of attention to it until very late last night, or at least very late for me. Did you see that Anthony Richardson suffered an injury to a throwing shoulder?
I saw it. See how bad it was.
It was he's out indefinitely. It's the same AC joint that he had surgery on.
Daniel Jones, you're up.
Bruh.
I don't know who's in, but I'm out on Anthony Richardson. Just putting that out there.
I wasn't. I know we were, because I think we were talking about, for some godforsaken reason, we were talking about this conference, this division, a couple of days ago. But I know Anthony Richardson and the Colts came up, but this is tough. This is tough. You have surgery on the AC joint, and then during OTAs. You suffer an injury again. Shane Steichen says he's out indefinitely.
Go ahead and run the year with Daniel Jones, and then hopefully you're bad enough for Arch Manning. Sorry, Michigan Wolverines. I know it's your squad and all that, but it's going to be a bad year.
That is tough. Committing to Daniel Jones as the move for the season on June 6th is brutal. But yeah, that's a story that I just kind of didn't pay attention to yesterday and was like, oh, all right, man, that's tough. That is tough for the Indianapolis Colts. Of course, the major quarterback story yesterday was the Aaron Rodgers story. He's going to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, as I guess everybody knew, and they were just letting this play out. And
I saw a Schefter tweet yesterday. And he's like, "Yeah, Pittsburgh hasn't won a playoff game in however many years." Well, we started by saying Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers need each other. He goes by saying the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in however many years. Aaron Rodgers hasn't won a playoff game in how many years? How do they need each other if neither can win in the playoffs?
Aaron Rodgers, and Mike Tomlin are combined 10-18 in the playoffs since the Packers beat the Steelers in 2011. Neither of these guys are particularly good when it comes to the postseason.
You know Tomlin's 500 streak is just Goldberg's thing, right? It's not. It doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's cool for, like, you put him in the Hall of Fame and he did this, but for what we're watching now, it's like, who cares? That's a Hall of Fame stat.
That's fair, I guess.
I know we love Mike and all that, but it's just we got to call it what it is at this point, I feel.
It's fair. It hasn't amounted to anything. It's pretty impressive, though, right?
It is, but at some point, it's like we keep calling him
Maybe
a top five. You got to get some playoff wins in here.
Is it really? Does the? I mean, I do think finishing 500 or above, or would change the wording. I do think never having a losing season is impressive. Does a lot of this just work because of the Pittsburgh Steelers' way of doing business? They don't fire head coaches. They keep head coaches. Like if Mike Tomlin had gone 7 years without a losing season, and we can operate under the same way. What did he win a Super Bowl, his first or second year?
Around there.
Let's say he just finishes without a losing record for the next 7 years after that on any other organization in the league and doesn't win playoff games. Do you think he's fired?
Yeah. Yeah. If you're going 7 years of just, you're the Cincinnati Bengals and Houston Texans, I guess, where you're just wild card game on ESPN and one of them's losing.
Mike Tomlin apparently.
I'm not even saying he's a bad coach either. It's nothing like that, but it's just more so we hear of you. Oh yeah, Mike Tomlin over 500. He's so great. Blah blah blah. It's like if he's so great, you got to get some playoff wins.
I feel like Steelers fans hate him.
No, I don't.
Or maybe not hate him, or they just don't love him.
Yeah. Well, because you end up loving him at the end because it's like, oh yeah, wow, we're in the playoffs again. And like as a Steelers fan, you love that and all that, but it's just like it's so ugly throughout the season. I feel, and it's just at a point where it's like. I have to assume Mike Tomlin has some input on the quarterbacks and all that.
Oh, he definitely had input on this one. Everything I read yesterday and this morning was about Mike Tomlin's influence on getting Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. Not just Mike Tomlin's influence on the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin's influence on Aaron Rodgers. Those two seem to have some sort of rapport. Aaron Rodgers seems to have some respect for Mike Tomlin. Clearly, Mike Tomlin feels the same way. Aaron Rodgers at 41 years old, we're just treating 41-year-old quarterbacks like it's the norm that you can go out there and be great and like fine. Maybe a year removed or a year plus removed from the Achilles tear. Maybe in fact that he can. Maybe on a more stable coaching staff. Maybe on a more stable organization. The New York Jets. Maybe this is the move for Aaron Rodgers. Maybe this is the move for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just got to see it. Show it to me because I don't buy it. I don't buy Aaron Rodgers as being good anymore. I guess where I'm stuck is this move makes. I mean, the Steelers were already better than the Browns, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does this move make them better than the Ravens?
No.
Does it make them better than the Bengals?
Not to me.
So what are we doing?
And that's the thing. They're still going to finish above 500. Because of that stupid stat or whatever.
Wouldn't it
they
be
can go
funny
10-7?
Wouldn't it be funny if they didn't? If the big move was to go acquire Aaron Rodgers, Mike Tomlin's guy, and they finish under 500 for the first time in Tomlin's career, I'm not saying I'm rooting for it.
That'd be
But
tough.
if it happened,
That'd be tough.
I'd laugh.
The Steelers are a really good football team, I think, elsewhere. Like, they got DK Metcalf. I like their running back situation stuff. I like their defense, but I don't know. Aaron Rodgers has been who he's been the last 3 years.
And as we look, like, we're not blind to the numbers. Aaron Rodgers wasn't awful. Like, he wasn't terrible. Like, oh my God, this is Daniel Jones out there. But if the idea is to just not have a bad quarterback, you should have drafted somebody. But instead, they went with Aaron Rodgers. So I don't think their idea is to just not have a bad quarterback. They think, and I get it, the Jets are a quarterback graveyard. They're much like the Carolina Panthers. Quarterbacks will die there. It's just how it is. There are no exceptions. You're a quarterback in one of those two markets, you're going to die.
It's not. We're not done on Bryce Young yet, though.
No, you're right. I'm not. But I don't have any reason to believe in him.
Oh, that's facts.
And it's if he had wound up somewhere else as a starting quarterback this year other than Carolina, I would be far more in on him than I am now. Those two organizations murder every quarterback that gets under center. So I'm sure the Jets thought, well, we can't screw this up. It's Aaron Rodgers. First play of the game, second play of the game, whatever it was. Aaron Rodgers' Achilles goes, comes back, second season, worthless. Fire Bob Salah along the way, finger pointing, bickering, questions about how in Woody Johnson is on all of this. And now Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Cool, man. Good luck to Mike Tomlin. Good luck to all parties involved. I do think it would be hilarious if Mike Tomlin really wanted Aaron Rodgers there and they finished under 500. I'm not rooting for that for my man Mike Tomlin.
I don't know if you're calling that hilarious. It's like, hey, that'd be pretty funny. I'd like to see that.
Again,
make me laugh.
It would be funny. Not saying I want it to happen. I would laugh if it did. I didn't laugh when Aaron Rodgers got hurt. That's not cool. But if Aaron Rodgers fails, I will laugh.
Yeah, we're not psychopaths. We don't wish injury on nobody.
I actually felt bad. I did feel bad when he got hurt. Like, you don't wish for those types of injuries to anybody, no matter how big of a tool Aaron Rodgers is. Eddie Gonzalez going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone line. Shout out to everybody hanging out in the chatty house on this Friday. Everybody connected through youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Shout out to everybody scrolling through X watching us for a few minutes, man. We greatly appreciate you on the heels of a fantastic start to the NBA Finals. Big thanks to everyone who tuned into ABC 10 following the game last night. It's always a blast to see the Instagram stories and the Twitter tags that show that you guys were watching that show, man. Had a great time with Matt George and Kevin John and of course my man KC, who will be back with us next week. We'll talk much more about the NBA Finals as the show goes along. I do want to talk about, we talked about the Giannis Antetokounmpo rumors that just got really hot and heavy this week with some of the reporting that Shams Charania had on Kevin Durant. Obviously, we're going to talk to Eddie in a few minutes. Eddie is linked pretty closely to KD, and he can fill us in on what's real and what's not. And Shams said that 5 to 6 teams have expressed pretty strong interest in Kevin Durant, and I'm buying that. I think there are probably a number of teams outside of those 5 to 6 who have made calls or inquired about Kevin Durant. I think 5 to 6 have probably had more significant discussions regarding KD. KD is a lot like DeMar DeRozan, I think, except from a league-wide perspective rather than a local perspective. I don't think there's a Sacramento Kings fan or media member in existence who believes that DeMar DeRozan will be back with the Sacramento Kings next season. Just like it seems to be very clear, no one on earth believes Kevin Durant's going to be back with the Phoenix Suns next year. Of course, there's a lot of reason to believe that, given that KD was almost traded midseason.
KD fixes his legacy with a ring, correct? And I hate fixes his legacy because I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But you think if he gets a ring, it's like everyone just gets back to respecting him?
It depends. Does he join your Celtics?
Sure.
No.
But Tatum, no Achilles, like gone all year. Like KD's gonna have
That's a good point.
big impact on that team. How about the New York Knicks?
That's a good one. Yeah, like if he's KD, which I believe he's going to be, like I still think he's phenomenal. I don't know. Like I honestly don't know, because I think in either of those cases, even with Tatum out, I don't know. I feel like people are going. I think the answer to your question is no. I think no matter what, people are going to look at if KD wins with Boston, if KD wins with New York, if KD wins with Golden State again, I think they're going to Yeah, even if the Minnesota pulled the deal off, I think they'd look at him sideways. I think he was like, Ant-Man's team, whatever. The Celtics won the title 2 years ago, whatever. The Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals the year before. I think people are just pre-programmed to be down on Kevin Durant.
I don't think you're wrong.
And I'm with you. There's nothing wrong with Kevin Durant's legacy.
Yeah, I figured that maybe if you were to go to a different team, like now's kind of the time where he shapes it up. But yeah, no, I figured that'd be those would be the narratives coming out of those series.
I mean, especially if he is, he's obviously not going to be, prime KD, but Kevin Durant still very good. If he steps in and takes the role as Boston's number one guy, and plays alongside Tatum and Derek White and the rest of those guys, or plays alongside Jaylen Brown, and Derek White and the rest of those guys, man, I don't know how you look down on him. I don't know how you look down on him now. I mean, the argument that, he joined that Golden State Warriors team, it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, I understand. Everyone says it's a 72-win team. Like it is. It's a 72-win team that didn't win a championship. And I'm not sold that they were just going to run it back and beat the Cleveland Cavaliers the next year. We often use the term, Cleveland might have figured them out. Maybe they didn't figure them out. I just don't know that they would have beat them. You add KD to that group, though, it's because it was KD. It wasn't because it was another good player or peak player. Nothing. It was Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant stepped on that floor and, salute to the greatest three-point shooter of all time. He was immediately the best player on the team. It was just that time of year. Or it was just that time of his career, excuse me. He was the best player on the team. I don't know if he'd be the best player on the team for the Celtics or the best player on the team for the New York Knicks next year. KD is always going to have this weird... It's like for some reason, it's always going to be complicated with KD, and I'm not sure why.
He's got the most complicated legacy, and granted, the extremes and all that keep him out, but he's got one of the most complicated legacies in sports history, I think. For as much as he's done and achieved and all that, but just no respect.
And it's all because he went to the Warriors.
Yeah.
Like there's literally dude's never been in trouble. Dude's never had off the court issues. People look down on one of the greatest scorers we have ever seen because he joined the wrong team.
Technically, he joined the right one.
The wrong one in their eyes.
Yeah, the wrong one in their eyes, but we just go off of our standards or whatever. Like, he got rings.
Crazy. It's absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild. And I don't even know who makes the most sense. I feel like there's a ton of options for him. Like Minnesota was a name that seemed to have gained a lot of traction during the postseason, maybe even at the end of last season. I know Mark Stein was championing this one a lot. I can't quite.
New York would be great.
I can't quite visualize what the Minnesota thing looks like. New York seems to make a lot more sense, and it's a lot easier because you can move Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges obviously didn't work for New York. Or
you're moving Towns in that deal too, are you?
I I don't think you have to move both of them.
I think you go Towns first.
So we're already getting Towns out of New York.
Yes. You go Towns, and I think you could just start Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, Mitchell Robinson, yeah, that works.
Take Josh Hart off, put him on the bench or whatever. You run with the starting five of Brunson, OG, Michael, Katie, and Mitchell Robinson.
There's really no reason you couldn't do a 1-for-1 deal in that regard. Now you got Karl Anthony Towns and Devin Booker. Like, we already knew Kevin Durant's not going to he's not going to get the return that like he got when he was out of Brooklyn. Like, there's not going to be 4 first-round picks and all of that stuff traded for him. So you put Karl Anthony Towns on the Phoenix Suns with, the likes of Devin Booker, and if he wants Bradley Beal, you still have a lot of maybe you push New York for like to try to add some depth to your roster if you're the Phoenix Suns. I guess I don't hate that. Like, I think the Knicks would be better. I don't know what that ultimately means. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know that I would pick them to beat I don't know. Maybe that's the move that they need to beat the Indiana Pacers next year. Like, who knows what the Bucks look like next year? Who knows what the
Brad Stevens offered up Jaylen Brown and Derek White a few years ago, so we wanted him. Like, that was a real thing. I don't think you're giving up Derek White now, or Jaylen Brown, but
what would a Celtics
revisit
trade
that.
look like then? Is it Drew?
I don't think you're giving up Jaylen, and I don't think you're giving up Derek. You probably get Porzingis, maybe.
Oh, Porzingis. That's right.
I don't know if that's what the Suns would want, but yeah, I don't think you're doing the Jaylen and Derek White deal this time.
It also depends. Like, what are the Suns trying to do? Like, what's the Suns' like objective here? Just to stay afloat? Like, are they trying to get younger? Are they trying to add more depth? Are they just going to continue this trend of swapping guys out and trying to add stars and this guy plus this guy, like, oh, well, this is going to amount to something. This is going to amount to something. Like, that strategy that Ishbia has implemented, and it is absolutely Ishbia who has implemented this, hasn't worked at all. So what is Phoenix trying to accomplish in a Kevin Durant move? Hell, what is Phoenix trying to accomplish in a potential Bradley Beal move? We know Devin Booker is their guy. We know for the briefest of moments there were, hey, what if Phoenix did this? It's very, very clear Phoenix is not doing anything involving Devin Booker now. Devin Booker was involved in the hiring process for the Phoenix Suns' new head coach. He's not going anywhere. Matt Ishbia has made that clear. Matt Ishbia, I think Devin Booker is the only basketball player's name Matt Ishbia has actually said he's not going anywhere.
You could probably get Bradley Beal for a bag of chips on that team, though. I think I saw a report this morning. It's like, yeah, they'll take a second-round pick at this point.
As long as Brad says yes, I don't think their issue is getting like. I'm with you. I read something yesterday. It was. I'm sure it was on Hoops Hype, but it was a tweet that was like, there under absolutely no circumstances does Phoenix want Bradley Beal back. The problem with that is that's not their call. I mean, it is and it isn't. But in the end, it's not. It's Bradley Beal's call. You went and acquired a player who you knew had a no-trade clause. You went and acquired the, I think, only player in the league that has a no-trade clause.
Who's got worse value, him or Levine? Would you do a Levine for Bradley Beal swap? Those two thoughts just ran through like lightning.
I don't think I would. I like Bradley Beal. I liked him more. I liked Bradley Beal more when he was in the nation's capital. I don't like him as much now in Phoenix. I don't even know what his game is anymore. At least, when he was with Washington, I knew bro could get you a bucket. Now I don't know what he can do.
It feels like
and then you can't, like, people like James loves to hang his hat on Zach LaVine is untradeable. No, sir. Bradley Beal is untradeable. Literally, he is untradeable. So no, actually, not even just no, definitively no. I wouldn't do that.
Chatty House is saying that Soren says he'd rather have Levine. Mason Gregory
I
says he
think
doesn't like Levine, but likes Beal less.
I think Levine. I think that's a lot of Kings sentiment right there. What Mason just said. I don't like Levine, but I like Beal less. I think that's the one. Right
How much of the last couple of years from Levine or Beal has just been him in a terrible spot where he just doesn't fit?
A lot of it, a lot of it.
Because I guess my point with that
but it's
is
been years though. Like,
yeah, I guess I'm wondering if you can come out on the other end of that. It's like, oh yeah, Bradley Beal's still here.
well, yeah, go be the scorer that you once were. Go be the bucket getter that you once were. But you would literally just be waiting for that contract to end.
You got a player option next year, and then that's it. Well, after next season, I mean.
And that's 59?
59 or 56.
Oh, man. I assume he picks up his player option. How old do you have that in front of you? How old would he be?
I'm pulling it up right now. I believe he's 31.
Yeah, I don't think I'm making that move. I think Zach LaVine is still a quality player. I think he's a quality scorer.
He'll be 32 at the end of this month. He's making 53 this upcoming season and a $57 million player option the year after that.
Yeah, that's a no for me, dog. To go old American Idol on you. I think that's a no for me.
Shout out Randy Jackson.
Indeed. Always. I still think Zach LaVine's a better scorer. I think Zach LaVine is a quality player. I know people don't like his defense. I know there's a lot of things about Zach LaVine that people don't like. I think in next year, I think Zach LaVine will be better for Sacramento this upcoming season than he was in his short stint last year. I think him trying to figure out his place, his role, the demands of him in the flow where this team is just going through kind of a seismic transition. I think that weighed on him. I also think he might have been dealing with some other things that weighed on him as well. I think right before he was traded, I think his wife had just given birth right before he was traded. I think that's why he was away from Chicago. And as all of that is happening, he's getting shipped from Chicago from Chicago to Sacramento. And from what we heard is the wife and the baby, and they were all moved out here too. There's a real life element that does come into play when a player is traded. And we have given a lot of players the benefit of the doubt in that regard last year. Malik Monk being one of them. We praised Doug Christie for the way he coached under the circumstances that the Sacramento Kings were facing. I'm going to do the same for Zach LaVine.
DeMar said as much kind of on that podcast he was on, where it's like, we were trying to figure it out with Fox and stuff, and then Mike Brown and Fox get traded, and then LaVine and those guys get here, and you're still trying to figure it out with the guys who were here and all that, and trying to get with the new guys, and there's just no flow at all.
He even said, I didn't really know what to. He was like, yeah, no, it's great to be back together with Zach. I didn't know what to tell him when he got here. I get that.
DeMar DeRozan is that meme. It's like, I accidentally became important at my job.
Right. Yeah.
Because he wasn't supposed to be like the guy on the Sacramento Kings or like the leader. Like, no, he's supposed to not back up, but like kind of be Fox's sidekick and take him to the playoffs. And yeah, he ended up being the guy.
Yeah. Out of necessity. And a lot of things happened in the Sacramento Kings season last year as a necessity. We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings when our man Will Z joins us coming up at 3:00. No stolen trade proposals when Will Z joins us at 3. Excited for that. We're going to come back. We'll talk more NBA basketball. We'll dive into this KD thing a little bit further. We'll talk the NBA Finals with our man Eddie Gonzalez. He joins us hopefully next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Got to grab my juice real quick, guys. Hang on one second. I will be right back. Yeah, I'll address that at 4. That's a tough look, man. You see this, Michigan? I gotta log my bar here. Hopefully it works. Yep, it worked. Boom, got it. Man. I ain't even close, Michigan. I ain't even close, man. Boy. Let's get that boy Eddie in here. Damn. Hang on, Eddie. Eddie.
Oh man, what's
What up,
going
boy?
on? Just you today?
Just me today, man.
Where that guy at, man? What's he got going on?
He had to attend a funeral today.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Yeah. So we did post game TV last night for the game, and then he took today off.
Got you. How you been? My bad about last week. I don't even know how to know what the hell happened. You know what I did?
Yeah.
Sometimes you pick select all on your emails on your phone and you like fat thumb it and send everything to junk.
Yeah.
I did that and I've been missing emails for like 2 weeks now.
I've done that at work, man, and what a fiasco that was. It took me hours to fish emails out of there.
It's crazy. And like I had went and looked because I was looking for another email. And when I went and looked, I seen Jesse's email. I was like, damn, I did miss the show. Like I didn't hear from them, so I thought it was me. I thought we coordinated or something. So that's my fault.
Nah, it's all good. Didn't bother me a bit. I was in Vegas. Didn't bother me a bit. Your boy was in Vegas.
Hey man, you be outside.
We coming back. Eddie Gonzalez with us. He was like, man, sorry I missed last week's show. I was like, man, it's good, bro. I was in Vegas. It didn't bother me a bit.
I
was
my
out
man
there
had a fat Tuesdays in his hand.
Gonzalez.
He did not care.
Oh man, I was out there to see your boy. I know you're not a fan, man, but Kendrick and SZA put on a show, bro.
I keep hearing that. I'm not gonna lie. I keep hearing that.
I know that's not your bag, but whew, that show was spectacular.
I enjoyed the last SZA tour. I love SZA. I always will. But
SZA's
I
a
definitely
rock
keep
star,
hearing that
man.
the show is crazy.
Nah, SZA, like I told KC when I got back, like this is the gold standard for a stadium show. Like you put 2 headliners on a show and let them go back and forth the way that they did, like intertwining their sets together, and 2 just dramatically different sets where like SZA performs like the only way I could describe it is like a rock star. She is she's fire, man. She is absolutely amazing.
The only complaint I've heard about the show, only real complaint is that it was too long, which if you're a fan of both, even if you're just a big fan of one, a concert that lasts too long is never a bad thing. You enjoy that every time.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was 3 hours with those 2, and that's not counting Mustard's open. That's went for about 35-40 minutes where he got everyone, pretty turned
That's
up.
your money's worth though, man. That's one of those
things. Yeah, and that concert wasn't cheap, so I'm glad it didn't end early. Yeah, that concert was not cheap. Man, there's a lot of things I want to talk to you about. What did you think about last night?
Man, I won't lie. Like third quarter, it's just constantly been this like 11-point game. I'm watching a lot of Lou Dort. I'm watching a lot of Obi Toppin. I'm like, I'm turned into a hater. Like, man, I need the super teams. I need that. I was on that, right? Because I'm like, this don't feel big. But the fourth quarter is starting nodding up. And there's just something about the Pacers. They're just relentless. And we kind of know it now. So we keep our eyes tuned to it. We're waiting for the big push. And they would chip away 6 and then go back to 12 and then 4 and then go back to 12. And they're at 4 a bunch of times. But there was a tension late in that fourth quarter. And I got worried because they both got in the penalty like 4 minutes to go. And I'm like, oh, we're going to hit a free throw fest. But there was like a tension. There was like a apprehension from the players and aggressiveness that was like, okay, this is the finals. Like, yes, it's not Steph and KD versus LeBron and Kyrie. Yes, it's not Kawhi. It's not Giannis. But this is the finals. So that last 4 or 5 minutes, incredible. And obviously that shot is one of those things like, when it happens, we tend to be a little hyperbolic, but that was an all-time great shot. Like there's just no way around it. It was a legendary shot right there in the moment. You salute to Tyrese Haliburton, and we're at the point now where like, look, they have 3 more games to win, but his ascension is the story of this playoffs, this season. Really, like this is how we'll look back at this season, and his ascension into this level of just closer. I know everybody's debating the superstar or where he at on the point guard list and all that. So he didn't have a great game yesterday. He had a great final 3 minutes. But his ascension to this level of player and entity that we look at, that's the story of the playoffs right now. And that was incredible. Like you just had to tip your hat.
But to me, that last point you just made kind of accentuates Tyrese Haliburton's stardom. Like you noted, bro was not good yesterday. He was probably a little too passive than the Pacers needed him to be. Obviously, the amount of turnovers they had there in the first half, whether they're your turnovers or you're not, you're the point guard. You're gonna bear responsibility for that. But still, I knew when that ball came off, I was screaming, "Give him the ball!" And I knew as soon as it hit his hands, it's not going nowhere. Y'all can run around the floor all you want to. This is gonna be Ty's shot. And it's just going to be a matter of if it drops or if it's not. And I commend him for not settling for a 3. And even more so, I commend him for not driving to the basket because OKC beat their ass at the rim last night.
Oh, my God.
Especially in the fourth quarter. And the fact that he went DeMar DeRozan mid-range and won the game there, I thought was beautiful.
It was. And I text Kevin, like, the midi for the game, like, we were excited. We were kind of laughing in our group chat because it was like, he got to the midi because he had to, not necessarily because he wanted to, but it doesn't matter. It was a great shot. I did the same thing as you. I forget who got the rebound, but it ended up Obi Toppin's hand. And if you was on my stream on playback, I maybe say, "Yo, give up the ball." Like not you, anybody but you. I was laughing.
And Obi Toppin was shooting great last night.
He was doing great, but I did not want to see the Obi Toppin shot. He was 5 of 9 for 3. I think 5 of 8 from 3 last night. He had a great game, incredible game. I was laughing with she's a beat writer for The Athletic, Shakia Taylor, and she's on the Pacers beat. And we've been talking about like the Hallie stinker in each round. He just has like a 6-point game randomly out of nowhere. Yeah. And I'm like, damn, this is the Hallie stinker. And then he finishes it like that. So working through that, getting to that mid-range, like I was happy for him. Like no relationship, no nothing with him. It was just like, this is just dope to watch him go through this. You know what I mean? And I feel like this is how I'll remember the playoffs. I've been saying Pacers in 6, kind of like voting with my heart. But there's just something to their offense. Their defense is strong as well. Their defense is just as relentless as their offense. They pressure you full court. They're all over the place. I will say, though, watching that Oklahoma City Thunder defense in the first half and just how fast they are and how good they are with their hands. There's so many plays where it's like, oh, that had to have been a foul where they strip somebody low or they jump a passing lane. And then you see a replay and it's like, no, all ball. No, they just got there. The Lou Dort block. I said,
that Lou Dort block. That was crazy.
It was just like a great play, great hand-eye coordination. He just got a great block. But, man, still in the split in OKC, this opens up the possibilities of this series. Now, if they leave out there 2-0 like they did in New York, oh my goodness, we have a new era upon us in this league.
See, that was you were talking about watching them do that, watching them walk it out. I mean, we use this phrase all the time. Tyrese used it last night on SVP. He's like, we just walk those guys down. Like we walk our opponents down. We know, yo, if we're at 15, get to 10, get 10 to 5, get 5 to 0, and we'll go from there. To see them do that against OKC is spectacular.
Yep.
But to see them do it again, like if you're Mark Dagnall, you're SGA, you're the Oklahoma City Thunder, you know this is their marker. Like just like OKC's marker is running away with a game. And there were so many points last night where it felt like the Pacers, they hit like 4 or 5 game-saving shots. Like, all right, if they had missed that one, that would have been it. But they hit the 3. Okay, the lead didn't go to 15. It stayed at 12. It didn't go to 12. It stayed at 9 or whatever. And they were able to fend off what OKC does well. And OKC wasn't able to fend off what Indiana does well. And I don't know how Indiana has been able to do that so many times this postseason. But their marker this entire postseason has been coming back from these ridiculous fourth quarter deficits, putting doubt out there, and then ultimately winning a game.
Yeah, I would love to know what their conditioning routine is for that team, what their regimen is, what they're doing in the preseason, what they do throughout the season, because they just don't tire. And, you know, I seen a lot of people mentioning that the Thunder went 11 deep last night. The Pacers went 10 deep, and everybody contributed. Everybody had a moment. Everybody did something. They kind of remind me of this like a boxer who's stalking you, and you just can't get him off you, and eventually you're just overwhelmed, and you're just more tired than him. Or you get that in MMA too. Like some guys just have gas tanks that beat you more than their punches do, and they did it again. There was a couple plays. It was in the last, I think, minute, maybe 2 minutes. Shea tried to like dribble break down Nembhard, and he just couldn't get past him. He couldn't get a shot, and he just gave it to J-Dub and moved. And J-Dub ended up taking a terrible layup that was the play where Pascal Siakam almost got the rebound on his replay. But it was just like, it was just a tired play. It was just like, yo, we need this bucket from you, Shea. And he's just like, I need it. I need a second. The shot he ended up missing right before Shea hit his, before Haliburton hit his shot was short. It was leaning, fading, short. Yep. Those guys look tired late, and it's just at some point what the Pacers do isn't a fluke. And I think we hit that point last series. And now it's just like, this is just what those guys do. You got to play 48 full minutes. Some games you're going to have to play 53 full minutes. The Pacers are going to do it, and you're going to have to do it too. I was watching, I said on my stream, hand to God, in that first half, I said, yo, these guys have 15 turnovers, and they're not getting blown out by 800 right now. Mm-hmm. I think they're going to win this game. Once they figured out they're going to win this game, they only have 4 turnovers in the second half. They calmed down. They started hitting their big shots, started hitting their threes. Like you mentioned, some of those shots, they were hitting just timely shots late. It's like Nesmith hit a shot, was like, yo, they needed that at the end of the clock, and he just spun around and threw it up, and he made it. Miles Turner hit a bank shot that was like
crazy.
They had to keep it within 3 and hit a bank shot. The Nembhard 3 we keep watching, that was just like, it was just a guy like, I'm going to shoot it. Like, I don't care who's guarding me. I don't care what. I'm going to shoot it. Shea actually did a great job. Everybody's laughing at him. Shea got a good hand up. He stayed with him. He just made a crazy shot. That team is insane. And what I love about this team is they are a consummate team. It's 5-10 dudes just contributing on both sides of the court. They were attacking Haliburton late, and you could say he's the defensive weak link on that team, but everybody's working on that team. Haliburton and Pascal Siakam included. It's fun watching them, man. Like I said, I was hating in the third quarter. Once it tensed up in that fourth, it was fun watching them. I'm excited for game 2 now.
Yeah, you mentioned the turnovers in the first half. I had to watch, or I watched part of the game. I had to listen to part of it on the radio going to the TV studio, and watching it, it's just like, man, they're just crazy with the ball right now. But you're seeing the game in like full perspective of like, yeah, okay, OKC didn't really get anything out of that. The game just kept living around like 8, 9, 10, 11. Then I get in the car, and it's like, it felt like the Pacers were losing by 30. Because every play, like every other play, they were turning the ball over, and maybe you're like processing, like audibly what's happening in this game and not recognizing that OKC isn't scoring off of this. And when PJ, I remember I went to get out of the car, like, man, what is this? PJ was like, yeah, it's a 9-point game with such and such time. What? They just turned the ball over 4 times. How is it a 9-point game? But for the Thunder to not do something that they did so well this season, and that's capitalizing off of people's turnovers or capitalizing off their opponents' turnovers. man, that was a huge plus. And you mentioned those 5 turnovers in the second half. That 3 ball fell at a greater rate for them. A lot of things went right for the Pacers last night, but I'd make the argument a lot of things didn't. And they have I know OKC's feeling like they could set up a good game plan for game 2. I know Indiana feels the exact same way.
Yeah, that's kind of my takeaway from the game. Like, in a lot of ways, they won a game they shouldn't have. They had to they had to snatch it from the jaws of defeat. Whereas the Thunder, you look at the Thunder, like we feel like we played great. Shea had a great game. We didn't exactly spread the points around. Shea had a great game. We were up big late. We were up 15 in the fourth quarter. Like, this is what we wanted. Our defense was 20 turnovers in the first half. Like, what more can you ask for at that point? For those dudes to still win that game, if you're the Pacers, you got to go, yo, Hallie will be better next game. We'll shoot better. We'll take care of the ball better. We'll be a more complete effort. Like, let's not make this a 5-minute sprint every time we play. And I like where we're sitting. And that's exactly how I'm seeing it too. And, I'm sure the Thunder are like, look at what they had to do to beat us. The Pacers are like, look at what they had to do to be close to us. Look what they had to do for
38
us
from SGA last night.
So it's fascinating. I'm super excited for this series, like way more than I was in the middle of the game. And one thing, like, let's get on my pedestal real quick. All this small market, big market, superstar. I don't know why we care about that stuff as basketball fans. Like, I don't know why we turn into marketing experts and we do this, that, and the third. It's weird to me. When they throw the ball up, I don't care what market is playing. I don't care who they got free agents, and I don't care who got what shoe. I want to see good games. At the end of that game, like I said, I started the game saying, man, where's Jokic? Where's the superstars? At the end of that game, I was screaming and cussing in the air. So none of that matters. None of that matters.
Dog was hyped too. Yeah, Dog was hyped for the game too.
It just did the New York thing where it just started raining out of nowhere, like pouring. And he's like, what is this?
Ain't supposed to be doing that out here. Ain't supposed to be doing that. You mentioned your boy a minute ago, KD. For some reason, he was in the news this week. Not him specifically, but his name was out there. And your man Shams Charania said there's 5 to 6 teams who have expressed interest in Kevin Durant. I'm sure the number is a lot greater than that. What's this offseason look like for KD? Because it seems to be he's not going back to Phoenix. Like, you've dropped some teams that you think he would be great on, but what do you think this looks like now that it appears to be heating up a little bit?
Yeah, we've been talking every day. Been working the wire. Been talking to everybody. Been talking to Shams and hearing kind of the noise of it. And we're at that point now where the draft is 10 days away, a few weeks away. The Suns have hired their GM. They've hired their coach, and they're ready to get to Willing and Dillon. And the first activity for the summer is trade Kevin Durant. That went from like now the rubber's hit the road and they're ready to trade KD. I think there's been some communication. I think there's some understanding of the teams that are interested, and the teams are pretty much the same. I mean, it's I'm not gonna break the news that Shams breaking, but you're looking at the Rockets. You're looking at the Spurs. The Spurs are a team that finally got mentioned a little bit more. You're looking at the Spurs. Looking at the Clippers, who have been kind of loud about their interest, and maybe some of his former teammates kind of letting the world know that they want him over there. You're also looking at the Wolves and the Knicks. And, the trades are a little different for each team. I think the Suns have to decide what they want. And what I'm curious about is if Kevin has a preferred destination, does that actually register for the Suns? Do they care? Do they want to honor that? If Kevin has a preferred destination, but that team isn't giving the best offer, how far do the Suns honor that before they say, hey, you know what, KD, we love you. We loved having you here, but we're going to have to take that other offer because it got a little bit more and got a little bit more of what we want. I think that's the scenario we're coming up on. I expect the trade to happen maybe a day or two before the draft, like not draft night. It'll be done before that. I think the Suns prefer a pick in this draft so they can replenish a little bit, get a player. So that makes that 10 pick in Houston really enticing. That makes that 14 pick with the Spurs really enticing. But those might not even be on the table for all we know. But it's gonna start moving here a lot soon. We're gonna get a lot more Shams tweets about this soon, and we're gonna get a deal. And as far as Kevin, I mean, we started the offseason like, man, I ain't tripping about none of this. I'm waiting. Nothing can happen after the finals till like now. he kind of knows it's gonna happen, and he's he kind of knows it's gonna happen.
Man, no wonder the dog upset. What was that? Hail that just hit your house? Man.
So I know the radio is like, what
the dog's a Kings fan. It's all right. We're a dog friendly show. Dog's a Kings fan. They were like, wait, Rockets, Spurs, Wolves, Knicks, Clippers. Where the Kings at?
But yeah, I think we're at the point where Kevin's like, all right, whatever happens, happens. It is what it is. He's still enjoying his offseason. He's still chilling, getting his work in. If you follow all of the basketball accounts, you see Kevin, he's at the gym every day now and he's focused on that. So it's whatever happens, happens. So I think is going to be the interesting part of that story is obviously where he goes and if he decides to sign an extension or not. And I don't think that's a guarantee in any scenario.
It's a serious question. How does he feel about Tom Thibodeau?
I seen that conspiracy theory. I seen that whole scenario. Look, let me tell you, because I seen it about Giannis too. No, nothing to do with that. Tom Thibodeau, that's all about who's already in that house over there.
I believe that.
Not to get too deep into the weeds with the Knicks, but I would tell you like this. That's a little bit of a madhouse over there. So there's a lot of disgruntled people feeling away about where that team is at and everything that I deal with on a daily basis out there. A lot of them. And so I'm not surprised Tibbs is gone. I'll be very interested to see who's replacement is because you're stepping in a little bit of a circus out there. And I'm not sure that team, whether they get Kevin, whether they get Giannis, whatever they do this summer, that team might have maxed out this year. I don't know what more they can add and offer to improve upon what they did. They were 2 games away from the finals. And if you can fire for that, then, what is the expectation level over there?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, like that contingent felt like they built a team. I mean, that we said this when the Mikal Bridges trade happened. That team was built to beat Boston. That's what they were put together to do, and they did it. Salute. They didn't do anything else after that, but they beat Boston, and that probably left them. I mean, it's probably more frustrating to lose the way that they did than if they had lost to the Celtics themselves. I'm with you though. I think that team probably has maxed out. Like, I think that team probably is as good as they're going to be. And an addition of Kevin Durant, it's always going to be enticing. But how else are you going to – you've got a Mikal Bridges issue there that you got to work with. I don't know if he's part of that deal. You probably have a Karl Anthony Towns issue that you got to figure out. Maybe he's a part of that deal. But I'm with you, obviously being far removed from where you are. I feel this Knicks team's got some issues.
Yeah, and look, they were never stuck on that roster as it was. So I expect some movement this summer if they get the opportunity. Like, they're going to jump into all of these trades and try to get these guys. They offered OG and Mitchell Robinson at the deadline for Kevin. Now, however you feel about that deal and if the Suns should have took it, that was there. That was there to be had. The money matches, this, that, and the third. They didn't take it. I'd imagine their offer this summer is going to be very similar, whether it's going to be OG or Mikal Bridges. But it'll be something along those lines. I've seen some reports this week that it won't be Karl Anthony Towns. They won't. I don't think the Suns are in on him, want him, care about that necessarily. Giannis, that trade, that probably would center around Cat if Giannis does decide to get out. But Giannis is probably sticking around, waiting to make his decision, waiting to see what the Bucks are going to do. That's going to carry on throughout the summer. But I'd expect some changes there for sure. Mikal Bridges is extension eligible. He's, they're trying to figure out what his fit is there. If he fits better at another place, he's got a ton of trade value. They traded a ton for him. But yeah, I expect some movement out there in whether it's KD, Giannis, or anything else out there. I think they're going to do some shuffling.
I always said I was going to die on the Mikal Bridges hill. I don't think I want that death anymore. I don't know. I loved Mikal. Like after Phoenix, like I thought he was going to emerge to like a A1 player in Brooklyn. It's like, all right, he's there alone. Like he's gonna show like he's that dude. I don't know who he is as a player.
Yeah, and I think, no clue. I think, look, playing with Brunson is tough. He averages like the most touches and ball handling minutes in the league and all these stats about basically he has the ball more than everybody. And playing with a guy like that is tough. And for Mikal, that limits your role. That first couple months in Brooklyn, that the honeymoon phase, I thought the same thing. I'm like, oh, he's a little bit better of a creator than I thought. he can get his shots a little more. Like maybe there's something here. Maybe he's a 25 point per game guy who can play defense. That all tailed off the next season, and you had to do a little more, and it didn't work as much. Same thing with the Knicks. Like I always thought he could offer them a little more. He's had some great games. He closed out some great games in these playoffs. But it's going to be tough to get that opportunity next to Jalen Brunson, a player who just operates with the ball that much. And this isn't Jokic style offense where, I touch the ball every possession, but we move it and the ball pops a little more. This is a dude dribbling on the right corner in the right wing and working his way into the paint or whatever shot he wants for 15 to 20 seconds of possession. That's a little different and a little frustrating. But I'm with you. Like there's some talent there. 5 first-round picks, $40 million a year talent. I don't know. I might be getting off the wagon at that point too.
I love that I asked about Tom Thibodeau, and you know exactly what I was talking about.
Of course.
Twitter's funny, man. Twitter is absolutely hilarious. Man, we appreciate you, Eddie. I'm excited for this offseason. Sham said this might be. I think he told Pat McAfee. This might be the craziest offseason in NBA history.
Yeah.
You in on that?
You see a lot of names that could be potentially moving. We don't have no clue how the Celtics are feeling about their upcoming season. We know they want to get under the tax. They want to shed some salary. It's almost a given that like somebody like Drew Holiday is gone, but could they possibly move Jaylen Brown and stuff like that? And then you move all the way throughout the league. Trae Young has been rumored for forever. Ja Morant is in a situation where they're about to pay Jaren Jackson, and can they have all that salary over there? Zion Williamson is another one who is a possibility. Like, they're going to test the waters. They're going to see what they can get. So many different guys. And then obviously you have Giannis and KD at the top of that, and they kind of shift everything after those first 2 dominoes fall. I think it is going to be a hectic offseason. This is where you kind of make your bones as a team. And all of that small market stuff. You look at how these 2 teams are made in the finals. Some big trades for both, and some great drafting for both, and then a couple of little shrewd free agency pickups. So, like, there's always room to make money in this league and to pick up some talent. And I expect a lot of movement this summer for sure.
Yes, sir. No doubt. Eddie, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, hey, sorry about Mother Nature and this fat dog, but it's good to see you, my man. I'll be back next week. I ain't missing my email again, man. My fault.
No doubt. No doubt. It's all love. We appreciate you, my man.
Have a good weekend, bro.
Eddie, yes, sir. You too now. That's a man, Eddie Gonzalez, right there. One of the best in the game, bro. Love talking to him. That's become one of my favorite weekly segments right there, getting all of that insight from him. Obviously, he's got so many friends around the league, so many friends in the media. He's pretty tapped in. I had heard I think I had heard rumblings. I don't know that this was written about. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I had heard rumblings about the Knicks offering something for Kevin Durant before the trade deadline, but it was real generic. I never heard specifics, and I never actually got confirmed that it was real. It was just something I think, well, that makes sense. Yeah, Knicks, they inquired. I didn't realize they actually offered something up, much less that it was OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson. I don't know what Phoenix thinks it can wind up acquiring. Of course, Eddie just laid out they almost certainly want to pick, which goes back to the conversation we were having just a couple of minutes ago. That 14th pick that the San Antonio Spurs have, man, that's going to be really attractive for someone, because you talk about whether maybe if you're Houston, is that 10th pick on the table? I don't know. But if you're San Antonio and you got the 2 and the rookie of the year and the rookie of the year before that, do you really need to add 2 young brothers from this class when you can use that 14 to land you a Kevin Durant? What does that do for a potential championship window for the San Antonio Spurs if they make that deal for Kevin Durant? We'll talk about that, and we'll talk with Will Z. Try to find a way to make the Sacramento Kings a better basketball team. We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I love y'all, and I sincerely apologize. I got to get up one more time, man. I promise my last time. I'll be right back. Right back.
Masker, man, I'm an introvert. I never initiate conversation, so go ahead. Yeah, Chris, just cutting stuff up for YouTube and all that. It's a little sandwich and chips, Ms. Mac. Just a little sandwich and chips today. Yeah, I wish the Red Sox weren't so ass, but yeah, ready, I guess. 8 and 9. I'm at 8 and 9 right now. I don't have much faith in them. I want to jump on. I'm not gonna say soon or anything like that, but I'm gonna jump on one time. Wednesdays, the weeks at my house are a little hectic.
All right.
See, Kieran, he's got talent. See what Diggs and those guys can do. I'm not gonna hate. I think they'll be last in the division, but actually the Jets might be worse than you guys. Russ, you always type this in the chat house, and I hate it so much every time. Like, I don't even know if you really believe this. About 500. Tyler Jennings, I like to go hiking and stuff like that. Sometimes on the weekends, like on Sunday morning and stuff, like early, I'll go find somewhere, like in full summer out here. Chris, I believe it. I haven't given up yet, but they got to figure it out. I fished in high school a little bit too. Nothing crazy. You ever gone fishing?
Oh yeah, my grandpa used to love fishing. I went with him a lot when I was younger. Went with my man Edison once. He a true fisher. Yeah. I like the water, so it could be chill and relaxing.
Starting to learn to love the outdoors a lot more.
Yeah. Aldrin, I'm gonna be honest. My man Aldrin J asking here in the chat if we have a show on Juneteenth, which is Thursday, June 19th. And the answer is I don't really know. We thought like, yeah, maybe we'll take Juneteenth off and then we'll, go for scheduled rest on June 20th, but we're not going to do that because we're going to be at Sky River Casino on June 20th. And we don't want to be, away from the radio 2 straight days before going into that next live show. And it's a different type of live show. For those who missed that earlier, we're going to do a night with D-Lo and KC at Sky River Casino on the patio of 32 Brew Street from 7 to 9 on June 20th. So come hang out, have some drinks, have some food. There's no broadcast equipment. There's no streaming equipment. This is just for those who come out and hang out in attendance, man. And we're going to have a good time that night. Our first ever A Night with D-Lo and KC, June 20th, 7 to 9 p.m. over at Sky River Casino. Sky River Casino got a lot of great events coming up. I'm going to be out there the week prior, next Friday, actually, with the wake-up call for a bingo event that they got jumping off for Pride Month. So some great things jumping off at Sky River Casino all month. I think they're celebrating like whiskey and bourbon month or something like that over at the Humidor. Always a great excuse to go to the Humidor, have some cigars and some whiskey. And so, we'll be doing that on the 13th and 20th. So lots of great things ahead, as there always is over at Sky River Casino. Our man Will Z going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes, riding the high of game 1 last night and the incredible performances from the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. A great start. I was just scanning while we were talking to Eddie a few minutes ago. He brought up the ridiculous conversation about market size, and he didn't throw this part in, but I will. All of the talk about ratings and what this will look like and all of that with two smaller market teams in. No, likes of LeBron James, no Steph Curry, nobody like that. And I was hoping I could find out. If the ratings for last night's game had come in, and I haven't been able to find them yet, so it doesn't look like they're here yet. I know I mentioned this a while ago, Jesse. I know you had it. Can you find that SVP clip of Tyrese again? Tyrese had a phenomenal 2-voice switch in his sit-down conversation with Scott Van Pelt. I want to run that for you because listening to Tyrese's voice change multiple times in real time is absolutely spectacular. Of course, Tyrese coming off another game-winning shot last night. Here's Tyrese Haliburton with Scott Van Pelt last night.
Here's the thing is, like, we've had to win in so many different ways all year. We've had so many weird wins during the regular season, during the playoffs. So why would that change because we're here in the finals? It's not changing. So, we just keep staying at it and just keep believing. And, that's the result we get.
Bro, that is crazy. That's crazy.
Not real. That's no way.
Bro, I swear to you.
Hold on.
Bro.
Like, we've had to win in so many different ways all year. We've had so many weird wins during the regular season, during the playoffs. So why would that change because we're here in the finals? It's not changing. So, we just keep staying at it and just keep believing. And, that's the result.
I swear to you, go to ESPN's page. There's I don't remember what the finals article is, but that's the accompanying video. That really happened.
It sounded like one of the Monstar aliens from Space Jam were there or something.
That absolutely 100% happened. I was watching that post game and was like,
you know the sound it makes when you rewind a voice, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like that was kind of like that tone.
Ty's voice changes are epic, and I don't think I've ever heard him go from one to the other, back to the other in such a quick stretch. I remember the first time it happened, I thought something was wrong with our studio. We were at home. I thought something might have been wrong with the internet. I thought
you were listening to that live.
No, I was.
No, or you saw the video?
No, I saw the video on ESPN's website. So a completely undoctored video on ESPN's website.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
And that's different from Cat doing a New York accent or whatever. Like, this was real.
No, because Cat's New York accent is fake.
Yeah, this was real right here.
No, this was very, very real. Oh my gosh, that is so incredibly funny. I gotta get Katie to send me the video that she took last night. It's on my Instagram page, but it's part of a greater reel and it has like sound over it and all of that. We have like my reaction, Kenny's, Matt George, Kevin John, like our reaction when the shot goes in is crazy. Like oh my God, that was so much fun watching that game last night. So much fun watching that game last night. And I was when I realized I think I am like actively rooting for the Indiana Pacers. Like I was watching that game yesterday and I felt like I was like, yeah, man, Shea is cold. And all right, okay. Indiana just hasn't been able to make that. They haven't been able to make that push. They haven't been able to make that final run. They haven't been able to do what they did against, New York, Milwaukee. All right, let's see what they could do in game 2. And then 12 turned into 9, 9 turned into 7, turned into 4. Then all of a sudden, now I was rooting for them. It was a lot like when Ty shot went down in game 1 and it was a 2 and not a 3. I really wanted the Pacers to win because I was afraid that moment would die if they didn't. So I started very actively and audibly rooting for the Indiana Pacers. I found myself doing that again last night. I was rooting for the Indiana Pacers to win that game. And when it came down to a final shot, I knew Ty was going to have the ball. I was rooting for Ty to have another one of those moments because who doesn't love those moments? I mean, as long as they're not happening against your team, and far too many of them have against Sacramento, who doesn't enjoy watching those moments in sports? That's one of the things that makes sports great. Again, if you're not invested in the two teams personally, man, that's what makes sports fun.
Are the Pacers a team of destiny?
Man, Kenny's been saying that since that Knicks game. And
call what you want. Like, they were down most of that game. Now they're only 3 wins away from being champions.
I don't know. I feel like if I say they're a team of destiny, I feel like if I say the Pacers are a team of destiny, it takes away from how good they are. Like that, like some like mythical forces leading them. No, I think they're really good.
Well, they're good, but they also are like the underdog in this series. And it's like, there's been so many times where yesterday's game happened. They did it against Cleveland, the Bucks, the Knicks. Like, it's just they keep pulling out these wins. Where it's just, how the hell did they do that after the buzzer rings?
Yeah, but maybe they are,
because they are playing their best basketball of the season. But it's also like, it's just they're pulling off some crazy wins right now.
They've been playing great basketball since January. Like this isn't a play-in team making a run to the finals that got hot. This isn't an 8 seed that has stumbled. Well, I guess an 8 seed would be a play-in team, but this isn't a team that's just kind of stumbling in to some series victories. With all due respect, this isn't the Miami Heat of a few years ago who were like, oh my God, what is going on? It's like, if you were watching the Pacers, like, yeah, this is believable. Yeah, this is believable. Beating Cleveland, believable. Beating Milwaukee, believable. The way in which they beat the New York Knicks is what got everybody's attention. They kind of beat Cleveland, and I was like, yeah, Pacers, that's cool. You beat these, it's fine. But the way they beat the New York Knicks and the fact that Tyrese shot went down at the Garden absolutely added something to this. To take a 2-0 lead in the first 2 games of the series in New York on the road, that added to this conversation a little bit.
You see how we're already starting to just mention the Tyrese shot, like, not as like kind of as if they won it with that shot. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, Tyrese hit the shot and went to overtime. You see how we're already doing that now.
Yeah, no, that was always going to happen.
Yeah, it's funny. It's happening so quickly now.
It started happening the next day. There were almost no highlights shown of overtime. There was almost no reference to the fact that the Pacers were down like 4 or 5 in overtime.
Exactly.
That they had to come back in that 5-minute stretch to win the game. Pacers come back to beat the New York Knicks, down by 20, blah, 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 blah. Tyrese hits the shot, makes the gesture, and
Pacers win game 1.
That's it. That's it. That was always going to be the case. It was like, I know we all remember 176-175, the Kings win versus the Clippers that Friday night. The Kings played Sunday. And I remember the messages we got the most that Sunday night were, I'm so happy that they won, just so we can go back and talk about Friday more. That's what that shot was. I'm so glad they won so we can go back and highlight that shot more. It's why I started rooting for them. That was such an amazing moment. And the Garden played a huge factor in that. Ty's reaction played a huge factor in that. Troy's asking all-time playoff moment. Man, absolutely, that's an all-time playoff moment. And the story will probably never be told that shot forced overtime, because the Pacers wound up winning, and all you have to do is tell the story that the Pacers came back in game 1, beat the New York Knicks, show the Tyrese shot, show the gesture, the celebration, and we're out. It's that easy.
I don't know how he keeps hitting these shots, by the way.
I
don't know if I've ever seen this.
There's ice water, and then there is whatever Tyrese has flowing through his veins.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Because I think we looked at this. I'm assuming it was after the Knicks shot and not the Bucks one. But wasn't it like 14 of 15? Oh, here it is. Securin got it. He's 13 of 15 in those moments. And I don't know if that includes last night or not, but he is not afraid of that moment. And it is just it feels like the bigger the moment, the more Tyrese will stick his chest out. That's crazy. I am absolutely loving Tyrese Haliburton and watching what he's doing.
Did you pick the Pacers to win this series?
I didn't pick anyone.
No. Okay.
No, they even asked on TV last night. All I said was, I think we're going to have a hell of a series and it's going to be closer than most people think.
I wonder, like, as good as the Pacers win was, I wonder if it's changed anyone's minds as far as who's going to win this series.
I don't think it has. I think people like
a lot of people were expecting a sweep or something.
That was crazy.
5.
Yeah, that was crazy to me. Like I know I keep referencing Anthony Slater's remarks on the Athletic podcast, but he said I had OKC in 5. The win just makes me think now, okay, it'll be OKC in 6. It just pushes it back one game. People are either, I think I don't even think it's a lack of appreciation or respect or whatever for the Pacers. I think just people are that in on a 68 win team that absolutely blew out their opponent in the Western Conference Finals. And I'm just not.
Yeah, G-Manuel 1 says the spread for games 2 was -11. So Smith says still got the OKC in 5.
It was 9.5 yesterday, wasn't it? I think
I didn't see it.
I think the spread yesterday was 9.5. So the fact that they won that and got to 11 is crazy to me. But there are a lot of people who think it might be a blowout or will be a blowout. So I don't know. I'm not of that ilk, and I'm expecting another game, maybe not just like we had in game 1, but I'm expecting another extremely entertaining game in game number 2 as we bring in our main man, Will Z. Will, what's happening, buddy?
Not too much. How about you?
Man, good, man. Just it's really so fun after games like that last night. Yeah. Obviously, we bask in this euphoria after Kings victories, that are really, really exciting. But just from a sports fan perspective, to be able to sit down with the people who are kind enough to listen to this show every day or listen to this show once in a while and just talk about something we were all watching is so much fun.
It's been such a fun playoffs in that regard too. Like the whole playoffs, this is the most fun I've had watching the playoffs in years, sure. I think. And it just keeps delivering game after game. And it's awesome. Like just, especially with the discourse coming into this series with the markets and everything, like to have game 1 be that, like, come on, what else can we ask for? It's awesome.
Yeah. Markets and ratings. And then of course the local conversation involving Tyrese Haliburton and the trade. And, Kenny getting frustrated yesterday when the inevitable Tyrese Haliburton video package is airing, and there he is being drafted in Sacramento, and the shot of the Tower Bridge and some of the different things he did as a Sacramento King. And then you flash to Adrian Wojnarowski talking about the league's reaction to the Kings trading Tyrese Haliburton, a couple of years ago. Thankfully, the volume was down and we didn't have to relive that particular moment. But yeah, it's been a unique discourse around the league. And I think for Sacramento, it's been an even more unique discourse because of the involvement of Tyrese Haliburton in this series.
Yeah. And I can't get over, I look terrible on this lighting. I got to figure out.
Oh, you're fine, man.
I just keep thinking about it.
Oh, you're fine. You're good. I understand that though, because every once in a while I feel like these lights move. And I also learned that the color of what I'm wearing changes the impact of the light. And so, yeah, I have obsessed over that before too, but I assure you, you are just fine. Will, you have spent a lot of time in recent weeks trying to figure out how to make the Sacramento Kings a team that can be playing later into the season. than they have been recently. You've been coming up with different trade proposals. Some of them have been stolen and passed off as their own. Shout out to our guy TC. But you're working pretty hard on this. There's a couple I want to talk about. Namely, you wrote one about Bradley Beal.
Mm-hmm.
I bring that up because we were just talking about Brad a few minutes ago. Or earlier today, we were talking about the Phoenix Suns and kind of what the Western Conference looks like. And what's this trade proposal look like for Bradley Beal, and why would you think it works for Sacramento?
All right. So in this scenario, like, there's no specifics because the first domino I think that would have to fall in this situation is the Kevin Durant trade. What I'm looking at is more, can the Kings snag Beal with some of those assets that the Suns get back for Durant? Because right now, like, the Suns have nothing. Like, you take on Beal to, yes, get a talented scorer and player, but that's not why you're trading for him. You're trading for him to collect assets. A lot of what we saw the Thunder do for years and years, take on a bad contract and get something else with it. All the Suns picks are like the least favorable of like 3 or 4 teams. Like, that's not what you want. So I don't have specifics, but money-wise, either Levine or Sabonis straight up works. Kings are taking back a little bit more money. You're giving up a talented player, hence why you get more compensation asset-wise. But what really stood out to me, I think, looking at it big picture, is Beal is making 53.7 next year and 57 million the year after that. So when you look at him and Levine, if hypothetically you trade Sabonis for Beal and picks and young player, whatever, but you're having Beal and Levine come off the books at the same time. So looking at their 2 contracts combined, that opens up $106 million for the Kings in the 2027 offseason. It's 2 years away, so it's a pain to get there and probably wouldn't be the most fun basketball, but it's one of the quickest ways, I think, for the Kings to do a full reset and still maintain some sort of competitiveness while doing so. But in 2 years, you could completely reshape the roster however you want. You could go in and grab another big contract from a trade. You can sign a free agent. Obviously, we know money's hard to come by in the NBA right now. So to have $100 million plus in free agency would be something that not a lot of teams can do right now. So it's an idea. It's not my preferred choice, but I do think Beal is still a better basketball player than a lot of people give him credit for.
Mm-hmm. Will, I believe that you are a genius, and simultaneously, this is your worst idea ever.
That's how I feel too. I'm good with that.
I respect that, because a lot of fans love to talk about like cap space and different things you could do with that. Like, I would ask anyone honestly, what will the Sacramento Kings do with cap space?
Mm-hmm.
What would the Sacramento Kings do with $100 million of cap space? What would the Sacramento Kings do with $60 million of cap space? And your hope is, because the idea of, oh, we're going to go sign a big fish, great, literally never happened. So let's try a different technique. You could make a second trade and absorb someone's contract in that regard, which that's a lot of dominoes you need to fall in your direction. And Bradley Beal, you could acquire with almost all certainty that Bradley Beal is going to play for you moving forward, because that's a deal, that's a trade that you're not going to be able to execute anywhere. You're not going to be able to trade him, at least without his consent, moving forward. It's literally the dilemma the Phoenix Suns are facing right now, is they're, telling anyone who will listen, we do not want Bradley Beal back in Phoenix. They're trying to get in to this coming draft with deals involving Kevin Durant. So I don't know what Bradley Beal's offseason looked like. I don't think it involves Sacramento, but the thing that you just said that I 100% believe is that Bradley Beal is a lot better than people give him credit for anymore. At the same time, I don't know who Bradley Beal is as a player anymore, because he's been stuck in Phoenix the last couple of years, and he's not the guy that I watched with the Wizards many years ago.
Yeah. And like you look at his splits. So everyone I'd love like shooting area field goal splits. And they're great for him last season. 73.7% in the restricted area, 54.3% in the floater area, 42.1% from the mid range, and I think like 38%, something like that from three. Like he's a pure 3-level scorer. But like you said, I don't know what that looks like. Him and Booker and Durant, I don't think it worked. I don't think he works as a third option. I think him with Levine would be intriguing in terms of scoring. I think that you possibly could be semi-competitive with the two of them and then just surround them with defenders. You have to go all in on defenders and just say, we're going to live and die by Levine and Beal. Like, it's all hypothetical. Like you said, the no trade clause. Like, yeah, Beal said that he might be interested in Sacramento before, but why would he want to come to Sacramento in the situation that they're in currently compared to last season when they were still kind of on the come up?
Well, if you told him he could play,
yeah,
maybe there's a little less infighting here. Maybe that would be better. Of course, I don't know that there's less infighting here in Sacramento than there is in Phoenix, though I do think maybe last year there wasn't. This year, I think Scott Perry and Doug Christie are going to have a lot of that under control. Okay, let's go from what I thought was a bad idea with Bradley Beal to one that I think is actually a little more intriguing. Actually, it's a lot more intriguing, and that's Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah. It feels like the Heat makes so much sense for DeRozan, not only in his fit on Miami, but also the Heat have so many good options that they could send back. Wiggins, like, he's still just doing his thing a little quietly. I kept every time I would watch Miami down the stretch of the season, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot they have Andrew Wiggins. So I don't know how long-term he is with them. He's also on an expiring deal, I believe. And like, it's a super low stakes if you want to stay competitive, which I think the Kings do. Him and Keegan would be the best forward duo. I think they're better than Barnes and Keegan, the 2 years that they were together. So you'd finally have two true switchable forwards. And like TC said, that could guard up or down, which is
Great
funny.
call by
like,
TC there.
It's exactly what I had in the article. I listened back to it. It's like, oh yeah, I had that and the second one. It was great. But like, you get the size, the athleticism, everything that you've been lacking just by that little switch of DeRozan to Wiggins. And I think he's a lesser usage player at this point of his career. I think he's learned how to kind of be in that role player role that would fit better in the Kings roster than DeRozan did last year.
Yeah, I think there's no question it's a better fit. One thing that I particularly like about this trade proposal is it already involves someone who everyone just assumes is going to be traded anyways.
Yep.
And DeMar DeRozan. Like, no one believes DeMar DeRozan is going to be back here. For some reason, I haven't quite gotten it. I understand why everybody feels that way, and I am of the belief that, yeah, it's probably going to happen. I just don't think I'm as sold as everybody else. Like, I'm very curious how Scott Perry feels about DeMar DeRozan. I'm very curious how Doug Christie feels about DeMar DeRozan, because we look at last year. We look at DeMar in the scope of last year's team going, oh, it didn't work. It clearly didn't work. It clearly didn't work. Okay. Well, nobody wants that same exact team back, right?
Right.
So if Scott Perry's able to make other tweaks that Doug is all in on, maybe that version of the roster fits a little bit better with DeMar DeRozan. But of course, the other part of that, Will, is DeMar's contract and probably his reputation around the league makes him a guy a lot of teams would love to have. The fact that he walked in here 16 years into his career and just continued to score 20-something points per game like it was no big deal. Yeah, like he even averaged career numbers in a variety of different categories. He didn't blow those career numbers out of the water, but it just shows you how steady he continues to be. We know teams like the Clippers, teams like the Lakers. There's probably a lot of teams out there that would love to talk to Sacramento about. I think he's a great fit in Houston, a guy who can go get them a bucket when they desperately need one, a team that gone stale for 4 or 5 minutes at a time for 10 or 11 possessions at a time. Get a guy who can go get you a basket. I think he'd be a great fit there too.
Yeah, and the reason I think that the Kings have to move him is like Doug wants to be a 3-point shooting team. Like he said it so many times at the end of last season. And there's mathematically no possible way to do that with DeRozan. Like he took more, I think. He did his best to take more threes, but I don't think it's a coincidence that his teams have led the league in mid-range field goals. And like, if you want to lean into Doug Christie as a coach, you have to surround him with players that fit his style and scheme. And just all signs point to DeRozan not fully meshing with that potential system that they're going to employ.
I like DeMar, man. I'm a DeMar DeRozan. I'll be a fan of DeMar DeRozan.
What do you think, like, in a few years looking back? Because, like, 1 year in NBA time is a pretty small amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
And having DeRozan just a quick stop in Sacramento,
mm-hmm.
I'm curious to see how that kind of story and history ages as we get further away from it, if he is traded this offseason especially.
Yeah, it probably depends on what happens next. Like, for example, if he goes somewhere and plays another 3 years there and finishes his career there, that Sacramento's probably just kind of glossed over in the story. It's if that. If he goes one place, if he goes one more place and just plays one more year and then decides he's done, I don't know that Sacramento or whatever this next place are even mentioned in the DeMar DeRozan story. They're both just kind of like, footnotes after he left Chicago. He played really well his entire career. Hall of Fame, probably not a lot of images from his time in either city, though he did have some pretty solid moments with Sacramento, including that, is it Dallas? That game winner versus Dallas? Like he had some moments that I think are pretty memorable. I just don't know that they'll get run in this Hall of Fame video.
Yeah, which is fair. And
it's like, I don't know that Vince Carter got shown as a king when he, you know what I mean? Like it's
right.
It's kind of the same thing. I wish I wasn't. I wish it was. I wish the circumstances were different. But you have proposed a number of different trades over the course of the last few weeks over there with your work at SI. What's your favorite?
Oh man,
no, it's not the Bradley Beal one. Thank God.
It's not. That's honestly my least favorite. Like, I don't know. I just now finished publishing another one too. That one, Jesse, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on.
Oh boy.
I was actually wondering, Will.
Yeah.
Wait. Does this involve the Celtics?
It does.
Oh, okay. No, I was thinking of something else.
Oh.
Will was on the Domas for Cat train at one point, but I think he's jumped off.
Wait, is that true?
I was throwing that around the other day, and Will hated it, and then I think he liked it, and then he went back to hating it. I think
I talked myself into it a little, but I'm still on the fence. Like, I don't know. I'd entertain the idea, but if I'm ranking them too, it's probably in my lower tier. The Sabonis for Cat idea, but I don't know.
You're making a face where you're thinking about it
a little bit.
Yeah, you see? See?
At the end of the day, he's so talented, and it's hard to say no.
And we talked about, like, hey, this could actually help the Knicks as well.
I think
I hate you for doing this on a Friday. I hate you, because now I'm going to be thinking about this.
Content.
I don't need content on a Saturday. I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning thinking about, Karl Anthony Towns. It wouldn't be that bad. And then Sunday, I'm gonna wake up sweating. Jesse, this is a stupid idea. I'm gonna blow the text line up.
Incredible.
Wait till you're all bought in.
You're still all in.
All in on
Cat.
I wouldn't hate him on the Sacramento Kings.
And you are on the fence.
I'm on the fence. I'd be okay with it just because he's super talented. I think him and Levine are easier to build a team around than Levine and Sabonis, because you have two scorers compared to, I think, Sabonis more of a facilitated ancillary scorer. But you got offense with the two of them in different ways than with Sabonis and Levine. But again, defensive limitations, it's a lateral move defensively. You're probably losing a little in terms of facilitation. Depends on the point guards. You're losing money because I think Cat's around 56 compared to Sabonis around 43, give or take a few. So you're losing flexibility to bring in other key roles that the Kings need. So it's on the fence, but I'd explore it. It wouldn't excite me as many as other deals.
Which one did you have for Jesse?
I am intrigued about a DeMar DeRozan to the Celtics for Kristaps Porzingis and the 28th pick in this year's draft. What do you think, Jesse? What are the vibes on Porzingis?
Porzingis is gone. Is Porzingis?
Bro, yeah, it's not even Porzingis. I'm worried about the 28th pick.
Porzingis is the DeMar DeRozan of the Boston Celtics, right?
Pretty much.
That's why it makes sense to me.
I like Drew a little bit more. I don't hate it actually. I mean, what's the 28th pick gonna do in Boston? I would do that deal.
Yeah.
You save money that way. I was done after that year.
My thought process on it is like it would allow you again to be in the mix for, I think, a playoff spot this year. I don't know what's going on with Porzingis and his health, and
well, Soren asked a very fair question: is Porzingis alive?
Right. But he may or may not have the plague, but we don't know. So
like
no.
My only hang up with that deal is I wonder how much DeMar fits the Celtics threes only offense. It's not threes only, of course, but
well, kind of.
I wonder if he could fit in.
Yeah,
right.
But on paper, I like.
I don't know. Maybe don't take 63s a game and allow DeMar to get you 20 from the mid range.
It would diversify their offense, which I think they may need. But I don't know if they want to move away from what they have going. Like, it works. It got them a championship, but it didn't work this year. Obviously, injuries and everything. But it would, I think, allow them to bring in another scorer with Tatum gone. The money-wise, it just makes sense. Like, you don't want a super expensive replacement for Tatum. It seems like he makes a lot of sense there, just like with Miami, as an idea and a concept. But fit and play style, I don't know. That's for the Celtics to decide.
All right, Will. Great stuff as always, man. We're going to keep monitoring what you're doing over at SI. And if we miss anything, we know TC will call and recite it to us as an idea.
Can I say real quick what my favorite one was?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's DeRozan to the Heat for Jaime Jaquez Jr. and Terry Rozier.
Okay.
Because you get young wing in Jaquez and a point guard that you can start or bring off the bench in Rozier. And the contracts, the way they line up, I think Rozier's a free agent, so you can either flip him in the season if you want or have the expiring. But it's a move that brings in multiple positions of need. You send out DeRozan, and you still have flexibility with Monk, Carter, others that you can do follow-up moves with. So I think that's my favorite one that I've looked at so far.
I remember reading that one. I like that one too. I'm curious what Miami's approach is this offseason. Like, there's, Kevin Durant is out there. Giannis Antetokounmpo is allegedly out there, and allegedly Giannis likes something about, the Heat, though it doesn't really fit with some of the other stuff that was written. Exactly where they're trying to go will certainly. There's also rumors about Pat Riley, so
right.
Where they go, that'll be a fascinating watch. We know that they were interested in DeMar a year ago, just as the Clippers were. So DeMar's going to have his suitors. One of these trades might actually hit, but yeah, DeMar's going to have his suitors out there in the league. Great stuff, Will. We appreciate you, my friend. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Eamon. Same to you.
You got it. That's our man Will Z right there. Will Z over at SI. Great stuff. Finding content for this Sacramento Kings offseason is certainly tough with them not having a draft pick coming up here in a couple of weeks, but knowing, or at least having the feeling, that DeMar DeRozan is going to be on a different basketball team next year opens up a wide-ranging selection of conversations to be had. And there's always going to be trade proposals. There's always going to be actual trades that are executed that fans are going to love and fans are going to hate. There are going to be aspects that fans love. There are going to be aspects that fans hate. I don't know what the point of the Celtics trade would be, other than you hope Kristaps Porzingis is alive and can function as a normal human being and can play professional basketball. Kristaps Porzingis was so concerning in the postseason. Like, no, he has a He has an upper respiratory issue. We don't know what it is. He's had it all year. We can't figure it out. The guy can't play more than 10 minutes.
I tell you what, those Celtics doctors are A1.
Bro, my God, man, that is so good. Mr. Porzingis, if you're listening, please go anywhere other than your team doctor. Please go somewhere and find out what is happening with you and get that situated, whether you're a professional basketball player or not. Get that situated. I do like the Jaime Jaquez trade. I like the Andrew. I've always been more of a Andrew Wiggins fan than some other people. There's so many, Boston's interesting because we know Tatum is out for the year. Even prior to that, even prior to them playing the Knicks, even prior to the postseason starting, there was these rumblings about what next year would look like for the Boston Celtics and what would they do, what moves would they make, how could they shed salary, like Porzingis being the DeMar DeRozan of Boston, with everybody of the belief that he's out of there. He has an expiring contract. Whether he plays or not, someone who's looking to lower their cap could acquire him, and it drops off their cap next year. Boston wins getting him off of their cap this year. But do they have enough to execute? Like, Warriors fans, please refresh my memory. Clay gets hurt. Isn't that the year they go get D'Angelo Russell? Clay gets hurt. They go get D'Angelo Russell like immediately as kind of a way to fill in and step in that. Obviously, they turn D'Angelo Russell into something else. But the point being is they lost Clay, but stayed aggressive in their pursuit to win a championship because they still had Steph Curry. Now, you could make the argument that Jason Tatum is the Steph Curry of the Boston Celtics, but Jaylen Brown is really good, and there's a lot of evidence that points to Jaylen being great when Jason Tatum isn't around. Does Boston attempt to ride that, or do they use some of these assets that they have that they want to use maybe to shed their salary cap, but go get someone who could step in for a year and be Jaylen Brown's right-hand man with Jason Tatum on the shelf for a year? I think that's where some of the Kevin Durant conversation comes into play as well. Could he be a guy to step in and help them?
That's probably the dream for Boston. I mean, I'm sure, like, if you can move off of Porzingis or Drew, or either or.
I think
bring in KD.
I think they could move off Porzingis. Drew would be fascinating because I think Drew fits a very specific type of team. Like,
Drew needs to go to a contender. That's just, we need a point guard, and we can spend some money right now.
Yeah, someone who will, someone who puts you over the top. I'll point it out. I'm not saying it's the same. I'm not saying he's the same. But I feel like we said the same thing about Chris Paul. And Chris Paul wound up going to Oklahoma City, and we saw what that did for them. We all thought that Chris Paul trade to Oklahoma City was going to be something, and it wound up being something totally different. We'll come back, man. We'll close out this week strong. This isn't something I thought we'd ever do, but it's been a topic of conversation, and the ratings for game one are out. And there's a lot of people saying, I told you so. We got that for you next on Sacramento Sports Leader. See them on KC on ESPN 1320. You got Ford today? Yeah, me too. Me too. That's complex helps me out over here. Over there. Yeah, no, he called me in and asked if he could have that with you. And I was like, if you have that conversation with him the way you did with me, I think he'll understand. But this isn't a permanent thing, right? And he said, no. I said, okay, just explain it to him the way you did me. And I told him, I was like, I'll do it. He was like, no, I'll do it. I just want to give you a heads up that I got to do this. And if you don't think it's okay, tell me. I was like, what's the alternative? You know what I mean? So I'm kind of frustrated a little bit with I just don't understand why we're here. Like as a whole, I just don't understand why we're here.
Kyle, I think the finals are on ESPN for a while.
Correct. Yeah. I think it's 11. I think it's the whole deal.
But yeah, it's ass.
Yeah, I think it's the whole year. Yeah, it wasn't good, John. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I was gonna say I might watch Stanley Cup tonight, but I think I'm gonna watch Sinners tonight. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch Sinners.
Shout out to those of us that are just gonna wait till it's free.
Yeah, I understand. Chris, I did listen to the Carter 6. I listened to it first thing this morning. Didn't like it. I didn't like it. And I went into it with an open mind. I think I got to song 10 before I started. I just couldn't get to the end of records. Like I would get halfway through. It was like, this isn't getting better. And I would just hit next. Same thing. This isn't getting better. And then I got to the last like 2. I was like, this is just fucking garbage, man. So I'm not, and admittedly, I'm not a huge Lil Wayne fan like others are. I respect the catalog. His essentials are crazy, but I didn't like the album, and I went into it. I didn't like the Fix Before the 6. I haven't liked an album in recent memory, but knowing that he was doing the tour, I thought he's going to pull out all of the stops, and he's going to put out his best work, and maybe it still is his best work in a decade. Just didn't like it, man. Did not like it. Warren, first 3 were okay. Yeah. All right. We'll open up the phone lines if y'all want to hang out for the last 20 plus minutes or so of the show. I'll learn to speak one day. I'm only 20 years into this. Casey will be back with us next week. We got a live show jumping off at Sky River Casino 2 weeks from today. Very different type of live show than we've ever done in the past. It's a night with D-Lo and KC coming up on Friday night, June 20th, 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino. No live stream, no radio broadcast. We're just going to hang out. We're going to tell stories. We're going to talk, and we plan on having some guests out there with us. So once we get everything confirmed, we will pass those names along to you. But we're planning for a great night, and I think it'll be a lot of fun to be able to do something where we're not kind of stuck to the radio format, even to the point where we're not stuck to, what's being broadcast on the live stream. It's a chance for us to kind of cut loose, maybe tell some stories that we haven't told before, allow our guests to relax a little bit and have a little bit more fun. And of course, we'll have the mic to you guys as well, so we can do some Q&A stuff out there. So that's coming up 2 weeks from today, Friday night, June 20th, 7 to 9 p.m., a night with D-Lo and KC at Sky River Casino. We were looking for it earlier, and we have found them now. The ratings for Game 1 of the NBA Finals have come out. And again, I can't believe this is a thing that we're doing. Though I love the business of sports media, I have never really cared about what an NBA Finals game rated, but it has been such an annoying topic of conversation over the past week or so. A 4.7 rating and 8.9 million viewers on ABC. It's the lowest rated and least watched Game 1 of the finals of the Nielsen People Meter era. That dates back to 1988. That excludes the COVID games. Why does it exclude the COVID games? I have no idea. It just does. At least according to this article that I'm reading. The game peaked, to no surprise, at 11.7 million during the final few minutes. And it was actually that stretch that brought the rating up as high as it was. If it wasn't for the game being as close as it was, the ratings would have been significantly lower. Cool. Like if the people at ESPN and the people who have been talking about markets, of course, the game aired on ABC, which is a branch of Disney, which also owns ESPN. They're all part of the same family. If they want to bitch and complain about the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder and small markets and all of the dumb things that they've been complaining about over the last 2 weeks, cool. Use this as a barometer. I have an alternative idea. One, don't put on a finals presentation that is absolute trash. 2, don't create a pregame show and a halftime show that absolutely sucks. 3, don't present this NBA Finals game as a regular-ass basketball game. Now, does anybody tune in because of that? I don't know. I have no idea. But we talked about this a week ago when everybody was complaining about this. 8 million people watched. That's more than most regular season games. So who are you trying to attract with the LeBron James and the Steph Currys and all of those people being in this game? You're trying to attract the casual fan. It is clear, and why more people don't understand this, I don't get. You do not carry over these casual fans into the regular season. You haven't. You have not, in years past with these players, created new fans. No casual fan is going to become an NBA fan because they watched LeBron James of the Los Angeles Lakers at 40. No casual sports fan is going to become a diehard NBA fan because they watched Steph Curry in the NBA Finals when Steph was 37 and the Warriors were on their decline. The point in all of this is to grab those casual fans and make them watch next year. The numbers are in front of you. You haven't. So if you were able to grab a few casual fans and they see SGA for the first time score 38, they see Tyrese Haliburton hit his 4th game-winning shot of the postseason, and they say, oh, that's the guy that I keep seeing the highlights on. That's the guy that keeps popping up on my timeline. Yeah, maybe you're more likely to grab new diehard NBA fans by having a younger crop of players in the NBA Finals. Or maybe you're not. But one thing I'm pretty certain of is the NBA isn't going away because the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder are in the NBA Finals. Give me a compelling series. I think we have it. Give me a compelling game. We absolutely had it. That was a fantastic start to the series. If people didn't watch, that's their problem.
Who does the ratings affect? Is it like, does ESPN, do they lose money off of this?
Right now?
Yes.
Nobody. And I'm going to tell you why. The deal has been signed.
Exactly. So I'm wondering, like, okay, so like there's the ratings. Who does this affect? Because as a fan, I don't understand why, as fans, people talk about it. I don't get it. Like the ratings are gonna be so bad. Like what is that? How does that affect you?
Yeah, like it doesn't. Like it absolutely doesn't. It's been one of the more baffling. If you had to, like, you go back to the San Antonio Spurs stuff, people talk about the Spurs like, oh, the San Antonio Spurs so smart, but no one cares. Like, nope. The Spurs weren't the most exciting basketball team to watch, and they had no personality. That's what it was. The Pacers, they have personality. Tyrese has personality. You know what I became a fan of last night was Nembhard. Bro, step into SGA, step into the MVP on the biggest stage. Oh, give me that. Yeah, give me that. SGA might not have the biggest personality, but he showed out in a game 1 loss. Why anyone cares how many people watch the game is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The thing I was most proud of last night in that presentation of the NBA Finals was I thought Richard Jefferson looked fantastic. He didn't look ridiculous. When that camera hit him for the first time and he had the tie and he had the perfectly cut suit, I was like, okay. Now, the flip side of that is he didn't need to be there. You do not need a 3-man booth if the two analysts don't offer something different. Richard Jefferson doesn't offer anything more or less than Doris Burke does. And he's not funny. If you have a guy in the third seat who's funny and can crack jokes, fantastic. We win. That's a good 3-man booth. If you just have two analysts, there's no point. There's absolutely no point. I thought the presentation was dull. Mike Breen is fantastic. Doris is fantastic. There are rumors regarding the future of that NBA Finals broadcasting crew. And of all people, they're talking about Doris Burke might not be back. All right, man. All right. You saw Rick Carlisle singing the praises of Doris Burke yesterday. Lots of people sing the praises of Doris Burke. I think she's fantastic. But this company, ESPN, Walt Disney, whoever, they have fumbled so greatly since they let Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy go for whatever reason. They said it was for budgetary reasons. Bro, your budget is not a problem. You're a publicly traded company. We all see how much money you make. We all see how much money you pay some of your far lesser talented talent. And to pick apart that team is crazy. Then you throw Doris Burke in there. Great. Throw Doc Rivers alongside him. Doc leaves. You throw J.J. Redick in there alongside him. J.J. Redick leaves. Now you've got companies like Amazon and NBC offering these TV analysts more money. Lesser roles. You don't have to go do Sports Center. You don't have to sit across from Stephen A. Smith and listen to his garbage for an hour to earn your paycheck. You don't have to do none of that. We need you to call basketball games. We might have you do a studio show once or twice, but that's what we want you to do. That's why none of those people left TNT to go work for ESPN. Charles Barkley said that all the time. Charles Barkley wasn't trying to be funny in that regard. He was dead serious. I'm not going to go work all over there and do all that crap that they asked me to do. I'm not going to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go do Mike and Mike and then have to go do Sports Center and then come back and do Colin Cowherd or whatever stupid ass show was on in the middle of the day. I'm not going to go do any of that. I'm going to fly to Atlanta, do my studio show, make people laugh, and then go home. It's amazing, too, that it's funny, man. I guess it's just business, though. I guess it's just big business. It's not even big business. We saw it. We saw it in our company firsthand. You have people making major money to make major decisions, just making bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. Over and over and over and over again. And it's like at some point, when is this stuff your fault? And every once in a while, people will recognize, well, you're right. It's their fault. We got to get them out of here. But the people that are left here are left to pick up the pieces. Now, Doris Burke, who's been great. Richard Jefferson, who's been fine. I mean, he was put in a role that he was asked to do, and he's been fine in it. Now it's all of a sudden, well, we've made so many other bad decisions. We might have to hold off on moving forward with this finals team. Okay. Cool, man. Then you're going to have your regular employees just bitch and complain about ratings. No one said anything about your trash presentation last night. Only highlight that came out of your whole presentation was that a big dude from the other network came over and crashed your set. Talking, of course, about Shaquille O'Neal. That TNT crew isn't going to be able to save ESPN. It is crazy to see how many bad decisions that company has made one after the other after the other. Just insane. and still make money doing it. And then have the nerve to fire people because of budget cuts. All right. Just give me a compelling game, too. That's what I need to see. Give me SGA. Give me Tyrese Haliburton. SGA, like, I know I've said it. SGA scored 38 yesterday. Not even a talking point today. Scored 38. I'm so anxious to see the adjustments, if there are any, that each team make. And I think sometimes we use the word adjustment a little bit too freely. Like, if the Thunder come out there and hit shots, did they make adjustments or did they hit shots? Did the Indiana Pacers stop turning over the ball? Or did they just stop turning over the ball? Did they scheme something differently and all of a sudden their passes are crisper? They're not going through the lanes? What? There are adjustments. Now that's the broad stuff, right? Those were like big stories of the game. There are things that are going to have to be different for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think they'll hit shots at a greater clip. You look at those shooting percentages last night, I don't think that's going to continue a second game. What I need to see, though, if I'm an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, I don't know where our man Cole been today. I ain't heard from him all day. They got to rebound the ball better. Which brings it up to perhaps my biggest question. Are you running that starting lineup back, and are you going small most of the game? This was a conversation Kyle Matson and I had, Kyle Matson of the Insiders and I had earlier on in the show, where he was talking about Chet Holmgren was played off the court, and I didn't think Chet was played off the court. I thought that was Mark Dagnall's strategy. Now, I could be 1,000% wrong in that regard, but I thought he went small by design. And I felt like Oklahoma City attempted to play like Indiana. And when you're a 68-win basketball team, you're a favorite. You were a 9.5-point favorite last night. You're a 11-point favorite coming up this weekend. Or maybe it was 11.5. Sorry if I got that wrong. Yo, they need to adjust to you. The Pacers got to figure out how to play. If, Chet Holmgren's out there, Isaiah Hartenstein's there. They have to figure out how to maneuver that. That rim protection that OKC had last night was absurd. Absolutely absurd. And I still think it could be better. And if it could be better, that's a problem for the Indiana Pacers. That will be a moment. That will be a decision lost in history in Tyrese's shot last night. Tyrese himself was shooting the three bad last night. The Pacers as a whole were struggling at the rim. Tyrese got that ball, did not settle for a three, and didn't take the ball to the basket. Pulled up, mid-range, bucket for the win. Terrific execution and game awareness. In that situation where no timeout is called, they get the rebound, they're going up the floor. Just flawless execution by Tyrese Haliburton. The Pacers themselves have adjustments to make. One, they can't turn the ball over. Two, they can't count on shooting such a high clip from each, from inside and outside of the three-point line. 47.6 and 46.2 respectively. You could probably hit that 47 again, but you're going to be able to hit that 46. You had 7 more threes than they did. I think we're all of the belief that 24-6 turnover number is going to come down. That ratio is going to level out a little bit, a little bit more even. But another thing that really helped the Pacers was how much they out-rebounded the Thunder. And I love Siakam and Tyrese talking about, man, we didn't even play well. Yo, let's get greedy for real. We did not play well. I don't think either team we talk about field out games and game ones and, figuring things out, figuring out pace, figuring out matchups, figuring out different things. We've heard guys like LeBron James talk about that. Kyle mentioned that Steve Kerr is notorious for feeling things out there in the first game. Okay, well, game one is behind you now. The Indiana Pacers got that one. On the road, what can they do here in game two? I swear to you, the conversation, we could talk about, the Thunder being better than this team or the Thunder being better than that team. The conversation was exactly the same going into that game two of the New York Knicks. New York Knicks at home at the Garden. There were two options, one of which is it speaks to, I guess, the Oklahoma City Thunder, because it has not been brought up one time. But there were two options when it was the Pacers versus the Knicks. Would the Knicks lock in and blow out the Pacers in game two, which KC from New York thought that would happen? Would the Knicks be so devastated after that game one loss that they couldn't recover, which I thought was insane? And it turned out to be a competitive basketball game that the Pacers they didn't pull away from, but they wound up winning. They had the lead late. They wound up controlling most of that fourth quarter. Certainly the second part of the fourth quarter. So neither one of the two situations happened. The Pacers just went out there and beat them. The idea that the Pacers just can't go out and beat the Thunder this weekend is crazy. I don't even know. I'm not sure at what point, because it didn't happen last night. It didn't happen today. I'm not sure at what point all of the Oklahoma City Thunder people go, hey, the Pacers might win this thing. At what point does OKC in 5, OKC in 6, OKC in 7 switch to, hey, the Pacers might win the NBA championship? Depth for depth, the Indiana Pacers have what it takes. I actually thought both benches were pretty solid last night. I'm just so curious what Oklahoma City's bench looks like next game, excuse me. Jesse asked earlier if Mark Daigneault gets a little, does he try to be the smartest person in the room sometimes? Does he kind of outthink himself a little bit? I swear to you, I feel this is what Mike Brown used to do. I don't think there are very many situations, like very, very, very few, where you adjust your starting lineup, especially if you're considered to be the better team. Make them adjust to you. The Thunder need to the Thunder need to force the Pacers to adjust to them. The Thunder were just like, no, we're gonna go small. We're gonna switch up our starting lineup. We're gonna go small. And to their credit, it worked. I mean, to a degree at least, it worked. They did lead that game for all of the game except for 0.3 seconds. They trailed for 0.3 seconds of that game. So I could talk about starting lineups, rebounding, shooting percentages. We could talk about matchups. We could do all of this to death. They led for the entire game except for 0.3 seconds. And maybe that's the reason the Thunder people still aren't buying the Indiana Pacers. And who am I to argue with that? But if game two was close, who are you betting on? If game two comes down to a possession for possession battle, who are you betting on? Have you seen enough from the Indiana Pacers and Tyrese Haliburton to take Indiana? Or are you betting on the MVP and OKC to close out a game that it feels like they have to have? I think the Thunder are so good, they could drop game two and it wouldn't sway too many people. That's how good I think they are. The Pacers, to me, needed one of those first two games. Just the simple math of the series made me feel like the Pacers needed one of those 2 games because OKC losing 4 of the next 5 did not seem realistic. Given, again, this is a 68-win basketball team. Given the season that they had, losing 4 and 5 times, which absolutely did not happen at all this year. It didn't even come close to happening this year, was all of a sudden going to happen in the playoffs. That wasn't going to be the case. Or at least in my mind, that wasn't going to be the case. It was never going to be the case. Pacers did what I thought they needed to do, and they got that game 1 victory, and they did it in incredible fashion. I am a certified fan of Tyrese Haliburton, and I think I'm not a Pacers fan, but I think I'm rooting for the Pacers in this series. But I'm absolutely a Tyrese Haliburton fan, and I've become an Andrew Nembhard fan. He was fun to watch last night. I like a little bit of crazy. I like stepping to the other team's best player. I like him matching up with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the final minutes of that game. I love everything that Indiana Pacers did yesterday. I love a lot of what the Oklahoma City Thunder did yesterday, and I'm excited for Game 2 this weekend. Appreciate you so much for being with us today. Appreciate you so much for being with us this week. Hope you'll tap back in. I'm going to head over to 102.5. It's Flashback Friday over there. If you want to end your Friday with a little music, go check us out over there. If not, we'll see you back here Monday beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No. You're all good. You're all good. I had it. Oh, man. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for getting me through this day. I'll flip over to the other channel. All right, Drew Down. Y'all have a good weekend, man. Appreciate you guys as always. We will see you on Monday.